will continue upward.
And this is just Gen G being really aggressive, doing a great job using that knife to identify that EU potentially was alone. And Lakia decides to punish it. And then Texture expecting to rotate towards the other direction because they have so much info off that garage push out. They know full well it's not a B hit. And that allows Texture to play a little bit more aggressive off that Pipes position. I mean, he does that a lot anyway, but makes it a little bit easier for him to be prepared mentally. Lakia now has a Thrash to counter Asuna's Hunter's Fury. Viper's Pit. Big round.
That second Thrash here in round 7. No command going to be online. Hunter's Fury coming through. Munchkin wanting to interrupt that one, but he's still going to be taken down. Hits the floor. Res not really possible given this position. Solid damage here for the side of 100 Thieves. Cryo drifting forward, taken down. Lockout again, interrupting it.
Gila, baru bangun gue langsung harus nonton watch party. Ada 100 Thieves versus Genji di Icebox. Ini kayak map pertama deh, pas kan? Udah mulai round 7, chill.
6-1. 100 Thieves ramping up, making these rounds
closer,
but still not close enough to find the second win.
No, to make matters worse, you're just sort of chewing through ultimates now. You're going into it because you invested fully into that round. Even a Guardian forced through for Boostio.
Langsung stream ke game selanjutnya aja ya.
Yeah, the Blade Storm will be there. That's a feather in your cap. But Genji is just so with it right now. And this is Genji when they're scary, when they're playing off of each other so well, the trading so good, understanding their space. Let's see if this is just going to be an attempt at a fast kill out this Blade Storm for Cryo. Knife to check, shuts it down temporarily.
Lock-in again, going for a push, sees one up above.
Berasa sabeton ya gue ya. Bangun jam segini, streaming jam segini ya. Udah mulai nih, round 8 tuh.
And that's what 100 Thieves have been looking for. The detain coming through. A third shot. Now 2v2 with the pit still in play here for the side of Gen G. They're trying to clutch this out. Boostio, he does have the ult available. Does he decide to drop it? HP very dangerously low here for him. Karan out of it, but gets the time and catches Boostio. And now it's Asuna here at backside, a stinger in hand.
Hah? Boostio di mana?
Karan down the 10, the wall falling. This is the opportunity for the peek. Texture, does he peek out? He does. Finds it. Texture again will close out the rounds. It's so damn close for 100 Thieves, but again, it's a round ending in heartbreak. They continue to do damage, but they cannot get across the finish line.
And so many ults invested here, and it looked like they were going to be able to get it done, but Karan had other ideas. He is just so good at times. You've seen it in this tournament on this backside of A. With this Viper, he's so tricky in Cryo. Finally coming online, finally doing some serious damage. But Karan is just so with it. He looks snappy too. He looks fired up. Certainly the coaching staff for Gen G fired up as well. They still have a Thrash. They have a lockdown to counter Boostio's lockdown and this Viper's Pit that are in play for 100 Thieves. Now Texture going up high with the op.
Oh, the peek out. Doesn't. He scopes back in, delivers the shot, and he tailwinds forward.
Oh no.
A fat finger there from Texture. Certainly not what he was looking for. The 100 Thieves do not care. They will take the advantage. They need it. A big mistake from Texture potentially costing them here in this round. As lockdown clears space. Genji showing respect to it. The push forward here from Cryo, able to find Lock-in. Munchkin going to be eliminated as well. Meteor finding one, but taking significant damage. And this should be 100 Thieves essentially guaranteeing the round. But Meteor, again, other ideas, finds another pick, but that leaves Karan now in a 1v3 all as lonesome. His position given away here at Snowman. Boostio over the top, swinging in, looking for the challenge. There's Asuna down below, not giving him the opportunity, not giving him an inch. 100 Thieves will find a second.
And this is one of the things with 100 Thieves is you can't give them an inch because they will take a mile. They are incredible at punishing mistakes time and time again. Going through the VODs for Americas. You give them any extra space, you give them any extra opportunities, they get that first kill, and it is just pedal to the metal. They know they've got you in a bad position, and they will fully take advantage of it. Immediately, lockdown comes in, and they are into good post plants, and they are so tricky to deal with because they are so clean with those rifles. Well, just checking to see if there's going to be anybody aggressive, but now Texture.
He is, but he's dodged out on this early info-seeking util, aside from the Aldrone, which will force him down to low ground. Three's moving forward, taking some space off of that. Hearing that tailwind popped.
Wingman gua.
Gonna be favoring their odds a little bit more now. But a warning shot to ring
Semua
out.
main roster di EG udah dipindahin ke jauh
Actually
gemuk.
backing off. A lot of
Kenapa
util
tuh?
just got dumped. Saw the dizzy, saw the flash from Munchkin. As well as the op from Texture, so they're gonna
Aduh,
make.
gue mau olahraga tapi kalau udah nonton beginian biasanya gue kayak bengong sendiri gitu loh. Gue kayak
And it's
nonton.
gonna be an early lockdown from Meteor to try to delay this, but they're gonna push for it.
Hari ini upper bracket semua ini.
Thieves just disrespecting it. Meteor playing close, ready for the first. Is he ready for the second? The answer is gonna be no, but Karon will find Bang now dropping down. 4v3. So rotations continue, swinging ahead of the dart. Karon able to find one before falling. Thrash now out on the hunt, detained. I do believe connecting, yes, EU gonna be stuck here, but can they get over towards him? It looks like the answer is gonna be no, so he will be able to draw on his weapon, so that Thrash not mattering too much. Swingman looking for the stun, not gonna be found. Mosh out, EU taking damage, taken down. Asuna now, last man standing. Jump onto the corner, finishes off Lakia, and now it's all on Texture once more. He's good for it on the jiggle peak, the Mosh. Able to connect. Texture just on the outskirts, however. The fuse will come through. He is once again the last man standing off in hand. But Gen G not allowing for 100 Thieves to string 2 rounds together.
Well, you can see that for Gen G, the plan here is to disrupt. Don't let 100 Thieves get comfortable. Just do as much as you can to delay this. Get those rotations through, and Texture can't let him be alive with an op in hand. He is so sturdy, so steady. Beautiful try by Asuna. Great use of his utility, but this Mosh is just a hair off from where it needed to be to maybe buy a little bit of extra time. And speaking of
Jadi
time,
EG
it's time for a
rosternya
timeout.
Second one to be called
ganti
here in the
semua
opening
gitu
half for
atau
100
bubar
Thieves.
aja tuh.
Not satisfied with where things are at. Expecting to put up
Udah. Gue olahraga dulu guys ya,
on this
bentar
opening
ya.
attack side.
Ayo nonton dulu ya deh. Nih gue kasih wingman
A
nih.
final intervention here from Zix. See if they can pick up these last two, make it an 8-4, try to salvage this half as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, for sure, and it'll be really interesting to me to see what their modus operandi going forward is going to be. Are you going to try to punish that operator at Texture that's sometimes left on an island? Are you going to try to just dial up a fast hit on A, see if you can bully your way through? It hasn't worked so far. There's a lot of different options. Maybe slow the pace down even more. Rotate back and forth a little bit more, because Gen G's done a good job of mirroring these fast rotates that 100 Thieves has been utilizing throughout the first half. They haven't really shown any double fakes, anything like that just yet. So maybe that'll be the key to this next round here for 100 Thieves with the Viper's Pit as well. Would really like to get that planted. Gen G, a couple orbs away from Munchkin's ult. Otherwise, you're pretty far off from Karon's ult. He's going to have to go absolutely bonkers to get that online in this half again.
Texture going to be pinged there by that recon. His whole ruse spoiled. Tailwind at the ready, wants to go for this peak, but just how bold does he go? Reaping forward, but not going to be able to find anything. 100 Thieves just going to be rotating out after spotting, and look at Gen G just early rotate everybody again off the site, leaving Texture on an island, leaving him by himself, and leaving him to potentially get time hit. The push-up coming through. Cryo, I think, noticing, but decides to back away, doesn't challenge in for the fight.
And now he knows he's in a disadvantageous position.
He's rotating back around over towards Belt. Texture continuing to push more and more aggressively. Cryo holding it, able to find it. EU taking down one. Looking for the second, can't make it happen. Return fire here from Gen G. Decently solid, and that's gonna be the turret to get the final shots across, bailing out Meteor. Lucio does fall. Now just Cryo and Asuna. Spike being sent. Cryo out deep, but now dead. As Asuna, he's gonna opt to try to hold this one. This is gonna be good for the first. Picks up a Phantom now. As the plant comes through from the wingman.
Spike plugging. Thanks, little man.
2v2. Null command at the ready. Does he want to send it? Just to try to interrupt further util. Looks like the answer's gonna be no for now. It's just gonna be Munchkin body blocking as they hold for this. And yeah, it's just gonna be the round. Take it away from him. They both get in onto it. Asuna will clean up the kills. He'll take the weapons away. The economy's not great for Gen G as we go into the last round, but they still cannot get the round win.
Unbelievable. It's a great start here for 100 Thieves. Anticipating the aggression. But Munchkin, so fast behind that crate. Making it so difficult. And Meteor getting a little help from Timmy. And then the body block, so smart here from Gen G. And as usual, Texture's having a great time.
Not sure what Busio was saying, but I think I said, yo, they're holding it. As Texture gonna get obliterated. Way too far forward, dizzied up, taken down. Good early kill collected here. Low command from Munchkin, just trying to hold everybody at bay. Lakia on a very hard forward angle here.
Now we're seeing Munchkin tuck into that corner. Haven't seen anybody try that really for Gen G. Thrash comes out. Lakia gonna try to clear.
Oh, Busio snappy with that headshot. The detain comes in. Lakia gonna be taken down. Karon now gonna be sent to the pit once again. But counter pit is available, and it's gonna be used. Plan coming in from the wingman, not gonna be interrupted, but Meteor finds Bang, drops a pit. Cryo will be able to collect 3 in the round. It's gonna be 3 for 100 Thieves in the half.
Yeah, I mean, an explosive start for Gen G. 100 Thieves, though, seeming to find some of that speed, some of that footing towards those last 4 rounds or so. And shutting down Texture's operator was a big key in that. This time around, Texture just really reaches a bit too far. Didn't have a lot of help to back him up. And that Dizzy made it really difficult for him to try to find even a kill out of that. And they're able to use that Thrash, and they play off the back of it quick to start knocking players down.
Well, he's been talking a big game up on stage. Let's hear him talk a little bit more if you've got an Omen player moment with Munchkin. It's been very solid calling here from Munchkin. See how that continues now that they move over onto the attack, but very nice setup here for Gen G and the advantage. Dash forward, Texture takes some space, and EU gonna be taken down. Up over the top, Lakia lifting a little bit as Busio's able to collect 2. Lakia and Texture both eliminated, swing onto the corner. Busio looking for a little bit more, does some nice damage with the peek outs here. The Sheriff's in hand from Karon and Meteor. It's a bit too deadly. But now a 2v2 and Karon at 4 HP. Meteor up over the top, takes Cryo down to 50. Spike not yet planted, Gen G in a rough position here.
Oh my.
Timing. You can find Meteor. That's a significant amount of damage dealt. Cryo untouched there. Now the 1v1. One shot from either player. And that will clean things up. He's gonna look to rotate around. Karon still not yet planting. Waiting this out patiently, but Cryo playing this wisely.
So difficult for Karon to read this. The rookie, can he stand up? Does he have the read?
Right now facing in towards backside. Swing on the corner. Angle not going to be given over here to Cryo. But no noise being made. Until that, the drop coming through, and Karon has it. A 4K to bail them out and get Gen G up 10-3.
And he's standing up and letting them know. Feel like I could just watch the stage and cast from the player reactions in this match. Karon just absolutely insane. I mean, so low on health, but him and Meteor working in coordination. It's these 3-man formations that Gen G loves to play off of each other so well with. The early execute, brilliant. First, Munchkin's flash, then the Dizzy hits 2. That opens up some space for Texture to break some ankles, do some damage. And then from there, Gen G just so well coordinated.
Looking like a rush play here. Texture gliding forward, cry out, tucked away. Piece of damage gonna be dealt there. Spray across, and cry out, tag low. But does manage to exit with his life intact.
See what Gen G wants to do. You would think they're gonna pull back, but it is Gen G, and they're confident.
I mean, Dizzy.
That's huge.
Great pop off there. This plan comes in from the wingman. Nothing to try to interrupt that one. Tasana going to be able to collect 1 kill. Lockheed taken down, but Boostio traded out. Texture here, back yellow. But it's going to be Munchkin who's filling the kill feed. Scoops up a 3rd elimination as Bang and Asuna both get taken down. Cryo, EU, to see if they can deal some additional damage. Already 2 kills. Texture tagged up, Munchkin as well. But Munchkin gets himself an ace. 2 clean taps, 5 kills, and Gen G up to 11.
I mean, all year, Munchkin has just been godlike with the Guardian. The man is just unbelievable with this gun. So efficient, so clean with it. You almost sometimes wonder, why does he even buy a Vandal? Because he's just outrageously good.
Oh
my goodness.
The back-to-back, the narrow angle, and the ace as the cherry on top. Gen G looking to get the hell out of Icebox as quickly as they can.
I did not have this on my bingo card today.
Certainly not. That's just been this entire tournament. It's Cryo now posted up, op in hand. He's going to be good for the first one. Meteor going to be taken down, but Bang traded out. Kill a piece here between the Jets.
And Gen G likes what they see. They're now leaning in this direction. I think they're going to leave Locky over to throw a Dizzy, maybe buy some attention, but it's a flash towards back yellow.
Flash not connecting there on to Boostio. He tucks back. Hard line, not able to find that kill. But Boostio holding things down as Karon does fall. Pushes forward, looks for more, finds it. Snappy with the readjustments. It's Boostio. Gets them back into this round. 3 kills found. Lockett going to be able to recover this Vandal here, but the spike is stranded on the opposite side of the map. Turret now set up as well to give Boostio some contact over in Garage.
Just pure confidence from Gen G. They wanted to take this op out. It's an early investment from 100 Thieves. They wanted to see if they could potentially sneak it away and really do a knockout blow to 100 Thieves, but Nokia has upgraded. Still could grab a few more guns out of 100 Thieves' hands.
I mean, Boostio's got the setup here. Lockett also taking some damage. The alarm bot telling all. Rotation now coming through. Asuna just looking to pinch down here into mid. And for Lockett, it's just a matter of, you know, can you deal additional damage, because the round is absolutely done and dusted. Tuck into the corner. Don't think he's going to be ready for this one. But now, the Dizzy coming through. He will be able to find that headshot. His own Dizzy up over the top. Nothing going to be spotted for 100 Thieves. The op will remain in their hands. They will keep themselves afloat and deny Gen G from getting up to map point.
But even that kill there at the end is big. 100 Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
Is low on cash. And let's see what they're going to be able to scrape together here. A Bulldog for Bang. Boostio has a Vandal. Asuna does have a Thrash. EU able to get together a Vandal and a full armor. So, and a Judge for Asuna. So still a pretty good buy. They're able to scrape together. Especially able to keep that operator, for sure, a big part of it. Oh no. Munchkin's having a good time up there. And certainly...
Always a dangerous sign.
Yeah.
Up again, posted up. Here on top of yellow. Cryo looking. Gonna be scouted now. Cannot exit.
Shut the dash
Have
down.
that tailwind, but they're not taking enough space. Not scaling forward fast enough to deny this. Do they suspect that he's gonna re-peek? Oh, they kind of do, but the shot goes wide all the same. Tailwind now up over the top, Texture spotting. Trying to get the catch here, but now it's gonna be full blind. She's still set up top. Push up. Oh! And Boostio comes to try to bail them out. He and Bang, one apiece. But Karon trades it back out. Bang now dead. It's just Asuna with a Judge to try to get themselves back over into this B site. EU creeping across over towards Snowman, but Meteor on the hunt, working his way forward here into Kitchen, hearing the drop down and relaying this over to his teammates. Waits out the Dizzy. Oh, gets spotted. Asuna recovering a weapon, keeps him in the round. Texture's got the AWP in hand. It's going to be a little bit of a wallbang shot there onto EU, so does not find the elimination. Spike still stranded. Recon, the ping onto one. Karen detained for a brief little moment, but cannot collect the kill. Aldrone over the top, cleared. 30 seconds remaining.
30
Gen
seconds
G,
left.
can they bail themselves out of this position?
It's flank from Asuna.
It's going on red.
It's huge.
The reposition from him, absolutely monstrous. They suspect absolutely nothing. Plant now coming through. He won't be able to interrupt that one, but he will be able to get the strike. He will be able to get the kill. Wingman out to clear, ignored by Texture. Swing on the corner, shot goes wide, and Asuna saves them.
Oh my God, what a round from Asuna. This looked like it had Gen G on match point written all over it. But he comes up huge, shutting down Meteor's lurk, and opens up a bunch of space for himself to make a rotation. Buys a ton of time with the Thrash. They delay here. And Gen G gets tunnel vision towards the site itself and can't convert the round. Cryo still gonna have the op, a Bulldog for Bang. Gen G on Sheriffs, but as we've seen a lot this year, Gen G, a force to be reckoned with on Thrifties.
Let's see how it goes.
Time and time again, they can make those Sheriffs sing. But a lot of ults as well here. Crash, no command, Viper's Pit. Texture trying to push space early. Taking some turret damage. Finally gonna clear that out.
Suspicious about Lucio's position, but never really checked it. EU just dragging across, able to find Texture now. Lockhead gonna be taken down. Recon gets the ping, looking for the damage here, looking for the kill. Meteor trying to tuck back, but he will be hounded down. Munchkin now, last one standing. Spike gonna be picked up. Still try to rotate his way over into A, but Bang able to get the catch. 100 Thieves continue to claw this back.
Yeah, they're starting to really look like they're reading this pace that Gen G has been bringing really well. Normally, Gen G's a little bit slower, but Gen G's been pretty committal so far this half, so I'm curious if now, maybe this is the round. They take a little bit more time. Got to be really cautious with 100 Thieves. They're all over the map, and they're never going to show you the same look twice. They'll go for walkabouts. They'll try to take aggressive early positions, and they're so good at holding their angles. They're so difficult to displace with utility, and that's something that Gen G has had some success with.
We're going to be taking Hunter's Fury now online for EU. A little bit of space take here from Gen G, but now slowing things down, going quiet, cutting noise, drone over the top, looking for a target. It's able to spot out Lakia. Not going to be the Hunter's Fury in the back of that one, but Asuna swinging forward, shut down by Munchkin. Falls to 45 HP.
Right here.
Gen G loves those bait and switches. We saw it a lot in the defender's half where Lakia is trying to set up for either Texture or somebody else, or Munchkin or Karon. This time it works. They catch 100 Thieves.
As the Dizzy goes up over the top, that's going to be the lockdown here. Trying to push them back, stave them off. Mosh, though, connecting in on top of it. Not going to be able to clear this one. Texture going to be taken down. 4 players detained. Absolutely everyone caught. This round, it's a massacre. Bustio collecting an ace off the back of the O. Perhaps no. Meteor will shut it down, but what a catastrophe for Gen G. Meteor once again noted, expecting the swing from the flank, but fully trusting that the lockdown would be cleared out. No plan B whatsoever. Everybody caught, and that could be the nail being driven into the coffin here, as 100 Thieves are now just 4 rounds away from tying it up.
And this is an uncharacteristic mistake from Gen G. No follow-up with the mosh.
I mean,
no fragment, no nothing else. No stake fight.
It's the closest thing we've seen to another Crashy's rope moment.
It really is.
The zip line on Fracture.
You're absolutely right.
All of them absolutely and completely screwed. Nothing to be done as Bustio. They can't get the ace, but I think the main damage that he was looking to deal was mental.
No doubt. And I mean, you'll see slip-ups from Gen G from time to time. You know, Meteor kind of walking into some lockdowns here and there this season, but having all 4 detained, woo boy. I mean, again, you can't give this 100 Thieves team any openings like that. You can't give them any extra rope to cling on to, because they're gonna take it and then throw you off the cliff behind them. I mean, they are just too good, and they're banking up a huge economy. They've got a Hunter's Fury. They're a couple away from a Viper's Pit. This is a crucial round for Gen G, They're going to have to invest a lot of cash, half armors and rifles, thrash in a Viper's Pit of their own. Try to get this done. One away from a lockdown, one away from a Blade Storm, so Texture gets that no matter what going into the next round if they do lose and it's an eco, but this is potentially the pivotal round of the map. And it's been pretty good executes from Gen G. They're able to find good first bloods, but some of the follow-up on this attacker side hasn't been as clean. And it's because 100 Thieves is so snappy, so aware, so smart. They're constantly repositioning on you. And Meteor gets on Bang.
Able to catch him, the thrash now. Chasing, not sure if Austin has been spotted, but Lakia got down! E with the Hunter's Fury finds two! The post-plant pit now not possible as EU keeps them in an advantageous position. Push up here into two. Meteor gonna be knocked down to 44. The Chick will peek out. EU challenging, whittling away at him. So shock darts have to be avoided.
Standing ahead.
Recon the check, but Meteor does give him the ping, but he tucks back. Down now to 28.
This is so tense right now. Got Texture creeping his way forward. And Boostio lurking behind that site, able to play off that alarm bot. Flash sets him up.
Meteor chasing forward. Munchkin dead. Boostio able to find that kill. Meteor swooping through, finds one, somehow walks across. Looks for the plant, but now the Mosh going to be coming up over the top. Where does it land? He's able to avoid it, but it gets flushed out into the open, and Asuna collects a kill. Now it is all on Texture. A 1v3 with an operator on the opposite side. Clear out on the recon. They know where he's at. And he's going to be spotted. He's going to be noted. The shorty to soften him up as EU will collect the third. The fuse comes in. 100 Thieves continue to claw it back, and they break the economy of Gen G once more.
Yeah, it's a brilliant read here from 100 Thieves, understanding Gen G's tendencies with this Hunter's Fury. The first one's good, and then the follow-up, just knowing that Lakia, oh, I think he just tapped his feet.
Yeah, just clipped him there.
Just clipped him a little bit. Thought he was safe from it.
Happy little accident for EU.
Thought maybe they had just read that he was going to be hiding up on pipes, because there's almost always somebody from Gen G up there. Still, huge find for EU. And a couple Guardians, a Bulldog, a Stinger, Blade Storm for Texture. Gen G, let's see if they can find a thrifty.
I mean, I was going to say, it's basically the first attempt that they've really had at it. They've been consistent in that regard throughout the year. What a way to push up the 12 this would be, but 100 Thieves, odds very much in their favor. Cryo holding that line. Texture, and she gets way forward. The knife's not going to connect. Bang, able to find that kill, finds himself a second, finds himself a third. One by one, they fall. Karen with the Stinger will pick up one. Swaps to the Classic, finds another. Weapon going to be recovered here. Pitch getting ready to come through. Wide swings out, will be able to do a little bit more damage, but nowhere close to a clutch. Up recovered. 100 Thieves now, up to 9.
And Bang is so good at this angle. He was demolishing Foot from outside of the green. I mean, just absolutely making their lives a living nightmare. And this is a round that you could have told me it was him playing Foot with the way he's so fast, so snappy, so clean.
Let's go, boys. We can do this comeback.
This is a great read, and Boostio definitely letting them know that they have a chance at this comeback, and they definitely do now, because after this round, if Gen G loses, their economy is going to be down in the dumps a bit again.
I mean, it almost guarantees that they tie it up. Pit going to be invested. It's Cryo pushing forward, finding Meteor, taking out one of those pesky ults. Hasn't been able to utilize it. Dash pop, drone on the hunt though. Texture tucks back, swing out. Cryo gets the headshot. And this round is being shut down piece by piece.
And this Viper's Pit off the rip just makes 100 Thieves so confident to hold these angles on A.
And Gen G,
pressure them, yeah.
The way they're sat back, I mean, trying to see if there's going to be some kind of swing, but
they have to save.
Yeah, it's just going to be them tucking away. I mean, you see Munchkin hand off the mouse. We got 50 seconds of nothingness here as Gen G look to try to hold on to these weapons, but 100 Thieves, given their economy, absolutely can go on the hunt, and they should.
No doubt. They're definitely going to want to punish this. And they're going to take a little bit of extra time. I mean, there's a ton of time left on the clock, but 100 Thieves, oh man, their defense on this map, so good. They're so tricky.
30 seconds
You're
left.
never, ever getting the same look twice. And they're just so proactive. That Viper's pit just never even contested, never even considered by Gen G. They just said, all right, we're going to try to go for A, and it was just immediately demolished.
It seems like they're not going to go for the chase here.
10 seconds left.
Not wanting to give over any extra kills. Boostio, looks like he will go on a solo mission here, pushing forward. Just checks out around A lobby, not going to be spotting much and doesn't want to over pursue. Jump onto the corner, Asuna going to be able to keep his life intact here, but so too will all 3 players of Gen G. So a couple rifles going to be carried over. But now, the next time out having to be called, Boostio finding more and more reason to be on his feet.
Yeah, just a great play here from Cryo. Texture did it to them. His turn to do it right on back. Ready for that re-peek. Texture, no cover there. Definitely something that I saw on one of the A executes from Gen G that they did a really good job using some of that Viper's utility and other smokes to cut off Cryo's angles when they approached A nest. But there's been a couple rounds where they haven't been able to disrupt Cryo from his positioning, whether it be on A, whether it be on B. He's had at least opportunities to get those opening shots. And that's something that definitely needs to be addressed here by Gen G.
It was a minor incident in the foot series, but given the way that they were able to close that one out, given the way that they're running this back at the moment, can't fault them too much for it.
7 in a row. 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Is what 100 Thieves has done. I mean, that's unbelievable.
I just stop a bonus conversion and then streak from there. 100 Thieves looking to continue that to tie things up. Timeout call from Gen G. Is it good enough to get them up to 12? They've had these ults for quite some time now. Yeah. This pit, this lockdown, but they just have not been able to get into any kind of position to utilize them. Meanwhile, Boostio dangerously close to yet another lockdown himself, just 2 away.
Think about Cryo. Started out 0-5, now he's 17-15. He has really come alive.
Cryo's just gonna go for the same peak. It's a player up over the top, looks for the readjustment, cannot find it. Crash now coming through the drop down Texture. They're all blinded up, but he cannot collect the second kill. Boostio covering fire, gonna be good, but now Meteor pushing his way all the way up through mid. Finds one, Carrot catches Bang. It's EU and Asuna to try to save them in this round. Lakia exiting, gets pinged. He's got the spike in hand. He's trying to rotate out, and 2 players chasing in from behind. Karen swinging over. The Mosh to try to cover his exit. He goes bouncing forward, just B-hopping down under tube. Gen G slipping the net.
And what a change up at the beginning of this round. And they're gonna send the pit from kitchen all the way to the bridge for the plant. But Meteor and Karan going on lurks and winning those battles. Gen G playing into their strengths of these individual, unbelievably talented fraggers they have, who can go out and get you big picks in the beginning parts of the rounds.
And how do you even try to get into this position? One rope being watched, Lakia playing forward. Mosh sent in towards kitchen. The drone to try to escort the clear out, but Lakia able to capitalize on the decay damage revealed. However, EU comes away with a kill. Shock dart sent, but nothing more realistically here to be dealt, to be done. The spike will go off. Gen G will get themselves up to 12, breaking a 7 consecutive round win streak here from 100 Thieves to take map point. But 100 Thieves, the economy flush with cash, they are still in this.
And think about how important this was, as Khan does take out EU, but think about how important this was that Gen G had both their timeouts rolling into this second half to be able to take one in this moment to set themselves up at match point.
Oh, bagus.
Solid entry, but Boostio hoping to keep things close here, but Meteor just being completely unnoted on that rotate, that push all the way up through mid. Timing absolutely gorgeous from him. As a sigh of relief, delayed high 5. They can breathe a little bit easier, but cannot relax quite just yet, because we very well could be far from over. EU, one away, but Cryo, first of all, Texture collecting a kill. Asuna looking for timing, he's able to find one. He himself, though, dizzied up, shut down Lakia, finds the kill. Lockdown gonna be coming through, and this time, Gen G believing in it, respecting it, but also finding their own. EU pushing forward, trying to find it, trying to destroy, but he ends up getting picked off.
This is huge, the counter lockdown. They're able to bait it out because the pressure was so strong from Gen G off the rip. This gives them a huge opportunity.
And those kills gives the thrash over here to Lakia. Bang. up top to detain, through, and they cannot find the kills. Gen.G will put their feet down and close out Icebox 13-10.
Fantastic map between these two teams to start. Exactly what you wanted, a close back and forth.
That it was, and with Ascent coming through, we've seen so many teams dropping their own map picks. This is far from over. See if 100 Thieves can rally back or if Gen.G get a 2-0 when we return from the break.
하나, 둘, 셋. 젠지! 또라라라라라. 오메야 슈밤.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the
Selamat sore semuanya. Sore ya. Emang, aduh. Nggak bisa jam-jam segini, jam-jam nanggung tuh nggak? Jam-jam gue olahraga soalnya. Jadi gue olahraga dulu. Kalau mau jam game kedua sih mungkin gue udah bisa. Tadi kan masih 10-11. Gue belum pernah nonton sih 100 Thieves sama Gen.G. Cuman gue kaget Bustio ada di sana. Nggak bakal seru sih nih. Sekarang abang dulu, abang. Ditemenin sama Aziz ya. Gue di belakang. Genuine. Sore. Sampai sore kali ini. Sama. Kali ini gue mau coba long stream. Wah. Rata-rata vote Gen.G. Ini berarti yang kalah masuk lower bracket juga nih. Anjir, merangkak dah. Salah satu dari mereka bakal lawan PRX nanti. Enggak harus stream dah, udah begini aja. Sampai gue mandi juga. Bosen Gen.G PRX mulu. Logonya G tuh kayak Gen. Logonya G tuh logonya Gen kayak G2 mestinya ya. Yang balik kayak mereka tuh logonya. Kalau logo hampir mirip ya. Dua. Map 2. Anjay.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Solo of Genji and with Jen to help with some translation. Now Solo, it looked as though Genji had quite a lead, but then 100 Thieves were able to make a bit of a comeback. What do you usually tell the team during times like those when they need that extra push to be able to close out a map?
감독님 오늘 시작이 정말 좋았는데 살짝 상대에게 추격을 허용하기도 했었거든요. 이럴 때 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주면서 확실히 승기를 잡을 수 있고 승리를 굳힐 수 있도록 도와주시나요?
일단 뭐 자신감을 불어 넣어주고 저희가 어쨌든 상대방이 어떻게 하는지를 저희가 코치들이 얘기를 많이 해주면서 이길 수 있다라는 그냥 자신감을 많이 넣어준 것 같아요. 네.
So we try to keep the confidence level up for the players, telling them you can definitely win this, you guys can do this as well. And me and HSK, we also tell the players their game plan, our opponent's game plan, and how they should navigate through the match, and also, you know, just keeping the confidence level up.
Well, I think their confidence levels are very much up after that map win. Let's see if Genji can close this one out.
Itu salah satu dari mereka bakal masuk grand final kan?
Yo guys, yo, hello, hello.
Nggak ada yang gue tahu itu. Yang muka pemainnya di gue cuma Bustio doang.
You gotta give it to Karen. He showed him. He showed him. This is the map that you guys thought that 100 Thieves would be able to take it home. Are you surprised that it was Genji in the end?
Absolutely. Yeah, I am surprised, but I think that especially after what we saw on the first half, we were pretty convinced. I think that time after time, how proactive Genji were being on the defense round after round. I think that this is a good example. Also in round 6, just defying this wall from Viper time after time, not respecting it, and finding this first fix. 100 Thieves was always on the verge of deciding what to do next.
What's funny is it's really similarly to what 100 Thieves is finding success with in their last match of Icebox when they played against Foot. These really proactive early rounds where you're finding timings like this one off the knife, going for the contact push up. Texture doing a lot of these rounds where he's just taking a solo swing in and punishing players as they're setting up for this execute. If you let this double initiator comp exec on you, you will be losing rounds. If you're proactive, you can win. Genji proved that. And one of the big players making those plays was Karon. He's been great this whole event, and he had a massive step up in this map.
But I think that for me personally, after what we saw this map and the comparison between the two halves, we could go pound for pound on every single head-to-head and just being like Lakia and then Asuna. Like there's been so many good stellar moments for each and one of these players, understanding where they have to be in the map and how the spike should not go down.
This was proof though of how good both these teams are on their defensive side. I think that if 100 Thieves had started on defense, this could have been a different story. A strong map for both squads, but it's huge for Genji to start this with a win.
Yeah, and from one rookie to another, let's head into the AIM Labs shoot around and check in on 100 Thieves EU, who also had his moments on this map. And again, they very nearly pulled off the 3-11 comeback.
Yeah, it was so close to making it happen. Their defensive side, I think honestly, taking a lot of those similar keys, right? These teams play similar comps, so the defense has similar success. It's the same proactivity. It's Cryo swinging it. It's Io and Asuna working in conjunction to set up a lot of these combined rounds with the Sova Gecko comp. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves fans, it just wasn't quite enough, with Genji calling a few key adaptations out that timeout.
It was so fresh to see them playing like that. Like every single player, like there was a round where Io, it looked like he had everything, then Munchkin ults, and it's done.
I mean, his ults were insane in that one too from EU. That double kill with the Hunter's Fury round was huge.
I can't wait to see what 100 Thieves coach Zix had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Zix of 100 Thieves. That was a really close map. Can you let us know, during those rounds that the team was able to string together, what was going right for the team and how will that carry over to the next map?
I think for the first half, we were a bit slower, like out of pace, I guess, with each other. So going into the second half, we set that as a pretty clear focus, make sure we were like fighting together on the same page. And that was definitely happening way more. You know, toward the end, we ended up having some messed up plays, is what it is. That meant that we weren't going to end up closing out the map, but it's fine, it happens. We're just going to make sure that we keep to the pace that we like playing and keep just playing on the same page, and we'll recover for map 2 and 3.
Alright, well, let's see 100 Thieves can pick up the pace. Mana sense.
Well, they have to recover as we head to Ascent, because otherwise they're going to be knocked into the lowest to face Paper Rex.
Yeah, exactly. And the compositions here are not going to be anything new. We're going to have a mirror matchup here, but Gen.G feels very, very comfortable in this map. Yes, 100 Thieves has also have a couple of very dominant wins, but they do not have as much practice as Gen.G has.
Two guys that stepped up big time to get that comeback rolling for 100 Thieves on map 1 were, of course, Boostio and Bang. Those two anchors are going to be critical to get a strong defense side here for 100 Thieves if they want to recover.
Of course, they have to step up and dig a little bit deeper because Achilles and Paper Thin, this is fight for everything here in Master Shanghai.
It absolutely is. Gen.G almost letting that first map get away from them. We know the tenacity. We know the fight is there for 100 Thieves. And as Coach Six was just saying, they're looking to just recollect, ignore that first map, and just focus forward on these next two.
Yeah, they definitely can. 100 Thieves is really good on Ascent. So is Gen.G. Gen.G's been struggling a bit as of recent history on Ascent in Pacific, but they were really good at the beginning of this year. They went like 6-0 or something like that to start the year. Meanwhile, not losing on Ascent at all, 100 Thieves. AC push towards A potentially. Smoke to try to delay. Texture out ahead of it. Bang underneath Hell. Two players in. Karon TPs with Texture. Karon gets the opener.
Karon able to find one. EU going to be taken down. Texture eating a bit of damage here as Bang just lurking here within the smoke. Pushes forward. It's able to find one. Turns his sights over to Lakia, but can't quite finish the job. Ends up getting taken down, but Lakia, damage, taken down low, but still standing. Boostio now, last one alive. HP bars in tatters here for Gen.G. Can he collect the kills? There's the first one. Looking for the second, but then Meteor swinging up from main will shut it down. Gen.G themselves another pistol.
Just enough space given over for Gen.G to punish it.
Yeah. Wah. 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 Wah, capek. Gimana nih? Oh, chatnya kayaknya nggak ini ya. Oh. Drops enable. Gimana nih? Dari YouTube bisa nggak ya? Nih. Ding.
Play backstab, smokes off market. Boostio, the only one here, does have a sheriff, can deal some damage.
2K, kita nonton di 2K.
Nice shot across, does take down Munchkin, but quickly traded out. Meteor able to find that kill.
Gue udah beli subscribe di Twitch, anjir.
Karon with a late lurk, but not going to catch them going through mid just yet. He's at top mid. Could do
some
damage.
Just checking out the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted there. A little bit of damage across there. EU whittled away at down to 68. Just utilizing these Guardians for their best ability. Paranoia not connecting. Karon now slow creeping up here towards market. EU potentially in a really rough spot. Not turning back, not paying attention to the angle. And Karon thinking better rub. Bip pushes forward. Unable to find the damage. Karon now striking, finds himself a second kill. Bang going to be taken down. Noting Cryo over to the side. It's being revealed. Savvy with a headshot. Meteor finds himself a second. Cryo will get one. Stop them from carrying over all of these weapons, but Gen.G will find themselves a 2-0 start.
Yeah, so far,
Gen.G Amer
a little bit lucky in their read in that round. Could have been a lot worse there. I think 100 Thieves got into a position where they could maybe do some damage, but just in time, Karon showed up and was able to stabilize himself. EU had an opportunity, but just a little bit off with the aim, and Karon able to stabilize. Early op for Cryo. The glass cannon, no armor invested. This could be interesting to see where he's going to challenge. He's deep in mid, back behind Pizza. Knife's not going to confirm his position.
Oh, but the shot goes wide! Cryo doesn't find the connection, but Meteor does. Taken down. And that is a monstrous kill to be found here for Gen G. They look to try to convert a bonus. Bang pushing forward, setting up the paranoia, but Texture able to still find one. The full flash connecting. He dashes forward. Bang has no idea where he's going. He can't see a damn thing. Just TPing into the wall.
Gen G's just so patient. Oh, great shots from Boostio. Is he going to anticipate that Lakia is right behind the other corner?
It's hard to say no. He doesn't. Quick 2-tap. A weapon to be picked up for Lakia. And an attempted save here for EU. This round absolutely out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
And this is something that 100 Thieves were so good at when I was VOD reviewing, particularly on this map, is dodging utility, dodging flashes, but Gen G just baits them right into it. You know, 100 Thieves gets a little overconfident with their potential weapon advantage, and Gen G just punishes the heck out of them. Munchkin's just willing to full flash Texture so they can set up the rest of the players.
Discipline.
And Bang is just screwed.
EU, chance to do some damage, but Karon just swings out a little bit wider, adjusts a little bit faster, and every single weapon taken out of the hands here of 100 Thieves.
And that's
Gen G, 3-0 start.
An attack side bonus for Gen G. That's crazy.
Not something that you see every day. Oh
no.
Just below the elbow. Cannot find it.
Nyasar tuh pelore.
Just full flashed up. Man has no idea where he's going. Just plows forward into the wall. It's like a human car crash. Just smashes into it.
It's an eco round now. 400 Thieves, but
Iji ngomongin roster baru.
underside on
Kita mau dorongnya keluar atau
all the
dikit.
time.
Kayak
Teams
gitu
are
ya.
able to string together some thrifties. Gen G is doing their diligence, just making sure there's any push outs they're accounted for, because 100 Thieves definitely will get aggressive. See Asuna trying to push this angle with a stinger. Seeing if maybe he can catch somebody up close and personal. Maki is there, but Flash just backs him off. And you Bang tucked up on top. Let's see if that's going to be read by Texture. He's at least potentially suspecting it.
Smoke coming through, and he's just going to go ahead and spray across. The counter spray does confirm presence, but cannot find that kill. Now Meteor going to be dealt with over here in B main. Weapon recovered. EU just looking to back away. Flash catching, but Boostio reinforcing. Tucked away now. Good early advantage here for 100 Thieves.
And it's huge. Texture being so weak makes that entry way more difficult. 100 Thieves doing a good job keeping themselves from taking much damage. The fragment.
Just a little bit of damage across there. Asuna just spraying, trying to see if he can find anything. 0 point in the meantime, checking that there's no lurker over in wine. Land coming through, dash across, Asuna able to find one. Karan going to be taken down, Lakia pushing forward, cannot steady that aim. Boostio gets the headshot, which is the corner, Munchkin finds one, finds himself a second. 3 overall, but now Texture all on his lonesome, 24 HP. Tries for the readjust, Boostio still here at having the backup plan for the team. Texture will find one, but Bang will put him down. 100 Thieves getting themselves here on the board. The MasterCard Thrifty.
Yeah, huge stuff from 100 Thieves. Able to win some big battles out in the open, doing a ton of damage in the early parts of the round. And EU, oh, he catches Meteor. It's a bait and switch from Market. Nicely done there. The drop down from Asuna, so well timed. The Sheriff so strong. Get the reveal on the behind generator player, and Texture has to swing out wide to try to cover that plant position. With the tap, he has to respect it because the smoke is there. He can't just assume that they had pulled off. And that's great. Great push and pull from 100 Thieves. Well, let's see what Gen G wants to do. They're going in hard.
Yep, rushing up over the top. TP forward from Karan, gets himself situated over at Boats. The Hunter's Fury just fishing for any kind of tags. Nothing going to be noted there. Nothing caught. It's Cryo. Peek out of the smoke, tries to get the flick, can't make it happen. Meteor at the same time, able to find Boostio. Spray through, just looking to hold them back, looking to hold them at bay. Cryo on the repeat, doesn't have to find one, but Bang now. Dealt with, dead. Cryo finds his second, but he's down to 12 HP.
Who could have predicted
and Gen G just decided to up the pace. They drop a Thrifty. They push the accelerator.
Well, this feels like the game plan for Gen G here today against this 100 Thieves team is to push the pace on their attacker side. Is to don't give 100 Thieves any breathing room. Don't give them time to figure themselves out. And it's a great combination of the Hunter's Fury, texture dashing in, and the TP from Karon to gain this crossfire from B main into the back site. They deal with Boostio quickly. Great recognition here from Meteor because Boostio had slipped in to the lane position and he was dealt with. That could have been the backbreaker for Gen G in that round. But Meteor, so aware. Now they've got a lockdown versus lockdown.
Here.
Do have the no command from Munchkin. Cryo does
Yeah,
have the Blade
masuk.
Storm, so he's going to invest in that in this round. Gen G once again against a Thrifty, being cautious, making sure that there is no early aggression, especially with that Blade Storm. You got to worry about that up and over off a contact from the turret or something like that.
Turret cleared out, 0 point the check forward. It's a suppression here on the Boostio, still holding, and Meteor swings right into it. Texture at the same time, though, able to find Cryo. Looks like Lockheed suspicious that Bang is going to be sat back here in wine, but weapon recovered. Boostio able to collect that. There's no other presence over towards B.
And this is something 100 Thieves loves to do. Tuck players in corners to try to catch you off guard. It's red.
Shock dart fragment now lobbed in. Bang is just dead to rights. No way out. Smart read here from the side of Gen G, but not out of the woods yet. Asana tuck back, pushing forward, spraying through. Lakia trying to hound him down, but switch has been hit, but door has been broken.
30 seconds left.
This pop flash going to be sent through. Lakia able to turn away from it. Gets so much spray damage across onto Boostio while blinded. And that just takes away the hero rifle. Recovery here from EU. Scoops it up. But now he's just tucked into the corner. They're just swinging forward. They want this man dead. So EU tries to backpedal. The drone to check. The pull away. Does he just save it? Or does he try to deal some damage? One off that Hunter's Fury. Looks like just any kind of exits that he can get, but otherwise wants to just tuck back and keep that Phantom in his possession.
I think Gen G here so weak, they don't want to give up any more kills. They know that that Hunter's Fury is one away.
Texture's pushing for it a little bit.
Oh, we saw him.
Yep, quick little jump peek there. Able to spot it out. Texture trying to rush this down, but EU will collect the kill. Take a look back, and I mean, just the awareness to just spray through in the bench and take down Cryo.
I mean, it's something that Gen G has shown us so far in this match is they've done their homework. They understand some of the ways that 100 Thieves likes to position themselves, because 100 Thieves doesn't play a lot of what you would call traditional default. They're kind of active on the map. They're moving players around. Sure. They're trying to tuck players like Boostio into corners, like Bang, into wine, as we saw in that previous round. Sometimes Boostio will go out in the mid and hide himself right underneath that box that's short, things like that, that you have to be so aware of. And Gen G is, so far. I mean, Boostio's winning some great battles, 1v1s against Meteor. That's great, that's huge. But the rest of Gen G is doing a great job working this map and finding 100 Thieves positions. And it's tough sometimes to read 100 Thieves as well because they're not always kind of playing like the agents in the positions you expect them. Like, it's not going to be Asana in tree all the time. He's rotating around the map. He's being really active. Sometimes it's EU there with the Sova covering that angle. Sometimes it's Bang. So they're really difficult to get a read on, but Gen G so far has, and that's impressive. They've really done a great job prepping for this match, and that credit has to go to Solo and HSK for getting them ready so far.
Well, first timeout called.
Gue harus mandi nih.
The adjustments look like here for 100 Thieves.
Match ini kali ya.
Rough go of it so far on this defensive
side. Mandi mah.
Ult built up. EU with that final kill, able to get the Hunter's Fury ready.
Get out of my
If
way.
it comes into play, if he's just going to be saving it, waiting for that lockdown from Meteor.
Yeah, he's looking for that Hunter's Fury angle off the recon dart. Gen G wise to it.
Alarm bot. Not going to get cleared. Flash into the face of Texture. Overall, looking fairly nonplussed. Tailwind now going to be popped, pushing forward, and cannot get the knives through. Bang, steadying the aim. Comes up with two. Texture and Karon both going to be taken down. Cryo peeking into it towards B. Finds Meteor. Very solid start here for 100 Thieves, only losing out on one player so far. Locky and Munchkin now left scratching their heads.
It's going to be tough. Seeing if they can find some space, but Munchkin about to be challenged. Huge from Cryo.
Clean with a shot. Looking for the finisher, pushing forward, doesn't read the Lakia. It's gonna be that far forward, ends up getting taken down. Lakia spotting out one, decides to back away. Tap onto the spike, clear on the recon, no, does get pinged. Dart's now gonna be flying at his feet. Gets the plant down, is able to get that money at least, but EU clean it up once more. 100 Thieves will find themselves a second round win.
Yeah, it's just a great hold in market by Bang. He's so steady in positions like that. So difficult to displace, and there's no utility that's able to get in there to make Texture's attack into that position easier. And Texture whiffs a bit on the blades, and that's an easy 2K. And the follow-up.
He's been doing that lately.
I know, you're absolutely right. I have noticed that as well. It's been a little bit off compared to what his normal self. He's normally quite clean with the blades.
Well, a big round here for 100 Thieves. Now big ultimates as they look to try to get 2 rounds consecutively. Everything aside from their own Blade Storm available for them. Recon looking for the ping. Gets the spot out on the one. It's going to be a back off
Anjir,
here.
rekonnya di bendera begitu.
Not coming through.
Saving it for the lockdown, it feels like.
You don't want to open it up on a jet.
Also that. Bit of an attempted bait from Gen G. So both Hunter's Furies, both lockdowns there. Counters are
Gila,
available.
orang yang main Solva
Gen G
udah nonton berapa lineup ya?
trying to work the map, trying to clear the alarm bot in mid. Will it land? Oh, it's too far. Forward position, not going to catch it. So now they're going to put the smoke down. It's right
Learning curve
inside
luar
that
biasa
smoke.
sih orang-orang ini.
Not really going to be able to avoid it.
Emang paling bener main duelis cuy.
Munchkin sending the flash in here towards Free Fragment, instantly coming through Asuna, looking to save them off. Forces them back. Again, attempted the entry, but Bang in the same position! Gets the same players, but this time he gets Munchkin on top! Lockdowns committed from both sides. This round out of Gen G's hands. Lakia out in mid, able to find one, the peak coming through, but I don't think they're gonna read EU whatsoever. And they do not. Lakia again, last man standing. Just sat here on short. Spike stranded over at market.
Seeing if he can get away with anything.
Habis.
Time dwindling. Let's see if anybody's going to go for it. Yeah, there's the spot. Lakia trying to get away. Still have Cryo to consider.
Found them. Sends out the recon. Do they push forward? No. Not fast enough to be able to find the punish. So Lakia will be able to carry over the weapon. Economy's still decent.
Keren aja gitu loh kalau lo bisa main. Lu nggak bisa main tapi lu hafal gitu line up itu kayak keren. Mengkonten. Itu
We've seen some mental mistakes from Gen G today. As good as they've been. You know, think about the lockdown in the previous map where it caught all the players. And here, this round, just not accounting for the fact that Bang's in the exact same spot. I mean, that's something that somebody should be checking for.
Revealing area.
At least doing a quick peek to see.
Karon, far forward here. Doesn't put any damage back there onto Asuna. He just gets whittled away at Boosie at the same time. Back over across the map, getting tagged down to 57.
This is 100 Thieves in their element when they're able to push out towards the mains, take control of the extremities of the map like they have, tuck Boostio in a corner. Things like this is what makes them so difficult to read because they're all over the map trying to catch you off guard.
Here.
And it's starting to work. And now it's Gen G's turn to find the response, to find the counter to it. Lakia does have an Odin to back up that Hunter's Fury. Both lockdowns were used, so still those Hunter's Furies could be invested to find picks.
Push down Cat. EU at the same time. Jiggle peeking back over at spawn, 0 point. Not quite going where he wanted it to. Doesn't gain much information. EU quick to rotate over, decides to hold on to the dart for a little bit longer. As Texture gets himself up into window, and Munchkin not reading that he's being shot at whatsoever. Texture now does come in, manages to find that backstab, and cannot displace Asuna, who holds down the site. 3 kills for him and shut on the door. Meteor. His presence known, does find that one, but they're both stacked up, and neither will fall. 100 Thieves now, 1 round away from tying things up at 5-5.
Yeah, and now the utility exchanges are starting to go 100 Thieves' way. They're not really getting caught out
jadi mandi nih gua.
by Gen G, especially Munchkin's utility. Munchkin there just completely sandwiched, not aware that EU could be coming so quick.
Jadi 2 peluru terakhir lu lihat
Something you have to be
reload
aware of
anjir.
with 100 Thieves. They're really fast to react to open space.
Kalau gua abisin nembak 2 peluru, gua yang reload.
wants to see if
Kalau
they
dia
can get
sisa
this
2 peluru bisa
back
headshot
in
ya.
their favor. Because already, look, normally you'd say you get 5
Mesti
rounds
gitu.
and attackers
Di
have to
Valorant
decide.
itu nggak
They're
boleh
pretty good
reload
at
cuy.
generally.
Bedanya sama OE-nya. Kebiasaan pencet R, kayak R harus dilepas.
That are being seen right here.
Oh, minta jadwalnya. Jadwalnya ada di Valorant
We
schedule
saw them
sih.
starting to ramp up over on Icebox. You know that if you give them that momentum, they are going to just take you out.
No doubt. And now they're starting to get crispy with their aim too.
Gua
Seeing it with Bang,
pinnya.
you're seeing it with Asuna in particular. His last couple rounds, hitting some big shots. Boostio.
Pro
has been
player
really
itu
clean
trigger
this map
disiplinnya
for the most
luar
part.
biasa memang
He's
sih.
7-7,
Ya.
but he's hit some really impactful shots.
Fokus to the task.
Making some
Dalam
good reads
apapun
now.
dia kalah, apapun yang penting dia
ideal
ngelakuin
for 100 Thieves.
sesuai dengan apa yang udah
Hunter's
dibahas
Fury
aja
just
ini.
Collecting dust in our Sova's pockets.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Mereka nggak ada tuh
Asuna
panic
does
button
have
gitu tuh nggak
that
ada.
no command as well, but these rounds have been kind of fast and furious.
Hari
It's kind of
ini
100
game
Thieves is
horror
able
apa
to
nggak
shut
ada
these
lagi
rounds
nggak tahu.
down at the point of
Ada
attack
deh
of
tadi
Gen
deh
G,
bentar gue
so they
liat
don't have to
Steam.
really invest many ults.
Yep.
They're just getting kills.
A couple rounds ago.
Yeah.
But everything else has just been pocketed by them.
Ini saudaranya
Set up, anticipating maybe a bit of a jiggle peek out. Start over the top. Smoke as well invested. That'll force him back.
saudaranya Exit 8 nih.
Space being
Kalau
taken at
mau
0
main.
point. Not going to be noting anybody. Alarm bot. Not going to be cleared out.
Yeah, they're kind of flirting with another hit towards mid here to see if maybe they could bait out
Mau
some
main
attention.
ini kayak platform
See if they
8.
can sniff this operator out.
He's got 2, basically able to stare in towards market. Watch that push up.
And they've been, if they're slow on the early part of rounds, they haven't pushed mid this aggressively. So kind of in your mind, 100 Thieves, aware that they could have pushed these corners. Gen G being so patient.
Sorry. Jadi
Freezing
nggak
the
live.
map.
Bentar. Refresh.
Doing it reasonably well.
Again, going through texture. Utilizing that time. Flash across. Way too late. Munchkin swings in the market. Ends up getting taken down. The Hunter's Fury from EU. Again, finding a kill. Meteor, dead. Just spamming across the map. Another advantage here. This texture finds one, but then immediately gets
30
traded
seconds
out.
left.
A 2v4. But still a null command in their back pocket. As well as Bang here on the site. The swing out of the smoke, and Lakia doesn't know what hit him. Able to see one, tries to go in for the challenge, but Cryo will have absolutely none of it. We are tied up at 5-5.
That's phenomenal patience from 100 Thieves. Just waiting this out, anticipating that Gen G hadn't moved, hadn't re-rotated, hadn't cleared any space, and they just hold right and short, right outside of market.
Dua kali ya kalau
Great
nggak apa-apa
patience,
di
great
ini.
Hunter's
Tadi
Fury,
kepencet.
great pickup for EU again. Found some serious value with that
Tadi juga
ult on
tipis sih dia,
Icebox.
beda segame.
Picking
Aduh,
up
gue mandi
right
dulu
where
deh
he
guys.
left off. All tied up. Gen G has to go down to a slightly weaker buy now. 2 Guardians, Heron and Lakia. Still that Hunter's Fury though as well for Lakia. See if he can find an opportunity to use it. They're 3-man stacking here towards A. Maybe looking to try to challenge some of these mains now, try to control the extremities of the map a bit more.
Contact push up into B at the moment. This is just going to be the turret cleared out. Nano waiting around the corner, and Cryo as well, shifting over by Ali. Gen G just poking and prodding, just trying to remove some of this util that they've been struggling with in these last several rounds. It's right back to that slow pace.
Got an opportunity. This is one of those rounds where EU is the one trying to guard tree, so you don't have to worry about those flashes from Asuna. See if they can take advantage of this, but he's got this Odin.
0 point sees nothing. Shift over from Asuna, getting a little bit closer. Fragment said to try to check over towards Switch. Recon now up over the top. Doesn't get cleared out. No, gets the ping onto one, and there's the Odin looking for the second, and he's got it. Now Spike stranded. Texture dead. Lakia pushes forward, finds one, but Meteor.
30 seconds left.
And man's just trying to rotate over, but his teammates are all dead. Busio spotting him out. And there's a 50-50 setup here with Cryo on the other side.
Just no util deep enough to bother EU. He's able to get that recon, get a ton of peeks. I mean, Gen G tried to react to it, but with just the Guardian, couldn't clear it quick enough. All that info garnered, and it's another round shut down before the spike even gets close to being planted for Gen G. 100 Thieves, so tricky, so smart, so aware.
Now setting themselves up for a decently strong half here on the defender side. Rescuing that rocky start. Again, that streak building up, that momentum building behind them. And Gen.G still scattered. No clear out on the dart. 2 kills found for EU. Fantastic hold from him over at Tree. So hard to deal with.
It is. It is. You have to displace him with deeper utility, and they don't. And he punishes the heck out of them for it. Just so smart. Making sure here, I think, gonna give the ult over to Munchkin, indeed.
Ultraman could transition this into a fairly fast hit, and looks like that's going to be the case as Ultraman does get popped here. Still a little bit slow on the approach as entry here from Texture gets himself up on top of Jen. Now bang out into the open, ends up getting taken down. Lakia, Hunter's Fury committed. Asuna dead. Texture setting up that cloudburst here. Cryo able to find one, but Texture is back within the smoke. Finds the kill, knives pop, 2 players now to try to clutch it. Busio and EU versus 4. The push coming in, Texture, attention, pulled away, ends up falling. That's the start. Eldrone to try and scout everybody here within the site itself. No one disconnected, no one out in main, no one on a flank. And it looks like they're gonna face this together. Double push up, pop flash gonna be sent just to try to slow them down, stay them off a little bit more. And EU with the spray, able to find one, but now he's all on his lonesome. 2 players to try to get rid of the swing, getting ready to come through. They can't quite clutch it out. We're tied up 6-6 at the half.
That was a brilliant execute. That recon dart, even though it doesn't spot anything, the lack of information, they understand where Bank's position is. They're able to shut him down early. Nicely thought out by Gen.G. A little bit rough in that post plant, but they got it done.
Breathe a sigh of relief, once again just breaking that streak, bringing it back to parity. Gen.G, can they find stability, even on the defender side? Some mistakes being witnessed. Still, definitely a cause for concern. No way to breathe easy going into this next half. And pistol round, ever important. Let's see who is gonna take that first step. And for now, we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to break things down.
Well, that half could not have been close, and it's time to take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and it's bang, bang, bang. I definitely meant to say that, wrote that myself, but yeah, 100 Thieves are on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I think that things started off so quickly for Gen.G. They were just constantly sending and standing one step ahead. But the moment that 100 Thieves with plays like this one, especially from Bang coming from market, started shutting them down, they started slowing down time after time. And then is when the problems started to come for the squad.
Still, 6-6 is an amazing attack side on Ascent coming out of Gen.G. Getting that last round on the board with the KO ult, fast change of pace into the A site was huge for them. Even before that, though, I think they did a really good job of playing the mid round throughout, baiting out a lot of this utility for 100 Thieves, and when they got into the post plants, playing super disruptively and not letting 100 Thieves play into those flood retakes that they're so good at.
Yeah, exactly, but now we need to look ahead. Yes, 6-6 is not bad, right, when we're talking about the attack side, but Gen.G is right now 3 out of 3 in pistols in this series. If 100 Thieves wants to take it back, it has to start with the pistol. I think it has to start with some confidence on their attack side if they want to see breeze.
And we need to see 100 Thieves rally in this one. This team had such high expectations coming into this event, such high expectations after winning their first series in such dominant fashion against Foot. Gen.G, if they could close this one out here, I think you should really be considering them the tournament favorite.
Well, the pistol round is going to be absolutely pivotal here. As Kakuka said, 100 Thieves, they haven't managed to win a single pistol round just yet, and this could be the most important one. Achilles and Paperthin for their tournament so far.
Absolutely. I mean, clean with the pistols overall. How do they fare now? Shifting sides. Gen.G over onto the defense. This is where you would favor him. 6-6 overall on paper. Sounds like it'd be fantastic for him, but 100 Thieves are a different beast, and they're starting things off gorgeously. What a shutdown to Gen.G's game plan. Cryo and Asuna do take quite a bit of damage, but Karan just has to back away. A little bit of spray across the sea, waits for his teammates to rotate over, but Spike now planted. Recon, quick clear, no pings found, and no shock darts held here by Lakia to try to interrupt this. Door gonna be broken, Meteor able to find one, but now tag low, swings back in, does get himself a second. Karan noted, dealt with. Lakia now, last man standing, can't quite make it happen. EU will get the better of him at the end, and 100 Thieves will take the pistol.
This just comes down to slightly faster timing here from 100 Thieves. Their flash is in anticipation of aggression from Gen G. And Gen G isn't quite ready. Munchkin's there with texture, but I think they were thinking they'd get a little bit more space. Nasuna's flash is perfect. A lot of damage done on the way through the 100 Thieves, so that makes it close because they're all very, very weak. And Laki has an opportunity but can't quite get it done. And that is a monstrous, monstrous pistol round for 100 Thieves.
Looking for a similar rush out here. Just ignoring the one-way setup. Pop flash gonna be sent in. Munchkin doing a decent amount of damage. And Texture collecting two. Cryo and EU both taken out. Weapon cannot be recovered here. Way too far forward for it, but they'll even just juggle him back, not wanting any advantages handed over here to Gen G. What a bailout from Texture.
Gen G's so good with sheriffs.
Now in the danger zone here is 100 Thieves. Any more kills, any more weapons lost, that's gonna be painful for him. Smoke's in ahead of the 0 point. Into the back, the push forward, Texture finding himself a third, looking for the fourth, looking for the ace, will not find it. Bang denies that away from him. Pushes back the weapon, scoops up the Vandal. Either way you slice it, this is already catastrophic for the side of 100 Thieves. Let's see if he can get the win. Ooh, shots through, just looking to try to just whittle away at him. Shock dart landing right in front of his face. Not ready yet. Plant in. An off-default plant allows him to avoid these shock darts as the drone goes on the hunt. Cannot get that dart reveal. With a pinch here is Bang.
Come down to timing.
One more TP available for him. It's Lakia inching his way forward. Time starting to twiddle. The drop down, Lakia not getting taken out, and Meteor delivering the final headshot. Tied up once again. Gen G make it 7-7, shutting things down here in their eco round.
I mean, Texture is just an absolute animal. Just ridiculous what he's able to do. The paranoia is brilliant as well from Karon. The flash of getting involved from Munchkin. Gets those two and he's out. I think that might have been a little bit purposeful from Karon to reveal his position behind Generator. He was tucked out a little bit to buy that extra space for Texture.
Take the attention away.
Exactly. Because you can also, because there was still a flash, there was still a paranoia left for the side of 100 Thieves for that execute. And you could also buy some of that util, but oh me, oh my, what a round. Oh, what a shot.
Fantastic shutdown. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Down to 10 HP, but push here onto the side coming through. Karon, couple shots in. Suspects that they're going to be in a little bit deeper, and he does not turn for the flash. He's going to be taken out. That's going to be a weapon recovered here for the side of 100 Thieves. Meteor now arriving in Heaven. Fragment disrespects it, drifts across it, finds a headshot, but Bang takes him down. And what a reply from 100 Thieves. Get ecoed, they eco him right back. Minor investment. Locking now, last one standing. A 50-50, and he cannot get either of them. A MasterCard Thrifty, a proper one here, as 100 Thieves get themselves back into a leading position. What a response.
Yeah, they just turn up the pace and they start hitting some great flashes along the way. Just shutting everyone out as Asuna. Cryo wins a great early battle. That's brutal to lose that. But then look at these flashes, they're hitting everybody. Insanely good stuff. And it just shows you how good these two teams are. Able to go eco for eco against each other. Gen G down to Sheriffs. Shorty for Lakia. Phantom for Meteor, Guardian for Texture, and they're just going to keep the pace going.
Storming their way through. Nano going to be going off. Paranoia connecting onto a couple players, and Asuna the turret finishes them off. Surely not another one. Meteor's util getting so much value, and somehow it's happening again.
What is going on? This is madness. They're just reading each other so well. Oh, the spot.
That's the spot, but he TP's back, Gem. They think he's maybe in hell, but Karon with a smart reposition. Lucio entering, finding one, but then just getting counter sprayed down. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. 8-8. These teams inseparable.
These have been some of the most explosive rounds you will see on Ascent. They are just clobbering each other on A. Look at these nanos. So wonderfully placed, and Bang just gets
again
driven by.
Talking about the flashes in the previous round for 100 Thieves. Here
right
they
back
are.
At it, yep.
absolutely unreal scenes, the likes of which we have never witnessed before.
Give me more of that. I'm enjoying this.
Well, the economy needs to be broken if that's going to be the case. Texture waiting out to see if there's going to be a ping, but instead, 100 Thieves read it. We just spray across. Texture falls. The trap play not getting its catch.
Left open so much space on A, and that brings out the fragment from Gen.G to make sure that they can reposition, and Munchkin just plops himself right in the middle of this smoke. Bang waiting to see if he'll push out, but Munchkin gonna think better of it. Gets the check though.
Yeah. Munchkin wanting to push it. Takes him down a little bit low. Bang having to wait out that suppression before trying to make any kind of exit for himself.
That's so well played by Munchkin.
Fake on the TP. Munchkin, does he read that at all? So the answer's gonna be no. No attempt at a spray. No command now gonna be popped. So they rotate over here in towards B, but Meteor able to collect 1 kill. Weapon still works just fine, and Meteor shuts down 3. Res can come through. Austin is still in the fight. The push now, the flutter retake attempt coming in as Karan able to find 2 quick kills, and Bang still
he's in spawn.
Working. He's over in their spawn.
30 seconds left.
A massive opportunity here for him.
No way they read this.
The door's shut. They know. They're so aware at the moment. Karan staring over here towards Alley. Tucks back though. But Munchkin left lingering. He's got the spike under his control, and Karan's got the headshot to give Gen.G the lead.
Oh my God. These rounds are absolutely bonkers, dude. These are just so crazy. The back and forth. I mean, you get the opener on the Texture, and then you buy a bit of time. You bait out some good utility from Gen.G, and Meteor just goes crazy. I mean, these repositions, gets the first dink, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna get more off of this. And Karan steps in, finds a second through the wall there. Ridiculous stuff that we are seeing here.
Gen.G now up 9-8, but it has just been a fairly pendulum swinging map. These players just back and forth, giving over these rounds. Again, softer buy here for the side of 100 Thieves. Guardian, 4 Stingers. Pull back from Meteor. Paranoia timing is gorgeous, and Meteor collecting the first kill, collecting a second. Busio dead. Karan here at Hell, but that's exactly where he's looking to send 100 Thieves. 2 kills picked up. Meteor with a finisher. Another 3-piece from him, and Gen.G move up to 10.
Yeah, no shenanigans this time. Gen.G's not falling for these early executes, getting caught up in that util. Instead, they pedal back just enough and then wait for the paranoia, wait for their opportunities to strike. Karan just being super patient in Hell. Another flash there to set Meteor up as well. And I love the change-ups from Gen.G, starting to get the feel for the flow of this, and they have a ton of ults, Achilleos. So does 100 Thieves, though.
Yeah.
Both have their lockdowns.
This is back into the full investment here for him. Hunter's Fury available for both to try to clear out those lockdowns if they come into play. 100 Thieves for now, just wanting to take some early space. But okay, Hunter's Fury gonna go across, looking for the tags though. Not gonna be found, and that opens up for a fairly free use lockdown. Meteor can get a timing one to counteract and try to stave them off. Could just be nullified off the rip, but Texture for now. Creeping forward, thinking about it, swings out, but Cryo just around the corner. Asuna up on top of the box, tries to get the flick. Wow. Not quite gonna make it happen this time.
Jeez, thought we might get a repeat of that one earlier.
Yeah, the elbow peek.
Yes. I mean, Texture so aware. Hitting the flow state right now is Gen.G. They've sent 100 Thieves pedaling over to the other side of the map. And that's gonna be the strong side for Gen.G. A lot of that initiator utility over there, plus Karan, the paranoia and the smokes. He's nasty to deal with, but still in Hell, so there's an opportunity here for 100 Thieves.
Wait out the 0 point. Look at these rotations. They really think that this is going to be a B hit now. Well, to have their world turned upside down. 0 point. Spotting on a 1. Karan, though, still here at Hell. Finally going to be dealt with. Finds one. Asuna taken out. Pop flash over the top. The swinging from Lockya. Odin in hand. Finds one. Bang now. Dead. Spike now planted. 20 seconds here. Does have the lockdown, but do you commit it? Versus 4. Door now broken. And they're in such a poor spot. EU, a little bit late to react. Still finds one, but now dead. And Busio alone. Can't make it happen. Munchkin with 3 will get Gen.G another round win. 2 away from 2-0ing 100 Thieves.
Man, the recovery here for Gen.G is so good. 100 Thieves had him completely fooled on the lack of information. Gen.G starts guessing that it's going to be B. They even invest a lockdown over there. And then a great flash over the top from Munchkin. Well timed there to catch a bunch of 100 Thieves members. That sets up him and Lakia to do some damage. They spread things out. 100 Thieves, it's going to take a little bit of time here to rethink this because now they are not able to go blow for blow with Gen.G. It's been 4 in a row that Gen.G has been able to string together.
This was the ultimate hurdle, though. This point on Icebox for Gen.G. Took them so very long to try to get that 12th round win, and this time 100 Thieves are a hell of a lot closer in that scoreline. This timeout ends up working for them. It still very much give Gen.G some struggles in trying to get up to match point. They still have an immense amount of tools available to them. Hunter's Fury, lockdown committed by Gen.G in that last round. They hold both of those ults right now. 100 Thieves, can they make them work? Can they use them to their advantage to turn this back around?
Exactly. I mean, I think the glass is half full here for 100 Thieves. I'm still feeling like they can turn this around. With that ult advantage, I mean, now you've got the Op and the Odin for Gen.G, but there's opportunities here to clear some space, to get a plant down, and maybe do some serious damage to Gen.G, knock these power weapons out for a round. And the concern, though, is that Gen.G's banked up quite an economy.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to do it a couple times. But got an opportunity to at least start that march right here, right now. A little bit of a check. Meteor just backpedals a bit to dodge it. Taking their time. I mean, Gen.G's been so aggressive sometimes in the beginning of these rounds. You have to worry that, it's going to be Texture and Munchkin, or Texture and Charon, or Charon and Munchkin. You never know who's going to be coming around that corner.
But look at the read right now for Gen.G.
Yeah, they've got the read.
Shifting everybody. I mean, Lakia, he's just pushing so far forward. He's up into B lobby, nothing going to be seen. No util sent over at A. Or over in mid, I should say, as Cryo goes for an entry. As he pushes out of the smoke, though, Texture able to shut him down. Repeats over towards main. Meteor, however, covering fire, finding one. And Karen still here in hell. Bang finds one, but that is not enough. EU, last one standing once more. Gen.G, barring a miraculous clutch, they're getting themselves up to match point. The Jiggle Peak, they note him. They want to take everything away from him.
Just what a read from Gen.G. It's so difficult there for 100 Thieves to find any advantage. Charon's immediately TPing out from behind Gen. Texture just never really noticed in
30
time.
seconds left.
Up on top of heaven. Charon just a devil in hell. And just reigning supreme from that position. And Munchkin is going to get the final kill on the EU. It's match point, Achilleos.
12-8, 100 Thieves, cashless, timeoutless. The buy is going to be rough. They still have a lockdown, but there's a null command on the other side. Munchkin might not even give him the opportunity to use it. Gen.G, some stumbles, some crazy thrifties, but these last several rounds have been absolutely pristine from them as they look to shut down the #1 seed from Americas.
Look at this op positioning, getting aggressive with it. Smoke to cover it, though.
Here.
Ooh, the spam damage! Bang with the Guardian.
Did he get a spot of him?
I
don't see how. Munchkin gonna look to try to reinforce his position, expecting that there's still gonna be some kind of push coming through mid. It's tucked away just ahead of the smoke dissipating.
I think they're aware.
Is he gonna be ready for this? No, he's not. Cryo, very aware, very snappy. Taking too much damage now. 3 players alive. Lakia with a judge. Gonna struggle to try to find value. Meteor only one over on this A site. And with the ult check, gonna have a long rotation to reinforce A. If that's where 100 Thieves end up striking. Flash at the ready. Full util. Dumped here. It's gonna be popped. Meteor trying to buy some time here. Allow for the rest of the team to rotate over. Fragment gonna be thrown down right at Meteor's feet. He's got to push out off of that one, but he's got this one-way setup and he's able to collect a single kill. Rotates back, tucks away, looks for Bang, can't make it happen. Bang finds a headshot. It's Lakia now picking up the operator. Taken down, Bang gets himself a third. Coming alive here when they need it the most. For Charon, it would be absolutely monstrous of him This young gun, this rookie. Smoke nearly back up, finds the first, but it's taken down to 20 HP. Nigh impossible for him, especially with the flank coming around the back. Cryo will just go ahead challenging for the fight. Takes him down. 3 players left alive, weapons collected, 100 Thieves. They hang in.
Yeah, there's still life in them yet. And bang, doing a great job there. I'm with you, Achilles. I'm not sure if they saw something underneath that smoke, like a pixel out of place, or just caught a glimpse on the map, or just guessed.
Just a read.
Just a read. Yep.
And
that's fair.
I mean, it's just a great understanding. Says, okay, I think Texture's going to be pushing up. Smoke, he's going to just go ahead and try to back off. And he's just got the lineup for it.
It's huge. Gives him an opportunity. Now they've got another lockdown for Boostio to work with.
I mean, man's just been holding on to it.
Yeah. Oh, he's just been holding on to it. Yeah, he hasn't used it. You're right. Just felt like so long ago that maybe he would have used it.
Texture just looking to clear out that turret. Backs off, wary about any kind of counter swing up
Sekarang
the top.
giliran tuh. Emang udah paling bener.
Stack towards B.
Gua buat facecam satu lagi sih.
All the troubles that Under Thieves has had at A, when that's been their main point of attack without any early picks.
Facecam.
Eventually, they're gonna have to consider B, but with this op here, let's see if Texture can find the opening kill.
Ooh, EU swinging, but not wide enough for Texture to collect that one. Breathe a sigh of relief as he manages to stay alive. One player spotted, not enough to sell it here, it would seem, for Gen G to believe in this A hit. It's going to be Texture and Munchkin to try to stave this off, to try to close out the map. Drone at the ready.
They spread the initiator utility, so it's tough to get a read.
Off doesn't clear it. Texture now, knives pop, reveal the meteor. Able to find one, tucks back in towards Tree. Boostio here behind him, working his way forward into the smoke. Looks for the shot, finally stabilizes it. Doesn't take too much damage, but Karen now arriving.
Down A.
Find the first, puts the spike on the floor. Wide swing, gets himself another elimination. Now Munchkin on the floor. Not looking reasonable here. Lakia rotating over.
Spike planted.
Catches a glimpse of the shoulder. Can he go for the res? Tucks down the crouch, saving him for a brief little moment. Looks for the shot, he cannot have it. Double wall bangs, 100 Thieves continue. Now getting themselves up to double digits.
They're able to spread the map just enough. It's this extra attention that Asana's drawing on the other side of the map that keeps Gen G from being able to retake, to go for the flood. A great lurk from Boostio to get the kill on the Meteor. Meteor had no idea. Dead to rights. Asana immediately up top to shut down the no command. Great breakthrough there to get those 2 kills off the res.
Sekarang tinggal nunggu jam makan gua sih.
Gonna take a time.
Thieves needing to get these next 2 consecutively. Take us into that OT to have a chance at taking us to a 3rd map.
Texture just gonna opt to not grab a gun. He's kind of playing off of a dead teammate potentially. They went for a walkabout in A main, but that gives them a ton of info that this is gonna be a B hit. So they've already got a lot of reinforcements in place.
Nano to clear out the alarm bot. Switch gonna be hit here as Cryo goes pushing forward. Recon pings him though, spray across it, looking to try to take him down. Asana as well gonna be noted as Meteor finds 1, finds 2, gets himself a 3rd! Meteor!
Abyss!
Series to end! Boostio, the last one standing, sees 1, but he's noted, he's dead! 13-10, once again, Gen G! They are back!
Turun!
Once again, they take down the America's #1 seed!
No one has played more maps of Valorant this year than Gen G, and they just get better and better and better. They power up the more they go.
Lo lihat nih nanti di final ya. Genji.
Miomai and Meteor on this last map at B site. He wasn't having any of
Anjir, tapi sponsornya 100 Thieves gila ya. Lexus anjir sama Adidas. Beri tepuk tangan.
A chance to run it back. A chance to keep themselves in this one, to still reach that grand final. Not quite taking the path that they wanted, but there is still opportunity here for this team.
Kok nggak fist bump mereka ya? Kenapa ya?
Oh yeah, well, and in some ways, to make matters worse for 100 Thieves, you just lost to Pacific's number 2.
Asian level.
Now you got to go up against Pacific's number 1.
With a couple more struggles there for the side of Paper Rex, but yeah.
Sure.
Paper Rex akan ketemu sama Genji. Genji, 100 Thieves.
Who the hell knows what it's going to look like when they go up against Paper Rex? I mean, I don't think anybody is ready for that.
I'll take more of this Ascent. That was awesome. That was just such a fun map for both squads. Really, both teams throwing a lot at each other. Tons of different looks, great recoveries, great adjustments. You got to give 100 Thieves credit. Like, it's a rough start on both maps, and they were able to bring it back both times. So there's still a lot of fight in this team. It's just,
oh yeah,
you can't. It's so weird because with both of these teams, I'm like, you can't have slow starts.
Right.
Because if you come out of the gate swinging, you're just going to lose to the other because they're so sturdy in the long run.
Iya, kemarin diwawancarain nih.
Disappointed that we didn't get to see the overtime. We didn't get to see Breeze come through because there's so many wild moments, so many just great plays here throughout. Solid attempts for the side, 100 Thieves to run this one back, but giving up far too much at the start of that Ascent. Far too much at the start of that Icebox. Genji just came out swinging. Just the waves exchanged across the stage here. Camaraderie still found, but man, Genji keep themselves in that upper bracket. Let's go ahead and hear from Lockie in our Verizon post-match interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 GNG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Lakia 选手来接受我们的采访，同时这样也会做一些翻译的工作。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Lakia from GNG with us, and Jen for some translations. 首先一定要恭喜他们获得了比赛的胜利，同时我们想先聊一下第一张地图森寒东港。其实对于 GNG 来说是一个非常好的开始，9-3的上半场，但是可能来到下半场之后，100T 也是通过自己的方式稍微扭转了一些局势。也想问一下，当时在那种情况下，他们是如何保持积极的心态，最后赢下比赛胜利的呢 ？So it was a very good start on.
Tim perlengkapan di belakang ya, oh lampu gelap bersih-bersih, beres-beres.
So how do you keep a
positive mental?
itu
technical stuffnya.
아이스박스에서 출발이 너무 좋았는데 이제 백티가 계속해서 따라왔잖아요. 그럴 때 좀 선수들끼리 어떤 얘기를 하면서 멘탈을 잡으려고 했나요?
일단
rata-rata mereka semua pakai face mask ya.
커넥션을 좀 더 집중했고 상대 플레이는
besok lower lagi betul.
많이 당했어요. 그래가지고 그런 실수를
mestinya
그리고 그냥 간단하게.
Iya, ini ketemu Paper Rex, berarti 100 Thieves. Yang abis ini ketemu FUT.
In those situations, and also we knew what 100 Thieves were going to do, but we still made some mistakes from our side, and also we let them have some rounds, even though we knew what they were about to do, and we were well aware of their game plans. So we kept ourselves very focused and tried to close it out.
Fokus banget tuh,
在那个时候，其实在这种情况下，他们最注意的、最需要做到的就是保持好他们积极的沟通，每一分的沟通。其实，在那个时候，他们很多时候其实是知道 100 Thieves 他们是打算做什么的，但是他们确实犯了一些错误，也让对方抓到了机会。但是即使如此，在那个时候面对100T，他依然知道他们的打法风格以及他们的计划是什么样的，同时他们也非常清楚自己可以赢下比赛的胜利。那接下来第二个问题，因为其实来到了季后赛之后，我们会发现很多赛区的1号种子表现并没有想象中的那么好，也想问一下 Lakia 选手，他觉得原因是什么呢？ So when we come to the playoffs, it feels like all the first seed from other region maybe not as good as we expected. So what do you think is the reason for that?
Padahal gue mau lihat Breeze loh.
이번에 플레이오프에 들어오면서 1번 시드가 각 지역에서 좀 힘을 발휘하지 못하고 있는 것 같거든요. 특별한 이유가 있을 것 같나요?
이렇게
1번 시드가 힘을 발휘하지 못한다기보다는 저희가 잘한 것 같다고.
kalau Korea tuh rata-rata gitu.
1번 시드들은 힘을 충분히 발휘했던
mukanya bocil ya, tapi kalau ngomong Korea berat banget suaranya. Nadanya berat banget.
좋았던 것 같아요.
I don't think it's the first seed nerf.
Cewek-cewek pasti bilang,
I
anjing
mean,
pasti
the first seed
ganteng nih
teams
suara-suara
are playing,
begini.
well, pretty well, but it's just us performing very well, catching everybody off guard with how good we are. So it's just
jarang
more
gue
on us
denger
being
Korea
able
yang
to,
nadanya tuh tinggi gitu,
overperform.
cowok.
他说，其实对于他来说，他并不觉得所有赛区的1号种子表现没有那么好，但是可能对于他们来讲的话，其实是 GNG 的表现可能会给大家一些出乎意料的时候，在很多时候面对其他赛区的1号种子的时候，也能打出一个非常非常好的表现，从而赢下比赛的胜利。
非常好，itu sangat
采访到这里就先结束了，再一次感谢 Lucky 选手来接受我们的采访，也感谢 Jen 做我们的翻译工作。那我们一会儿再见。And that's all for our interview. And thank you for joining me. And thank you for translations.
Tuh kan, thank you.
谢谢，谢谢你。See you guys later.
At least harus bisa ngomong thank you, goodbye, hello, ya. Alright, kita masuk ke game 2. Kita akan masuk ke G2 versus Team Heretics.
Tailwind already burned, but now the reinforcements arrive. It's gonna be Munchkin Lockit collecting one apiece, Lockit doubling up, tripling up.
Artinya terima kasih.
Nothing to try to interrupt that one. Picture here, back yellow. But it's gonna be
Ini Valorant ada caster Jepang ya kira-kira?
Munchkin gets himself an ace.
Gue pengen lihat nih, keren ya.
Connecting in on top of it, not gonna be able to clear this one. Texture gonna be taken down.
Valorant.
This round, it's a massacre. Bustio, what a catastrophe
出ていた試合の中ではあまりこう強引に自分
And those kills, gives the thrash. Over here to lock up, bang. Up top to the...
Saya mau coba dengar nih. Belum main kan, game-nya belum main.
働いていったなというところが、見て思った点ですかね。
さあ、この後のインタビューですが、ジェンジーからはラキア選手が来ていただけるとのことです。はい。いやー、こう、インタビューでも試合前のインタビューでもありましたけれども、かなりこうね、強気な姿勢だったハンドレッドシブス、しかもこう初戦のインパクトが強かったですからね。
Tunggu mainって
1対0で抑え込めたというのは自信にもつながるでしょう。
Ada apa lagi ya Valorant ya?
しかも今日ラキア選手、特にアイスボックスの試合でも目立っていましたけれども、重要な局面でのキル本当に目立ちましたよね。
打ち合いもラキア選手絶好調でしたよね。
そうですね。
なんかもともとね、ビジョンストライカーズや DRX でしたっけ、こう先で6人目として入った時も勝負ができる
Wow, 11.000 ya,
強気なところっていうところが評価されていたんですけれども、パシフィックリーからこのマスターズにかけてどんどんこう調子を上げ続けている。そしてね、その強気なところっていうのも試合間で何度もいい方向に働いていましたからね。
あとはですね、アビリティ切るタイミングが非常にいいですよね。情報を取るタイミングが的確なので、
India, Arab nggak ada?
かなりハンドレッドシーブスからしても攻める先、自分たちが攻めるよっていうタイミングでドローンが回ってきたり、リコンボルトが来ていたり、すぐディジ回されたりとかもしていたじゃないですか。そこを苦しみましたよね、ハンドレッドシーブス。
そういった的確なスキル回しだったり打ち合いなど、タイミングの面でのそのメリハリの良さというところがありますからね。まあ少しこうその日本のリージョンでイグジストに在籍していた時期などもありましたけれども、最初の国際大会でヌターンとして活躍していた時からかなり長い時期不調が続いていたところ、今年に入ってからもうラキア選手どんどん調子上げてきてますよね。
あとはジェンジーって今このマスターズ上海で出場しているチームの中で、それこそ僕も何回もお伝えさせてもらってるんですけど、もう全部のパラメーター能力値がすごく高いチームなんですよね。
Jepang ditus 13.000, yang aslinya 20.000-an. Pasti pada mau dengar Inggris sih.
このジェンジーをどこが止めれるんだというところでまた楽しみですよね。
今のところこのマスターズ上海ではジェンジー全勝なんですよね。スイスステージも2勝で先に抜けることができました。
B バサミ、この展開を読んでたのはさすがでしたよね。
読み勝りましたよね。しかもこの後ろにはしっかりと EU のカバーもつけているんですよね。
そうですね、 EU もA ショートのフラッシュを受けて即座に B に寄っていったんですよ。これは間違いなく
bahkan mereka nggak ada ngomong apapun yang berupa Inggris itu, jadi gue nggak tahu mereka ngomongin apa gitu. Omen gitu, Killjoy nggak ada kan.
今回も A 面リコンボルト互いの0ポイントを超えてカロンが前に入る。 B メインカウンタ
ー。スピア。
B メインを取り返したのはハンドレッドシーブスですが、その B メインをかわしてミッドにオールドローンを回していくラキア。ここから B メインの取り返しかなり難しいですよね。
そうですね。
そうですね。Itu aja yang gua ngerti mah.
っているため、A 側の堅い守りは崩れないでしょ
う。かなりこの B 側はもう固める必要がないと判断するのがハンドレッドシブスですからね。
Kurang energi ya, kayak
クライを一人に任せて
emang kayak lagi baca berita kayaknya coy.
B の守りは若干引いた防衛ラインになりました。あと手前に0ポイントかかってしまいましたが、ガーデンにパラノイアを入れて一気に抜けていく。ヘブンバサミを狙う。ただ
高速を狙った。
遅れて EU が入ってきた。ただヘブンからのテクスチャー、サイド中仕留めようと狙うもののアスナが止めた。ショートからメテオ 1v3 2人で置いていた。最後はブースティンのキルです。
Gak ada, bahkan kayak ada sedikit Q, dia kayak oh ada utility gitu atau apa gitu, nggak ada ya, semuanya pakai bahasa Jepang. Maksudnya nggak, biasanya bahasa Jepang kan ada Inggris di Jepang-Jepangan gitu ya. Ini nggak ada, jadi gue kalau nonton ini mah nggak bakal ngerti cuy. Indonesia gitu coba ya, kan belum mulai kan gimana ya. Weh, oh lagi 1 menit guys, 1 menit. Wes, ini copyright. Copyright ya. Tunggu 1 menit ya. Jepang susah sih. Coba, yang watch party siapa ya? Ini kalian mau nonton orang-orang master co-stream, mestinya ada nih, banyak sih. Tuh ini lah, nggak ada lagi. Oh ada nih, oh ini orang Thailand. YouTuber tuh. Di Indo nggak ada. Oh ini ada nih. Ada sebagian ya, Indo dikit ya. Wah, anjir. Watch party-nya ada studio anjir. Watch party-nya yang ditonton dianya anjir. Itunya kecil. Banyak sih master co-stream tuh banyak sebenarnya, cuman wah kalau ini gue nggak tahu sih ini. Wah ini bisa di take down anjir. Iya anjir.
Biggest feeling was that this should have been closer
Mau YouTube atau Twitch aja?
than it was. Team Heretics in the last 2 maps, after a great start to the series, I think really started to crumble. They came out playing split with Patatech on the raise. The game plan didn't look fully cooked through.
Tapi YouTube
and
tadi
they fell
bisa
apart to a G2 that was honestly starting to pick up a lot of steam. It was I think the first game I watched at this event of Icy, where I was like, this guy is ready for the big stage, where he was really stepping up. It was some great calling from Valorant, but I think Team Heretics has grown so much since this match.
Yeah, exactly. They've gotten all the practice that they wanted. Yeah, to me, actually, it was the bind. We saw it
Twitch
again
walaupun
from G2, and I feel
1080
like
tapi
they feel
ingestionnya bagus
very,
banget
very
ya.
comfortable. They're a force to be reckoned there with. So, honestly, I don't know what to expect from this one. I don't know what to say to...
Oke, kita masuk ke
some
game
point,
2.
You would think Heretics will go down, right?
Right? Go down where?
Right?
To the lower bracket.
To the lower bracket.
Oh, no.
Eventually?
Oh, not you.
No. Is Heretics going to be the team that makes it cleanly to the grand final?
It is crazy. I was the outlier. No, but it would be ridiculous if either G2 or Team Heretics did. I think both these teams. Heretics coming in with a start.
Analis sekarang pakai Apple Pencil guys. Bukan pakai kertas, pakai pensil biasa. Berarti gue udah bisa siap jadi analis ini. Cuma buat dipegang-pegang, diputer-puter doang.
It is possible, and
Nggak
for more on
diapa-apain.
this rematch, Mika Fabs caught up with Boo.
Gue panggil dia
I'm
Chun-Li.
here right now with Boo from Team
Boneka lucu tuh
Heretics.
pengen.
Boo, this is going to be the second
yang
time that
beruang
you're
gua
up
nggak
against
tahu
G2.
siapa
You
sih.
previously faced them in the Swiss stage. So how has the team grown? What have you guys learned since then?
I think since then we improved our fundamentals. I think that's the reason we lost the split against G2. So yeah, we
orang-orang kayak gini dedikasi luar biasa
prepared
ya.
for the maps that we expect.
Ya,
to play.
Apple Pencil gue yang lama sih,
Yeah,
nggak
I think
kepake
this
aja.
time is gonna be way better.
Excited
Udah
to
nonton
see
The
it.
Glory ya, The Glory?
I love that little smile at the end as well.
Tadi ngomong A main, iya di Jepang cuman ngomong B main, A main, udah.
Down to those fundamentals because so many of those
Anjir,
clutches, they were
bajunya gitu
1v1s,
banget.
they
Buat
were
apa itu ya?
3v1s, 2v1s, and they were losing to mistakes that literally get in
Kemarin
your head.
Keng-Keng juga pakai
Maybe we're not
model-model kayak gitu,
prepared
tapi
for this,
koyo
maybe we're
lagi.
not ready for this, maybe I should be here and not doing this just because I'm not used to playing this way.
Tetap ya, segimanapun teknologi wireless ya, orang-orang akan tetap pakai kabel. Tapi gue nggak tahu kenapa mouse tetap wireless di mereka pakai. Kalau keyboard juga ada wireless, apakah teknologi keyboard belum ada kayak gitu?
And when we're talking about the fundamentals, how this team is playing together, I think the synergy between Riens and Patek as the double initiators of the squad and how they're setting up Woot is absolutely pivotal. And I think he's been
kompetisi game ini kompetisi game tembak-tembakan gitu, kayak model point blank gitu lah.
2024, the year of the rookies. We were so excited in Madrid to finally see Riens on stage, but the way that he's delivering here, again, such a young player. We have so many youngsters performing.
Oh, jadi lebih enteng, tapi tetap aja teknologi kan. Kalau semua bisa wireless, why not? Ya kan?
But he makes it look as like you should in every single game.
And the guy is
tapi monitor kayak gini ribet bracketnya
guys.
Lu lihat tuh, angle monitornya banyak banget tuh, 1, 2, 3.
Where he said, G2 the match is already over. We've won. We're so much better than we were last time. Like he's so confident and deservingly so because he's
biasa
great.
nggak buat di kamar-kamar sempit sih.
He self-proclaims that he's the most toxic player on that team.
Bracketnya biasanya udah dipatenin di meja gitu.
He's like, yeah, I'll make fun of Benji. You know, I'm gonna mess around with Vu, but like if Boo, no, that's the daddy. I don't do anything.
But time and time again, every time that we see them on stage, you'd be like, Benji, celebrate, and Boo's living with it, and Boo's like,
emang kenapa tetap mouse kabelnya dipakai?
He's like that. He's like, okay, we keep into the game, stop with the summer camp, it's over.
He's gotta keep them grounded. But the thing is, we talk about what Heretics have managed to do since
Ntar suatu saat nanti monitor juga wireless.
But the fact that G2 managed to beat PaperX since the last time they faced Heretics,
sekarang semua wireless sih
is a way crazier feat.
Yeah, I mean, them beating VaporX, I don't think anyone
sekarang udah
could
bisa
have seen
ada
coming. But
charging wireless
and they
juga
really
gitu kan. Dulu kan mana tahu ya ada teknologi kayak gini ya.
In particular, after losing the first map, 11-1 in the first half. But they said in interviews, hey, all we needed was that one round. That was the catalyst. And they turned it around and they had fantastic performances on these next two maps. They're so good at playing as a team and shutting down star players. They did not let Something and Jing get up to their usual shenanigans. And guys like Icy came out with massive confidence.
Which is something that not many people can say, right? Like we saw Something yesterday and what he was doing on the same map on Bind, how confident they
mungkin
were.
Nanti suatu saat
taking advantage of the
khusus kan keyboard sekarang kan 10 keyless ya. Nanti 25 keyless tapi wireless.
Because Mika caught up with him to get his thoughts on this matchup.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Icy of G2, looking very cool. I'm suddenly aware that I don't have shades at all. I wanted to ask you how you feel going up against Woot, especially since there's been a lot of attention on him now being one of the rising duelists of this tournament.
I don't think he's a problem. He's just another player to me, so it's no big deal.
It's all the same for him.
Yep.
Alright, coach is talking. He's smiling. He's smiling. He can't take himself.
Is that going to bite him a little bit, you think, after this game? Is he going to pay for that?
The fact that you think, is he going to pay for that? Well, maybe. Hear me out. The fact that you think he cannot take himself seriously because he's laughing when he's wearing that t-shirt and those shades, but it is the laugh. It's like, he cannot. Hear me out. We are talking about the duelist. Yes, you know, coming into the tournament, we know Wood was not supposed to be in that position. He has demonstrated that he is a demon in the server, but also, we need to think about the initiators that are setting them up time after time. I don't think it's much about fearing your opponent. It's about fearing how much that initiator is going to go up against you.
Yeah, and even if he's cracking a smile during the interview, having that confidence is critical. And I think it's what he was lacking in Americas, right? This was
yang sombong tapi emang jago ya.
Criticized a lot for
Ternyata sombong tapi jago sih.
But he has stepped up so much here at Masters Shanghai, right? Like, I feel like he's finally like proving to the community why this team had faith in him. We always heard from pro players behind the scene about Icy, the guy going out dropping 40 who was dominant in T2. And it's waited a long time to see it, but now he's found his confidence, he's found himself, and I think he's peaking at the perfect time. Very similar to what Wood is achieving, looking like the breakout star in Shanghai.
I mean, this is the thing though, he said it himself in the past as well. He doesn't feel anything but confidence. He's like, I don't really feel pressure, I don't really feel nerves, I just feel pure confidence. So, Kukuga, who's going to out-confident who, you feel like?
I think would. I think
yang mau claw grip, palm grip, enak
just coming
dipegang
in onto the
sebenarnya.
stage, he'll be wearing the better shapes. Let's say it like that. But we need to talk.
Gue kira
about
tadi pertama kali gue
and when
pakai
we're
itu
talking about
mouse
shutting
kayak,
down,
wah ini
he was the
enteng
one
banget,
getting the clutches
terlalu
time
enteng kayak gue bisa
after
buku
time
banting kayak
here.
mouse-nya.
That's his nickname.
What
I
are you
love
talking
it. I just never seen it on a lower third. I love it.
We're just making him better. We're just making
No,
him
but his clutches were so impactful in that G2 game. I think he's a really consistent force for this G2 roster. His utility is always on point, and it feels like every match has one or two of those big clutch rounds that can push these wins over the line for
Si
G2.
itu siapa guys namanya yang waktu itu ada pro player yang
this is a rematch. Team Heretics should have learned
suka
from their
cengengesan
mistakes, and
sendiri,
thus fundamentals
suka
could not be
bercandaan.
on the way. Even with that, Jonapi is showing a brilliant performance so far. And it's even when he's not getting those clutches, sometimes he doesn't even need to because he's just setting up everybody else for success.
This is the thing though, they should learn from that, but the fact of the matter is, Mimi, they lost. It was G2 that won.
They did end up losing, and I think they are a better team than they were when they lost that game. The fundamentals have improved vastly. They figured out their comps on maps like Split. But I think G2 is going to win this game, and I think the biggest thing for me is how strong their team play is at shutting down star players.
Main banget, main tiap hari gua.
They have great synergy. They're always finding double swings, and they always have the right game plan. I think it's time for people to stop doubting G2.
Maybe Heretics wants to bring in the chaos. Maybe they feel so comfortable that when the plan is going down and they cannot play against G2, they decide to just send it.
I can't wait to see which way we're gonna go here. It's time to bring the players onto stage. Here's Team Heretics and G2 Esports.
Ada kemarin gue tidur nggak nonton. Emang ada deh. Gue kira rosternya pada berubah anjir. Jadi lu bayangin guys kalau kalian dipanggil tuh terus kayak gini. Dulu tim gini cuman Dota, sekarang semua game aja keren banget. Riot gila sih kalau buat turun sih. Kalian nggak mau jadi pro player, mumpung kalian masih anak-anak muda. Siapa tahu kan kalian berbakat.
Oh, it feels like deja vu out here.
Coachnya gebuk semua anjir, serem bener badannya ya.
And it was G2 that came out on top. But this time around things are very, very different. And the map pool is absolutely bonkers.
What? You're telling me? Okay, so for people, context, Team Heretics have been perma-banning that as
we're gonna have another icebox.
So they decide, I guess, pick your poison. Do you want to go back into that bind, or do you want to face Ascent and whatever can happen there?
Yeah, I don't expect anything crazy on that map. I imagine they're just going to be playing the default comp, but they must have been practicing it, and that sets us up for a very cool, classic, icy versus head-to-head on that Star Duelist role. We'll be starting things off though on Icebox, which for me has been a really strong map for G2. I think especially on their defensive side, where they'll switch over to in the second half, has been stellar. Their flood retakes, the way that they isolate fights in the backside, especially towards A, has really been on point through this event.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't this also the map that they got 13-1?
Yeah, by T1.
It did happen. It happened.
But they're going a lot since then.
No.
And honestly, this match is about two teams who have had massive growth.
Tuh boneka lah guys, boneka ayam. Kemarin boneka Jono siapa ya?
Round of the playoffs, it's two squads who have met the moment in Shanghai.
But it's interesting, right, that both of these teams, they do not want to face up against each other in the maps that they have already played. Heretics is going
sediain boneka satu, hot pack
satu. They want to go for the icebox. They feel very, very comfortable. This was the map that, by the way, went completely insane against FPX. That never-ending overtime that actually took them out of the Swiss stage.
Headsetnya sekarang di sini cuma buat kedap suara, tapi rata-rata orang pakai earpiece.
But it's also a map that they could have very well lost, and it could have meant that they very well not have been here.
Why not Lotus, right? We were talking about the initiators. Patitech is so good. Rians is so good there. Even if they were to start on the defense,
in-game-nya ini kan earpiece kan.
But they decide to leave
headsetnya ini
maybe they're expecting to go to distance.
So we're starting things off on Icebox as our map number 1
Headsetnya ini
of this
comms ya?
series then.
Atau
And
buat kedap suara
really, I
ya?
think for Team
Ada
Heretics,
mic-nya sih.
they're one of the few teams in the event that is still playing the old kind of classic Sova KO composition. And I think if they're going to find success here, they need to really get things going on this defensive side. Their comp is really good for fighting forward, setting root up on some of these forward lines. I think the key to success is disrupting this KO Gecko as what we saw in that first series.
Berarti lu dengerin Valorant lu lewat
There
earpiece.
is not going to be a harbor. They decide to go for the sage
Kompsnya khusus kayaknya ya.
This one, no, I didn't, but I do like this change. I like the. This is kind of a little bit a la 100 Thieves where they're sticking to that comp they were doing before.
Kenapa nggak model di apa ya buat ruangan gitu ya? Dulu kan kalau kayak Dota kan kayak TI gitu kan dikasih kurungan-kurungan gitu. Udah nggak zaman kali ya.
Those lineups with the slow warp towards places like back yellow to help your scaling.
We wanted to see that head-to-head. We're going to have to wait. A composition without a duelist to start things off.
Well, let's not wait any longer and bring your casters into this match. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, Into. Yeah, Mimi mentioned it. Icebox to kick us off. We've got to talk about the Sage transition, moving away from the Harbor towards that pick. What are your thoughts?
I think it has a lot to do with the attacking side. I mean, they want to set the pace. They want to get the bomb down. I mean, they had no success at all against T1, but I think that can work into their favor, Doug, because when you lose that badly, you didn't really show much of anything, and they were able to watch so many rounds from Heretics on this composition. And G2 is a heavy prep team, so they might come fielding a lot of unique ideas that will counter the way Heretics like to play this defensive side.
And they've made a living of studying their opponents and knowing them in some ways better than they know themselves.
And not only their opponents, but specifically shutting down the enemy duelists.
Yeah.
They're so good at that. We've seen them do it with Ospas. They've seen them do it time and time again with all the duelists here.
Yeah. I mean, they did it domestically, now they're doing it internationally. But this is a big ask, man, because Wood has taken this tournament by storm.
Oh, he's been phenomenal all tournament long. And I mean, he's getting more and more comfortable on this role. And he said he feels a lot of pressure, but
you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, he goes so aggressive at times, especially on this side of the map. That's a great shock dart to get some chip damage on the Leaf to start the round.
Has a Sheriff to work. Not a ton of noise made in this round so far. See the drone now moving forward a little bit, trying to venture out and see what it can sniff out on the site.
And the whole point of using that drone so early and from a safe spot is to see if anybody pushes B. Whereas in the last match for Heretics, there were so many players, Woot, and I believe it was Boo, that would push through B together time and time again. So you already see that spread default they're holding for the re-aggression. And Jonah P was trying to catch anybody off guard, but Heretics, they were wise to just chill out, play a very slow round.
I mean, G2 are glad to do a lot of the same, and part of that is because they don't have a duelist to be the engage, to be the spark, to be the go.
Yeah.
Lebih milih joki dibanding pro player. Tapi kan di lu ngejoki kan habis itu kan lu jadi jago, terus siapa tahu jadi pro sih.
Now 10 seconds left and a second attempt at getting the spike down.
Whoa.
Boo dancing in between the panel. It's been left open, trying to find a couple of kills. But G2 have made it this far. They've gotten the spike down. Wood on the dash out as the round comes to a halt.
A lot of players low HP, Doug.
Yeah, and a dare from either side. Who's going to be the first to swing? Who's going to be the first to go? Benji Fishy finding 2 big kills. Icy on the swing, not able to steady it. He got close, but it was not enough. Heretics with the pistol.
Clutch round from Benji Fishy, who in the last series they played, I mean, he was a big star for them on that Cypher role. In this time, it's the Killjoy. It's the trading and the spacing of Heretics that's so impressive with this team, and that was a big factor of why they made it this far so in this tournament.
Benji Fishy's just been a rock for this team, man.
Yeah, he's been stellar all tournament long.
He's just so steady. You wouldn't think he's as young as he is. The maturity that he shows on stage, the composure that he competes with.
I mean, the whole team of Heretics, they're a bunch of young guns.
Yeah.
That's what's so impressive to me. They're so early on in their careers. They're already this good.
Ini dua tim serem tuh. Mau ngeliat G2 kemarin main si Jonah P.
For Heretics. Boo already picks off Leaf towards that B side of the map.
At early peak, just not going his way.
And this is a whole different pace change from Heretics so far. They're not going for the Woot show where he's just pushing up A main every single round.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Give it time.
But that's what's so beautiful about their adaptations in the match-to-match setting, is that now G2, they were waiting for it even from the pistol round, but they didn't give it all. And then that clock ran down so low.
Oh.
And now aggressive off the utility, it's really clean so far from Heretics.
Very well considered.
And G2, I mean, they don't really have much to work with at this point. You do have that little Viper lurk orb, but it's kind of obvious when you put it up in the middle of the round after getting shut down B, getting shut down A.
Yeah, there are only so many other places you can go.
Yeah, and this turret's going to get the info for sure. And maybe even a conversion for Benji Fishy to get another ultimate orb. Oh, he dinked him.
Yeah.
And he kills.
Capek. Muter mulu, udah beli gua. Ini di mana ya? Itu di mana ya? Valorant.
Stuff so far.
More than halfway to his ult now.
Apa di YouTube aja guys?
He does slip on by here. He might get a little sneaky kill
Right,
on
they were able to apply pressure on really every single lane in the map. And when you're clicking that early and you're starting to get a read on how the opposition likes to play, that's a great
2K,
start.
2K, kita streaming di 2K.
Yeah, that shot is crazy.
Beautiful from Boo. That's that jump scare that we saw. I mean, I'm surprised nobody hit the little mouse wheel jump right there. I mean, we saw so many of those this tournament so far.
Game horror
We will
memang.
be going into the gun round though.
A Sheriff for Rians, an Outlaw for Woot, and Presence B from G2.
It's a nice B default.
Oh, I love that so much. Not able to punish on it, but the idea is great. You have Boo come out and clear it, and he still gets the best of Allen, but he's the one who clears out the drone, and then Woot swings behind it.
That's the Sage wall down too, so now it's going to be so hard to get that bomb planted for G2. You kind of have to even the numbers here.
Leave it. The middle of the map is just not open. It took a couple of shots, it was labored, but they haven't really been able to gain any traction there.
Yeah, Leaf almost survived with his life there, but Benji Fishy with the tags through the wall and everything, I mean, it's too nice. It's too nice right now from Heretics.
Meanwhile, Woot is still playing on this B-long angle. Still with the Outlaw.
And I wonder now if you're G2, if you're wondering, maybe we should have stayed on that harbor to deny these lines.
Oh, surely it's too early to be thinking like that.
It might be, but it's definitely been working against them, even on that B default.
Sure.
Start.
30 seconds left.
Still early on, though. You're 100% correct.
And they still, I mean, they have the utility to be able to get past this. There are only 2 rifles left, though. Jonah Patience in a really good spot. Is that what the P stands for? Patience?
Yeah, Jonah Patience.
Look at this. Don't botch it, though. Don't botch it, though. Nicely done.
Wow.
For him, but he's going to have to close out the round on his own.
Luar biasa trigger disiplinnya ya. Dia masih bisa ngomong gitu. Ngebunuh mana nih? Barengan.
Player got tagged up by that Outlaw.
But honestly, for as much as you'd like to go, yeah, okay, you know, we were able to get a couple, we dropped some weapons
Itu
out,
dia
a couple of
yang
skills,
membedakan
whatever.
pro player dengan orang
on the attack
jago ya.
side, yeah, it's another kill from Boo again. That's twice that he gets away with that. You just don't want to start this half this way.
Yeah, no, losing the
Kalau
bonus.
bisa bunuh 2, kenapa harus bunuh 1?
Gotta be the worst feeling in the world as a player.
Yeah, there's a lot to like on the Heretic side so far. 6-0 for their Sentinel. 1 away from his ult. Really, all of them are starting to come online. That engine's revving up.
Yeah, they're going to really reap the benefits after this round. If they can win it cleanly and maybe even grab that A-orb at some point. I mean, they have 4 players here. Why not?
Yeah.
Standing ahead.
Like this dart. Yeah, here we go. He's just going to grab the orb. Oh, maybe not. Or they're going to get even more aggressive.
Or they want to fight.
G2,
forget the orb.
Yeah, G2 need to punish this, though.
2 here. And Wu goes over the top. There's no way Leaf knows.
Brother.
What a beautiful setup.
Look at the tracking on that, too. The shots from Woot. Such a pleasure to watch this man play the game.
G2 are getting pushed around early here.
And Heretics are ahead of this. They have 4 players still here. Patatek is tucked on top of screen, too. There's so many layers of this defensive side setup to not get cheesed.
Yeah, I mean, they saw 2 in A with the drone. And then they have so much KJ utility on the other areas of the map to be able to keep things back. Woot snap again. Oh, and he's looking to strike terror into the hearts of G2, and they're doing it. A flawless round as Heretics get to 4.
And now you start to wonder for G2, if you lose this next gun round, the second gun round. Oh, here's that replay again of the tracking from Woot. This was such a nice shot. Look at this. I mean, yeah, he saw him the whole way and he was wall hacked, but he still executed on it. That was what was most impressive. And what I was getting to was, for G2 now, you got to start wondering, are you feeling the same feelings as you did against that T1 team? You know, when you drop 13-1, if you lose this next gun round, it's getting scary for you.
Yeah, those bad memories, they linger. They hang around longer than you'd like them to, that's for sure.
So much of this game is based off the mental and the fortitude that you can have with it.
Right. Confidence is king. And right now it seems like G2 are lacking it in droves. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Oh, they may have something going on here. Valorant was tagged by the Soviet util, but Icy's Thrash going forward, but they haven't cleared Woot.
He hasn't moved.
I mean, he hasn't had to.
Yeah, he held his ground the entire round, and now
mau
he gets
masuk
all the info
berapa
that
util
everyone's
tuh
leaning towards
hilang
B.
tuh.
Without being found.
Susah banget kayak masuk
They
ya.
aren't really ahead of that though, because the KO and Patatak and Rians are still not rotating over. Just now we see Patatak rotating over, but the stall from Heretics, it should be enough to delay this.
I mean, they have so many spits, and Molly is sitting here.
Oh, actually those shock darts from Trent did a really good job.
Harus di ulti Viper dulu.
That delay on the bomb, it still goes down though. To spam maybe?
Yeah, it seemed like it. A second attempt at getting the spike down will be delayed as Boo falls. The pit's still in play for the attack side.
30 seconds left.
Round wins have been elusive up until this point. They've got to find a way to convert here. This feels like the best chance they've had so far. The need to capitalize on an opportunity as they all swing. Benji Fishy with two. Rian's going to have to do it on his own. He has an ult in his back pocket.
The time might work to his favor here if he decides to go
planted
for the Soba ult. Guess he doesn't.
Not yet. G2 taking a step back. Now committing to it.
Okay.
Oh my God!
What?
The tag will not be found, but Jonah P on the swing. The spam not connecting.
It almost did.
He's gotten across though. Rians has introduced a lot of fireworks into the seconds that we've had, but time is short. Jonah P gets his third.
Wow.
G2 are finally on the board.
Yeah, the professor closes it out there, but that was a really ambitious Sobal, and when he converted that first kill, I was there. I was here for it. I believed for a split second that there was a chance. How did this go down?
Oh, spam from Nest.
Oh, wow.
That's a crazy timing to be able to hit as the pit was going up. Fortunate. This position here from Jonah P is perfect.
Yeah, his reposition, running past his Viper pit, it was still up, maybe just going down. But that puts a lot of players on light armor and even a stinger buy for G2. So even with Heretics losing that round, they dropped so many rifles, only one player stayed alive, and now you have an operator online for Woot.
Yeah, the situation looks grim early.
Oh.
Woot doesn't miss those very often.
Oh.
Well, now that's two.
That was a bit tighter of a jump spot, though. Those ones are really hard to hit.
Yeah.
He might be overstaying his welcome here.
He's going to get pushed off this angle. Lockdown will flush him away.
On the other side, Benji has his own lockdown, so G2 are going to have to push all the way forward. And are they aware that there's a gap in this wall?
Didorong pakai.
Still not connecting, but Rians does. The wall goes up. Icy gets the plant down. That Op has failed to sing a song of success this round. But it's been close. It's been tempting. It's been tantalizing.
And that Killjoy ult, it doesn't really get too much value. It will force a lot of players back from at least default.
But they still have so much utility that they can play around. They aren't really being flushed out of the space. You're right. Really far back. Glad to take the fight in front of him. Strength gets one.
A nice back and forth so far. Woot, he's going to have to come up huge right here with this operator, but Icy will sit him down.
I believe it was 4 shots rattled off and out a single one connect as G2 get their second.
Nicely played round from G2. Just settling the score in that post plant. Baiting out Benji Fishy's ultimate into that kitchen area. And Icy just getting out of dodge. I mean, he was playing that default area to be able to potentially disrupt.
Sempet waktu itu mau dibicarain sih, mau diundang sih ke Tokyo waktu itu. Cuman kayaknya aduh.
But when you use the lockdown from such a far position, it kind of plays into G2's hands because on their post
nanti gue ke Tokyo gue yang malah belanja anjir.
They play together, they get the trades like in that scenario.
Uh-oh, Blades online for Woot.
Oh, they broke the molly for him too on top of pipes. But this dart in the updraft.
Push.
Doc didn't really connect on anything. Ken the Blade, still a different story.
I mean, he's striking fear into G2. You can tell G2 do not want to give him any 1v1s at all.
And he's trying. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Gak ada yang berani anjir.
It's kind of what I talked about. They're so good at denying enemy duelists from getting kills, getting momentum going. And Woot, I mean, he's trying his darnest to do that.
Turret's destroyed.
So far, it's been the duelist Benji Fishy who's finding success. Turns out he was the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, he could be. I mean, if the duelist isn't your win condition against a team like G2, it allows opportunities for players like Benji Fishy to have to step up.
And he's just gotten his 10th kill. 10 and 2 so far. That knife got so much value, it slowed everything down, and now with what, a little under 40 seconds left, G2 have a massive decision to make.
And they can't go back. I mean, if they go back, they're going to be met by Woot's knives.
30 seconds left.
So it's just going to be a weird game of cat and mouse right here. It looks like they do want to maybe go back, but that's... The time running low is the cue for Woot to just speed up here, and if Trent uses his Hunter's Fury, he's going to get flanked.
Sitting duck. The knife's looking to get active, but forget about it. Benji Fishy gets his 4. Woot gets the last, as Heretics get another.
And normally on a map like this, it's the Leaf Show. I mean, he's played phenomenal on this map on the Killjoy. Yeah, it was a different comp, but I mean, he's staying the same. And he's getting diffed right now by Benji Fishy by a mile.
That knife got so much value.
Yeah,
I mean, it threw brakes on this round so hard.
Whoa! That's how he got those kills?
That's criminal.
That was insane. What good spray control from Benji Fishy. That will cause G2 to use a timeout fairly early on here. 5-2 scoreline. Heretics they've been in the driver's seat all game long.
Yeah.
From the pistol round, the conversion on the bonus.
I want to get your thoughts on the timing of this timeout, though, because it's not like you've been hit in a couple of rounds and you're down 0-4 and you're like pressing the panic button, right? This feels like, yes, they're down, but this feels like really good timing out from Josh, the head coach for G2. He's had a couple of rounds to sit and watch things out and kind of see what the adjustments are, and it doesn't feel as panicked, I guess. What are your thoughts?
I definitely don't feel like it's a panic timeout. I mean, the economy right now for G2, you guys can't see it, but it's not looking good. It should be an anti-eco, I believe. So this timeout is mainly for that next gun round. They need to convert it. You have to convert the gun rounds. If you lose another one, that's when you're going to start hitting that panic button and freak out.
Yeah.
So giving his team 2 rounds to kind of get their mind right, getting back into the zone for that actual gun round.
Ntar kalau gue diundang ke CM ya
udah tahu. Into the round.
Mau aja gue mah. Buat hahaha doang di sana nanti.
To change the tide. Swing the game into their favor. If they can steal this one away.
Lah dulu di Dota gue foto sama member EG.
It's a big heist if they want to pull it off. And I mean, it's just so damn difficult.
Bad Attack is so clean with his mechanics too. I mean, everybody from Heretics. I feel like every other round, somebody's just getting a 2K or 3K, all headshots. I barely see them get body shot kills. Maybe Woot will with the up, but honestly, I wouldn't doubt if he gets a headshot too.
Susah banget ya masuk ya.
As the dash expires, the crosshair still held. It's on Jonah P to try to at least apply some pressure, create some space. It's manipulating rotations as Rian goes back B.
All he has is a stinger here, though. He's taking his timing.
I like this. It's really just intended. I mean, if he can find some space, that's great. Create a little chaos in the round. Why not? You've got plenty of time here, too. All that info. You hear the drone out. You hear the footsteps. He's now going to get caught. But is that enough to bring him back? Because G2 are already rotating back B. They might have gotten ahead of this, but not the way they wanted to.
Heretics are playing this so safe, so disciplined. I mean, Jonah P got no value here besides that space gather like you were talking about.
And honestly, as they're filling back into the space, it might be their demise.
HP-nya 11.
You've got Patty who's already here. You've got Rians who's here.
With a third to the round.
He's already gotten 3.
Player standing.
Fallon gets the spike down, but yeah, win the 1v5 now. That's just so tough.
That was beautiful play from Heretics. They understood that there could have been a timing of Jonah P creeping up there. And for Rians, who was top site, to back all the way up into kitchen there, in that tunnel, and then use the drone to find out if that timing was a thing. Oh, these shots, by the way, insane.
So steady, man.
Insane. Made it look effortless.
Just an easy little
yeah.
A spam kill. But that drone from Rians, that was all the info needed. And
They tried to
boom.
double swing me on the belt. Who are these guys?
Really? Gue baru nggak loh.
I mean, when you're shooting like that, like,
Jadi Sentinel
I respect it.
2,
I respect that.
Initiator, Controller.
Really double swing.
Nah itu Sentinelnya 3.
The spacing wasn't really there.
Yeah, they gave him one.
Enggak,
Normally
so
the
far
spacing would be a
enggak.
little bit tighter for G2, and the trade could have been there. But Rians, I mean, the desk was talking about him, and yeah, he's not sitting at the top of the scoreboard like Benji Fishy, but
Berarti lebih bagus nanti pas defense.
Dizzy goes up, goes back down with no info found.
This is like the third time in a row now that Patatek has denied that drone really early on with the KO dagger. He's saving it for that drone. So G2 in the future rounds, they need to try to bait that out first, or maybe walk up and explode right on top of him as that drone is coming out. Speaking of explosions,
Wu just made up for the other shots he missed a couple of rounds ago. With one taking down 2.
And he got a headshot. These guys always get headshots even with the operator.
Mongol loh.
So much mechanical talent on Heretics. And to think that this isn't even their starting roster.
You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
With how good they've looked this tournament, nothing feels forced or hurried or panicked. It all feels like it's all part of the plan.
Masih
And
nongol
every
dong.
single facet is executed to bloody perfection. We've been waiting to see when these kids are going to slow down. When are they going to meet a little resistance? When are they going to, you know, show signs of weakness? It's not happening, at least on Icebox.
I don't know, and I'm so impressed by the different change of pace that they're showing. In FPX, it was kind of like a brawl. It was an all-out brawl. This is that second timeout. This is the panic button.
Sofa tuh initiator.
Here's the replay of that. Collat.
That's tough, man.
I mean, it is tough because
kalau gua bisa nembak kayak gitu, udah gue jadi short.
You swung 2 together now. There's gonna be an in between.
You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
G2 are in a really tough spot right now in these future rounds. They just haven't really had success apart from those B post plants that they got. But they're not really able to get the bomb down at all now. Heretics, although they're not running it down like I was saying about that FPX game where it was like a big brawl, they're still disrupting. They're still getting kills. It's just more passive of angles, passive of lines. And we're seeing now maybe the problem with switching to a new composition, although it's one character. Your defaults are a little bit different. Now all of a sudden you can't deny that operator value. Whereas when you had that Harbor Cascade, you could have walled him off and kind of forced a fight where you know he's going to take it. But now you don't really have those options with running the Sage opposed to the Harbor.
Yeah, I think part of the other issue too is this comp. I mean, you can see the genetic makeup for it is to commit to getting the spike down.
Yeah.
Right? You've got the wingman, you have the wall, you have slow orbs to deny any sort of spam. You've got all of that stuff. So I think for Heretics, they're able to dial in on that. As soon as you see this like set of chain utility going in, they're here, they've committed. Like, it's really hard to draw pump fakes where Harbor allows you to do that so much more.
And a lot of that has to do with the way Patatek's been using this knife, denying all that info utility and not giving G2 any type of space. This time he uses it really early on. And G2, if they want to get anything going right now, they need to take advantage of that cooldown timing of that KO dagger to, you know, cycle their utility onto the site and actually be able to scale up.
G2 nggak bisa win gaming soalnya ada duelist kan dia.
Again, finding another kill.
He's just good for one every single time. And that's on.
And honestly, that's on a bad round for him.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And it's against Leaf, who he's been so crucial for G2's success on a map like Icebox. I mean, he's been dropping 27 bombs, 30 bombs. He kind of is that duelist that we're saying Benji Fishy is right now.
Yeah.
For G2.
Yeah.
And him going down early like this, he's got no momentum.
He's 4 and 10. Maybe the defensive side will tell a different story, but G2 have just had wheels spinning in mud this entire half.
And there's no pressure B right now, so Woot, I mean, he had that line the entire time. It allows his team to just stack over towards that A side. He might be, almost got the timing.
He's gonna peek ahead of this.
My goodness, he's so fast.
He's so bold.
Oh, there's
reckless approach. He even deals a couple of warning shots through the crack.
Cuman 1 senti.
Yeah, the shorty might not do it, but that angle and op will. They can't even commit to getting a spike down here.
I mean,
there's nobody around it.
Look at Rians.
They have to frag out, and G2 can't.
I mean, if if you go 1-for-1 against Benji Fishy, all of a sudden you're running into the operator of Woot, who's running through a Viper smoke to get a kill, dashes out instantly, and then you just have Rians on the other side of the site.
Dia tuh ngedash kemana aja mungkin 0,0001 response time anjir. Dia tuh rame banget.
I mean, that's instantaneous. You cannot trade that.
No. And then also,
it's so fast. They weren't even ready. Players of G2 didn't have their gun out.
No, yeah. That's the kind of play that makes you feel like, dude, we can't find success.
Besok watch party lagi nggak? Tergantung mood sih. Gue watch party kalau emang lagi pengen aja dibilang nggak harus kayak tiap hari gitu. Ini gue lagi coba watch partinya long stream aja sampai 2 game.
That initial aggression, but they're not ready for the mid-round aggression.
Right.
And that's
second layer, the third layer.
Exactly. That's the success that Heretics is having right now.
Well, I mean, they're having success.
Menunggu makanan datang.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's just one of the aspects of success.
Bedanya kalau gue nggak streaming, biasanya gue nonton orang lain.
I mean, brother.
Wah.
And he even stays to try to get a second. Almost does. Icy gets dinked.
Yeah. Jeez. That Killjoy Molly will be broken though, so finally a bomb plant down for the way at G2. It's been, what, probably like 5-6 rounds since that's happened.
Yeah. Leaf might get a really good timing here.
Yeah.
As he's going to be on the late flank. And that lockdown is going to spread him out a little bit here.
He has the Bulldog to do it as well. But, oh, sound made! At the very last second.
Yeah, Wu won't miss that, man. It seemed like there was a window of opportunity, but lo and behold, Heretic slams it shut again. The defuse is held.
Wow.
It's that Killjoy ult from Benji Fishy and the disrespectful one-tap on a Jonah P at the end to rub dirt in the wound of this half.
G2 have built their pedigree around
Hanya itu si Benji Fishy bunuh 16
their history, the fact that they stay together, they grind through Ascension, all of the stuff that went down with that, and then they decide we're never giving in, we're never giving up, we're staying together. They qualify for Shanghai in the exact same way with this grit to it, where it isn't always pretty, it isn't always sexy, but man, it works. But right now, that grit is just getting punched in the mouth, like.
And at some point, yeah, it's gonna come to bite you in the butt because you gotta win the first map sometimes. I mean, you can't always have these reverse series comebacks, right? As we're just yapping off, it's the Heretic show once more.
It's double op. It's so difficult for them to get through. Finally, a couple of them falling, but they're still in play. Wood is playing so close up here. Gets the last kill with the shorty. A 10-2 half. The way of the #2 seed from EMEA.
One of the most convincing halves of Icebox we've seen apart from T1 against G2.
It's just so dominant. It's so clean.
This is a replay of what was happening while we were waffling off. Patatek was the one getting aggressive here. And this was the key success. It really wasn't Woot going overly aggro in the beginning of the rounds. It was the other players that were getting a lot of the value.
I mean, full vibes up. They're getting everything they want and then some, to be honest. To be up 10-2 against G2 on their map pick is great. We've got Mika standing by with the super fan from G2 who's probably not having as much fun as he would like. Take it away, Mika.
I'm standing here right now with a G2 super fan, Eric Sang. Eric, thank you so much for taking time to chat with us. Why G2? I'm curious. What began, your love story with G2, or your how much of a fan you are for this team?
Well, I first started off in 2018 when Caps joined G2. I was a League fan. I was there 2019. I was there at 3 AM watching them losing to FunPlus Phoenix 0-3. I stick with the team.
Wow.
My favorite player, Caps, also stick with the team, and I embrace the team's culture. I like to yap. I like to talk crap. And it's part of being G2. It's part of being the G2 army.
Oh, that is so good to hear, especially since, win or lose, you stand by your team, right? Now, I understand that G2, being a G2 fan, has given you a lot of friends all over the world. Is that right?
Yes. One time in London, actually, I was there to study, and my other friend, who I've never met in person for 3 years, was also in London. So I said, you're in London, I'm in London. How about we meet up and we have a little dinner? And that's what we did, and we took a picture. We never seen each other.
Kalian pasti jadi fans kalau lagi ada tim yang jago doang kan. Ini ada di mana-mana cuy. Lagi di bawah di atas dia fans G2.
The event that you get to see G2 here play live in Shanghai.
Well, I've been to a little live events because I was in a in a place where most live events are not taking place. So
Orang
this is
Indo
a
biasanya
really great
ngefans sama
opportunity
tim
for
tuh
me
kalau
to
misalkan
see
lagi
G2
di atas
and to
angin
support
doang,
them.
Jul.
I think this is a
Habis
really
itu
great
hilang.
opportunity, and I thank the manager and I thank the community manager Flap for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, you have some fans here in the audience, so let's get back to the game.
Gokil, pas banget ya ngomong 1 menit ya. Kayaknya mesti ada prompter waktunya sih, tapi di depannya cuma.
And a well-spoken man too.
I love it.
Well
To be able to
spoken,
carry
well
over
spoken,
that level of
bener-bener.
fandom from one game to the next.
Contoh fans
It's just
MU,
super
loh,
dope.
gue udah fans
Unfortunately,
MU dari lama banget cuy. Mungkin
he's
gue ngikutin
watching his
bola,
team
tapi
get
gue dari dulu kan
obliterated.
terus.
But it's just map 1, and it was just the attack half. We've seen really silly things happen in this tournament. I just think about a couple of
Gue ada beberapa jersinya MU loh, walaupun gue gak ngikutin ya. Karena gue suka aja jersey. Tapi gue gak punya jersey bola lain kecuali MU doang. Merchandise semuanya gue udah MU semua cuy.
You don't have to worry about having to scale up against everybody from Heretics.
And honestly, you know, we talked a lot about Leaf in the previous half and how he was such a terror on Icebox, dropping crazy.
Oke, kita lihat ya di sini defense.
Specifically, the value he was able to provide is great. Maybe on this defensive half he can settle in a little bit more, but Heretics have just slipped the net on him again. All of this noise you made, all of his utility A, and they're already rotating back B. Joan P's gonna get pushed off this angle. Drops the spit, but gets dropped in exchange.
Through the vulnerable, now Benji Fishy.
Oh, he's tucking too. He's playing it so well. He's not aggressively going to get under tunnel. He's gonna hold the line. Here the rotations come through, and then they can fight. Trent will fall. Benji Fishy cleans him up. Again, Heretics was still every member up.
It's just so clean.
Finally, a kill going the way of G2 as Wood falls.
But he gets dropped down to 20 HP even with that, and now Patatek will take off Leaf from the server, and it's just all left alone to the IGL at G2.
With 10 HP, not even able to fully get the heal off. Heretics will get the second pistol, they'll get up 11-2, and that, I mean, that might be the map.
Ini G2-nya itu adalah GG. Bang, gua ada bangsa lagi. Hari ini WoW gue level 40 misalnya. Kalau nanti mau streaming. Tapi jam 3 sih streaming itu.
It's like they're falling like dominoes, and it's all because of the teamwork and chemistry from Heretics.
And I think Heretics still continue to do a good job of like catching swing timing, stuff where you're not really expecting.
Kemarin update lagi 200 mega sih.
Woot's peak mid, I think about Boo's swing there.
Yeah.
Because you put a spit down and you go, okay, they're not going to challenge that. I have time to reposition, but
they took full advantage of
Selesai
that
sudah nih.
G2 forcing up here.
Orang pun udah kalah di defense.
You have to. You literally have to. This is it, like you said. I mean, what are you going to play for a tie from 12-2?
No.
Nobody does that.
Knife not going to tag anyone. The slow orb's already going out. Heretics don't have a ton of info on the other side of the map, so you imagine they're going to want to commit here. And honestly, they've been so successful in their plan A that I can't imagine they deviate from it here.
And I don't think the plant will get delayed either. Shock Molly doesn't hit the mark, so even the utility
hampir kena ya.
is just not there.
Just off.
Ini beda senti doang tuh.
They can push the pace. They can take the fight to G2. It's been the way they found success this entire map. Can they do it again? Boom, not able to connect those singers. They're causing problems. Rian says one of his own, but the Bulldog is the one you have to be worried about, only getting 2. Rian's left alone.
Right.
G2 on the force. They get another round.
Something about the stinger in these games when you're just down so much and you just don't care, you run and gun. It gets so much value.
Stinger bisa run and gun juga kayak Spectre gitu.
I think they made a big mistake there, getting aggressive when they had gun advantage. They could have played back. They could have just used the long-range battles.
Yeah, sure.
We saw player back yellow actually get, what, 2 kills from that spot? Had they just ran the clock down, they would have done a really good job, maybe secured the round even.
Right.
Kalian coba minum Red Bull, guys.
Huge buffer to work with. I'm sure they're not worried.
Gua
It's a
pernah sih
throwaway
minum
round. All right, whatever, we got eco.
Yeah.
You know, nothing to panic about. We still got 2 of our timeouts. They have
Lebih
none.
lebih hancur, tapi bisa. Lebih enak Spectre.
I believe it's the first time
Terbang tuh kayak burung nyium.
Woo was like, all right, YOLO.
Masuknya susah ini.
He's just fully sending.
Yeah, he really sent that. That was insane.
Utility-nya bener-bener di A semua tuh ya. Susah masuk ya. Temboknya Sage ini berapa lama sih?
I mean, it's a massive lead right now. It would be Herculean for them to pull this off. But I will say this, I want to go back to that grit conversation we were having earlier. What has built G2 up until this point, how they've been molded, how they've been put together, it's honestly in the faces of things like this.
Yeah.
Where you've been destroyed in the first half and everybody's counting you out except for the 5 guys that are on the stage and the coaches behind them. That's where the G2 magic tends to happen. So,
kan biar numbuh sayap
I mean,
cuy.
yeah, it's a big lead, but flawless rounds like that, they're gonna get confidence.
Wow, oke.
Stack all of a
Mungkin
sudden,
ini
you've got
saatnya kali
ults
ya.
that are starting to come together at the same time, and maybe
you have a chance.
Susah masuk juga sih ini. Ini lebih susah masuk cuy.
Even if it's a fake comeback, right? Just I speak about this a lot. Getting that confidence, getting warmed up, going into your map pick is so important.
It's massive.
You have to have something going for you when you go into the next map. I mean, I guess against T1, I mean they proved to come back from a 13-1 and it didn't really matter, but it just feels better as a player to know that, okay, I can actually sit these little kids down, these kids, these fraggers, these dominators of Heretics down, going into your own map pick. And then make it go to a map 3.
Did he recall the turret? I think he recalled the turret before, and they cleared the Nano.
Good timing on that. Should come up shortly then. I'll have it again. Maybe there was a molly that was about to land there on top of it.
Yeah, it was. And so they cleared. I mean, they were able to clear out the molly as well. But now Leaf has his turret back online.
A missed molly. Speaking of mollies, that molly is supposed to land at that other side of yellow.
Yeah.
Either way, it'll force Valon to give that entire area up.
Dude, they knew Wood is there, but
yeah, they
was
can't
nothing
really punish.
there's nothing to really cause punishment. You're right.
Wih, ini hati-hati banget sih.
So you can slow him all you want. He's still going to accelerate a little bit later.
Fake plan.
And while all this spam is happening, Leaf was so worried
Cuman
about
nge-spam bullets.
Yeah. But Benji Fishy this whole time, he's just been chilling. He's just chilling in spawn.
No real need to accelerate. No real need to push the pace.
Cutting noise on a map like this can be so devastating when you're not running a KO.
Yeah, with
that KO dagger, when it comes back up, you're able to get the info again.
Right.
But when you don't run it, I mean, Heretics are able to do this and actually explode with their own. But Valon, he's woken up.
Go kill.
Quiet in the first half, but Rian's might just be louder. He's taking a lot of damage for it, but Benji Fish is going to have a really nice late timing here through Kitchen.
And the lurk is now just activating this late into the round.
Forget it. There's no way you expect that.
No.
And they've got the Hunter's Fury out from Rian. On the swing is Chaos.
Oh.
Causes problems. Rian's with 4.
It's impossible.
Trent's tagged. And a statement made. Heretics get to map point.
Match point.
I spoke about how nice it would be to run a KO on the defensive side, to have that cooldown come back up and get the dagger for the info. This time around, it was Valon who got 2 of those entries, but
ya makanan gue udah dateng.
Rians, he was so cold.
12-4.
That's the other tough thing about playing in a situation like this is, you know, you've been rolled, you don't feel like you can get anything going. All of a sudden, you're starting to put something together. Valon's getting 2Ks, and then Rian's just counter punches with something that's even more impressive. And you go, well, I mean, that's demoralizing. That's frustrating to be on the other side.
They just strip your belt away from you. It's just like a terrible feeling. Got a feel for G2 right now, but you got to give praise to how Heretics have played this map. I mean, the back and forth battle they had against FPX.
Habis gamenya, guys ya.
I mean, Heretics have played this borderline perfectly.
Yeah. Apart from what, the anti-eco that they had when they got eco'd?
Yeah, and they maybe pushed a little bit too far, but other than that, Heretics have just been insane.
The timing on their aggression on that last round, using the KO dagger onto site. Yeah, Valon got 2, but even like just the idea of it.
Icy's not able to land the shot with the op. Got to take a step back. Now they know that the op is in play. And they know where it is.
Incredible finesse from Woot. I think he might catch Trent off guard right here. Whoa, the shots don't connect. And Trent, he had to back up for his life.
Woot's still threatening too. Okay, but he hits the spam on the Jonah P through the wall.
Jonah P gets hit in the crossfire of a battle that was a 1v1 of Trent and Woot. He just showed up.
3 HP, Boo almost gets away, but will fall.
Look at this late lurk again, all the way from A site this time.
Icy, still with the op in hand. Jonah P joining the fold once more. As
Icy.
Benji Fish is going fast with it, trying to capture timing, and again, It's all down to timing. He can strike at the right time. Valon with 2 massive kills. But now
Your duty is not over.
At the scene. Gets his one. Rians and Benji Fishy both weak. It's a 1v1. Valon's going to hold the defuse.
Wow.
That's perfect.
Benji Fishy makes a statement at the end, killing Icy, and that's that operator gone. But the speed up from G2 is what was the factor in this round, and that Gecko wingman diffusing.
Kena rambut ya
little guy. There's no way for Benji Fishy to know that that's on there.
No.
Maybe a lack of communication from the rest of his team.
Boleh
did so much work.
It was really good, really well timed. Had G2 not jumped the gun a little bit early there, I mean, Benji Fishy activates, the round's over, map point, the match is done.
But again, they stick around. Woot with blades now. They have 2 other ults on the side of Heretics as well. No op this time on the side of the defense, but Trent with his ult. He's playing really far up here too. Gonna get tagged by the knife. The drone is down, very reminiscent to what we saw in the first half, and now the lockdown dropped.
And I wonder if Woot tries to take a timing on the rotations from G2 or if he just plays the discipline game and just waits for this lockdown.
I thought he was going to for a second.
Yeah, it looked like he was gearing up towards it, but he's playing the discipline game.
Rians has a really nice area that he can tuck into here. Is Trent getting that ult off, getting a tag on a little bit. Woot was nowhere to go, but is there any way to punish him? Yeah, he finally falls. Valon and Leaf providing the frags that are needed, clearing everything that's trouble. And yeah, Boots Pit's been up this entire time, but he's gonna have to close the round out himself. Position given away with the spam. Trent cleans him up. G2 gets a 6.
Trent missed the first 200 Furies, but that connection from Icy's Thrash, he was able to sync up and actually tag Woot down to, what, half HP.
Yeah.
That opened up Valon to just have the confidence of jumping into that Viper's Pit. And that bomb not going down in that scenario, that was everything for G2.
Good shit.
I can't believe Benji Fishy's sitting at 24-6.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
He has played really freaking good Valorant. All of Heretics has, but G2 are starting to put together a little something. They've been rubbing these 6 together for what feels like the last couple of rounds, and now we're starting to see smoke come out. But is it going to be enough to put together a fully fledged fire?
Wasn't enough to get that kill onto Woot, but he did get him down to 17 HP. So that is a little bit of an advantage for G2 going into this round.
Honestly, they have a huge advantage here. It's just one rifle.
With the guns for sure.
Yeah.
Drone got immense value here.
Yeah.
Saw at least two players. Shock doesn't connect onto Woot. Barely survives.
I think this is all for Boo to find a little bit of space on the other side of the map. And that's exactly what he's doing. But Jonah P waiting close by. He knows that as the wall goes up, there's the threat.
Oh, echo dia.
Oh, he was ready.
Yeah, now he spotted him.
Good call.
Boo down to 20. The wall goes up. He knows. He's trying to get out behind it. But that might have been enough for G2 to step back a little bit here.
It was enough to get Leaf to go back to mid, but there's still 3 players of G2 geared up and ready at this A site. An early Dizzy there.
And a flash, Valon having to tuck. Leaf getting one with that outlaw, excuse me. He had nowhere to go. That gets a little messy there. But with 13 seconds left, you have to wait the lockdown out. So it's going to be a map flurry to get out onto the site. What util do they have? No spits, no nanos. Boo's going to get tagged.
No time.
They can't get in. Leaf wins them the round. They just don't have to frag it out. It's perfect.
This guy is still going. Yeah, the round's over. They lost it, but now they can all upgrade. Nice. And their economy will be set up for the next couple of rounds because of that.
And G2's is not.
Yeah, they've been winning these rounds, but it's been really costly.
They drop, what, 2 rifles at the end of that round?
Ayam,
honestly
nasi shirataki dengan ayam kemangi
because of how Valon got stuck onto site, onto that gen area.
Plus 2 telur mata sapi, 1 air fried mushroom, dan
4v3 in that moment.
200 gram ayam.
That was a Killjoy ult invested though from the side of G2.
Dada.
And that could open up Team Heretics to get some of their ultimates online potentially in these future rounds and close this one out. That's why you see this timeout. They're talking it over. It's not quite in that worrying range that we were talking about for G2, but in this case for Heretics, it's starting to build up there.
Yeah, and I think for G2, it's an opportunity for Josh to talk to his troops.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to talk to them since, what, round 9?
That's a very solid point.
So the timeout, again, and yes, halftime as well, but an opportunity for him to adjust things with the way the half has gone. And it's been so successful for G2, you wonder what kind of adjustments he had to offer there. I imagine it's just little things here and there, because they've done super well up until this point.
It's been a way better defensive side for G2.
And again, that's where they were so successful in Americas.
Yeah, the floods onto the A site, like we saw in this round. But the timing is still a little bit off for me, for G2. That Dizzy was a little bit too early, in my opinion. But usually it's a little bit more cleaned up.
Sure.
But I mean, it was the right timing. I mean, a lot of players on site were hit by the knife. I understand why you'd want to use it early on.
And it's working.
Yeah.
Trent just spotted 3. He knows everyone's here. Wood, of course, dashes forward anyway. He's gotten backside. No real ults on the side of G2 here. Nothing to flush them out, so they would just have to frag their way through.
Oh,
that shock.
He missed it completely.
Missing the mark.
I feel like that's happened with a lot of utility we've seen so far from G2.
Now, the only ult that was on the board has been triggered. Patatek's ult. Gonna slow things down for a little bit. Any attempt at G2 not having ults, not having utility now. They're gonna have to wait it out a little bit longer. Valorant's fallen. Is this as far as they get? A big kill from Trent, though. As Woot holds the line, tapping, waiting for the dare, waiting for the dash, and it comes out. Leaf pens him through the wall.
A lot riding on Jonah P right now, but he doesn't check Nest.
And there just wasn't enough time either. Just when it seemed like G2 had something going, Heretics slammed the door on him. 13-7 as Icebox goes their way. We'll see if Ascent has a little bit of something else to tell. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Jadi lu gak makan pagi atau siang? Tadi makan, sarapan.
Beautiful, beautiful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. What did you do, bro?
We're dogs, we're dogs, we're dogs.
Lo makan anjir lah. Makanan gue cukup penjaga aja, guys. Nah, beda sama makanan nasi juga gue makannya. Udah ya. Nggak ada duelis. Beda banget ya. Masuk ke Ascent. Makan apa? Tadi kan gue udah ngomong makan apa. Gua makan, catat ya, nasi ayam shirataki. Nasi shirataki dengan ayam kemangi sama 2 telur ceplok, 2 porsi 200 gram dada ayam, sama salad. Sama air fry mushroom sama dessertnya gue. Ini dessertnya ada red velvet. Tadi gue pesan red velvet kayaknya deh. Tapi kayak nggak tahu di sendoknya nggak ada. Jadi red velvetnya sekitar 360 kalori. Nasi ayam kemangi ini sekitar 390 kalori. Sama 2 ayam ini rebus 2 biji mungkin cepet kalori. Telur 2 mungkin 60 kali 2 air fried. Jadi total semua mungkin sekitar 1100 kalorian ya. Sama dessert berarti 1500-an. Cukup buat kayak seharian gua. Terus paling nyemil nanti malam kalau misalkan masih lapar lagi. Ya kurang lebih 1600. Kalori gua terakhir gua cek sih gua udah turun ya. Jadi 1600 lah sehari lah. Ini gua apa? Metabolisme kalori gua. Pakai lalapan. Ya saladnya itu ada kayak sawi, tomat dan timun dan kawan-kawan aja sih.
I'm here right now with Nilzinho of Team Heretics. Now, congratulations on that first map, but coming up next is Ascent, and this is a map that we haven't seen the team on in quite a while. So can you give us a bit of a teaser of what we're going to expect on Ascent?
Yeah, so this was all kind of part of our veto plan, the way we done it. So yeah, we haven't played Ascent in a while, but we've never had this team before, so you know it's a completely new team for this event. We knew they would pick it because we hadn't picked it, so we've got a game plan literally just for this game. So yeah.
Excited to see it. Good luck.
Sama diskon OVO 85.000.
Music to my ears, Nilzinho. I got Mimi and Kukuka back here with me. I mean, he talked about the fact that they have a game plan for that map, but it felt like they also had a very solid game plan for Icebox.
Yeah, they really did. A dominant start to that one. I think Team Heretics showing us all of the things that have been successful throughout this event. Really high levels of confidence, competent mid-rounding, great coordination between their initiators and Woot. And also, of course, Woot just absolutely farming. This kill was ridiculous. He was out there taking risks that it seems like no one else would do and finding so much success for it, Bea.
The way that he was speaking and pushing with the shorty time after time, it was just beautiful to see also how even with all of the pressure that they were put in at the beginning of the round, how they were retaking that space, even with all of that, they saved all of their mollies to prevent the plan from even happening. So even though G2 had that idea of everything's going to be easier with the stage, even though we don't have a duelist, things became very, very complicated in that first half.
Yeah, and that's G2 also coming out with a new comp, so I think that was a great adaptation to really focus on the Plenta. Now, of course, you're always going to do that on the defense, but I think doubling down on that was excellent. It was a 10-2 half, and well, a couple of those rounds started to slip in the second. Once you have a lead that big, it's almost impossible to let that one go the other way. So big credit to Team Heretics. This is an excellent start.
Well, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and it's Benji fishing.
No surprises here. I think that in the first rounds, I think that I don't know in what numbers he ended up in, but I think that he just wanted to be the main character for once. We've been talking so much about everybody else, and in EMEA, we talk about Benji a lot. And this kind of plays were the kind of rounds that were given that momentum to Heretics that they got from right off the bat. And just look at them vibe and just, you know.
These two guys have quickly become the dynamic duo. They're sitting next to each other each time they play. Every time he has a big moment, they're fist bumping, they're doing the special handshake. And yeah, both him and Woot are having consistently insane games. Los Niños, every one of them is just an insane individual. I feel like there's no other team that you can trust so many players to see them in a disadvantaged situation and just expect them to get a 2 or 3K every round.
And I have to say, I'm still very impressed and happily impressed by the performance that we're seeing from Paditek. In the cast, our casters were mentioning how he was shutting down every kind of piece of utility that was on Wood's way to keep putting that pressure. And I just think that he's brilliant doing it.
Yeah, I'm
jogging biasanya berapa km?
Double swinging
No,
and he
gua nggak jogging, gua kan olahraga di kamar.
And then is dropping back sight and using perfect util to set up Woot for the rest of the round. It was just beautiful stuff from Patty and this whole Heretics lineup.
Well, for G2 though, they're down, but they're not out. They managed to make a comeback last time around. So let's hear what Coach Josh
Gua
Artie
gebuk lu
has
ya
to say
Sinku ya.
ahead of us.
Mundurin 5 menit.
Standing here right now with Josh of G2. Now, I think we have to address the elephant in the room, which was the Sage pick on Valen. I believe it was his first time, so can you let us know why you felt the change was necessary and if we can expect any more?
I won't tell you about that last question, so that's a secret, but the reason for the Sage pick was because in the Swiss stage, T1 handed it to us. We couldn't stop any of their A hits, so I thought of, let's up the defense a little bit with a Sage pick. To tell the tape for that first map, honestly, we missed a few Qs. It's a comp we haven't played that much before, and spacing and trading was an issue there. So as long as we keep the spacing and trading tight and play really good fundamentals, we'll take away map 2.
All right, excited to see it. You can keep your secrets for now.
Yeah, I mean, those are some big things that tend to be the strongest parts of G2, right? Their fundamentals, their trading, that's always what they're excelling at, and shutting down star players. That failed on map number 1, and now we're going into Ascent, and this is the map that is all about the fundamentals, all about the spacing and trading. So they're really going to have to turn things around if they want to stay in this upper bracket.
I love how these 2 interviews came like full circle, because we have Neil telling us about how, yeah, we have prepared something specifically for this Ascent, and G2 realizing that the problem is in that space and in that trading. That is what is going to have to come to this Ascent, because as we were saying, Team Heretics has not played with this roster in the entirety of the year. So we can expect anything, or maybe just a simple...
Can I pitch you? Can I take you all the way back to 2020 G2 with Padatek on that roster playing Phoenix on Ascent?
I mean, he wanted revenge. What a way would it be?
So poetic, right?
Yeah, but they're picking the default champions too.
Yes, but what if? Look at him.
What if it is?
It is an upper bracket game. If they win this, they get a chance to go to the Mercedes-Benz Arena with a stand-in in an event where so many people counted them out. I think they're going to play good, honest Valorant here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I don't believe Paddy ever lost Ascent playing Phoenix back in the days. He was, that was the
pengumuman banner dan compensatory dipercepat tanggal 7 Juni
I think they
gagal
might sub in
diprotes.
Supressor for map.
He'd probably just be in the KO. I don't want to...
Oh, I'm really sad.
But it's not a surprise whatsoever. I do like to see that Benji Fishy is picking into the Cypher. Much more common to see the Killjoy pick into this, but that's a super comfortable role for him. I think the cages also give you some extra options in how you're scaling around on that attacking side. So no surprises here. I'm just excited to see what the game plan is on this map. We haven't seen really at all this year for Team Heretics.
It fits him a lot. Still, my eyes still go to Padatek, and finally we get the head-to-head between Wood and Icy. I cannot wait to see those operator fights.
Yeah, and Team Heretics, they're just one map away from that Mercedes-Benz Arena. Doug and Baby Bay, the pressure is on G2.
Is it ever? Man, after getting punched in the mouth the way they did on Icebox, they've got to find some adjustments. And I mean, I think, Josh, you heard it when he was talking to Mika, like, they understand the timing were an issue, swing timings were an issue. It didn't feel like they were the cohesive unit we normally see them be, but you've got to find those adjustments, and yeah, I mean, you got to find them now. Getting through the Mercedes-Benz Arena this early on, when you've got the comfort of, yeah, maybe you can drop down a little bit to lowers if you need to, that's so sweet, man.
Yeah, and honestly, they should be really confident going into this map, because the last time Heretics played this was November 4th of 2023, and it was a completely different comp.
Yeah.
But I mean, before that weird comp they ran, it was more standard, but G2 should have some confidence going into this map. It's their map pick. They don't know what to really prepare against for Heretics, so it's kind of just playing your own game. And a lot of the times that can work into your favor when you're not thinking about everything the opponent is doing.
Yeah, and I do think on the other side, Heretics going back to the standard comp, I mean, could potentially only help G2.
Soal rumput emang nggak bisa diturunin ya berapa ya?
G2 in general have been
bukan
so
cara,
good on a map
bukan
like
maksudnya
Ascent.
diturunin
This is where the
grafiknya sih.
IGL
Cara
of
dia
Valorant really
kerja
shines.
render
And the game planning of how they like to manipulate rotations can shine.
Deep smoke as they try to funnel out and split in through B, but they're going to have to deal with all of this Cypher utility. The flash on the other side of the cage is so nice as Padatek continues to hold the line. G2 still trying to commit, though. Look at that trip.
Yeah, that Cypher chip might end up paying dividends, but Benji does get tagged by that KO dagger.
Icy trying to find some space out, and now they strike, now they overwhelm. And G2 are finding a lot of space here for Benji Fishy, still playing backside. Not able to find anything else. Boo Can he 1v2? Icy weak, Trent as well. And he's fully healthy. He's got light armor. He's got a sheriff.
30
and I think the other benefit is G2 haven't been able to commit to the spike yet. They haven't been able to get it down.
Yeah, Boo did a really good job of kind of resetting this fight. And the clock now is just running down lower and lower by the second.
And as every second ticks it off, it's only getting better for Boo.
He has a real window of opportunity right here to clutch this round.
The problem is the spike is also the one back site.
Yeah.
It's not even the one that's on site now. Really nice timing on Icy, but he's not able to settle the shots. He's not able to get the kill.
Nggak tembus tuh.
Trent has to be the hero for G2. Does Boo know? Not able to steady the shots the first time, but the second time he does.
Boo does such a great job of freezing the rounds. When he's anchoring, this time when he's in the retake, he knows he doesn't have to press the issue. He's waiting for a mistake from G2, and in this case, it was the time running down low for G2 that was the mistake. Everybody was too low.
Yeah, you're right. The time was low, the health was low, the Red Bull clutch for Heretics to kick off this second map.
Patatek on these pistol rounds too, I feel like all tournament long, he's been so good with the Ghost. An opener in this round. And the spacing for G2, it was a little bit better here. They definitely got a lot of trades going in their favor, brought it down to a 2v1. But at the end there, that bomb having to go down, that was the big factor. That allowed Boo to have a 1v1 against Icy.
With the Sheriff too, I mean,
yeah,
he had such an advantage there.
Just one body shot.
Very nicely done to execute.
Early A main control from Team Heretics. And the reaction for G2 is to take that B main orb. Oh, this dart is going to be so good if they actually commit.
It just has to wait. They're all out. Is anyone going to turn up to clear it? It doesn't matter. Woot again ahead of it. Gets another kill.
Some damage done. Icy got that one dig onto Rians. And that is a free A site for Jonah P. That allows Bomb to lurk backwards and leave. Getting that kill. That's really big. This could be an opportunity for G2 to at least get the bomb down.
Jonah P has to play his timing perfectly here. He's got a classic. And he's got a lot of space.
It's just going to be so hard because Heretics in these moments, they've really grouped up. Even in the last match against EDG, a similar 3v2, right, onto that A site. This case, it's a different map, but they tend to go together and retake together. As I say that, they're kind of isolated a little bit. There's 1v1s happening.
But yeah, now they know where Jonah P is. And once you've identified that one, you know, one stray leaf, it's just easy to get picked apart. So Icy will have to 1v3 with the Sheriff to keep this thing alive. Not able to swat Woot out of the sky on the first, but on the ground connects. He just can't find the other two targets.
Yeah, Woot definitely caught a stray right there. Stray Sheriff shot right to the face. But Heretics, they're spacing on that retake. It was really good. There's a moment of opportunity for Jonah P to maybe get that kill onto Woot. But sometimes the classic, it's just so much RNG in the bullets and the spread of the gun. I mean, half the time it doesn't hit, then you hit ridiculous right clicks the other half. This case, it just goes the way of Heretics. And G2, they need to convert this first gun round. This is something they couldn't do on the last map. And we saw what Heretics did with that. They were able to just take the game in full control, really take it into their hands, and just run away with the lead that they had. In a map like Ascent, this defensive side, once you get going, it can feel so hard to break through the wall of the defenses. They can just feel so fortified.
Knife getting a little bit of info,
taken out.
But I think Benji's on the other side. It's almost worse.
And it's the push and pull so far again. A main control for Heretics, B main control for G2.
Whoa.
Nicely done.
That's really good because that was from the pistol round where that shock was earlier.
And they cleared the dart out early. This has been really nice. They've also gotten info for Boo as that knife's gonna tag him.
Enemy tag.
Now the middle of the map will become a problem though. Woot has to give the space up. He had the outlaw. Well, still does. But he doesn't have that angle anymore.
And that mid to B smoke right there, that's going to leave at least two players B and one watching mid. So this is a really good call so far from Valen. He's maneuvered around the entire map, and this allows for this hit to come through.
Paranoia is going to attack too, though. They have to wait as the smoke is the only thing that's keeping him apart now. He sees the barrel of it, and the kill will come through. G2 putting together a really nice gun round. Only losing one so far.
It's all up to Benji Fishy here in a 1v4. He does have a Bulldog to his name, but he's getting spammed down to 11 HP. What a wonderfully called round from Valen, and not only that, but a wonderful entry from Icy.
Yep.
Not dropping to the Bucky. That gun could be so cringe sometimes. You just get one pumped.
And that was the spot for it to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that's when the Bucky causes problems. Is when, all right, we've got to win this gun round. Okay, we've played the map perfectly. We've manipulated rotations. We just got to get on site now, and then you get pounded. Very nicely done by G2.
Goodbye, Cypher.
What I liked the most of that actual A hit was the little stall once that sight smoke came out to get a little bit closer, tighter together, just in case they need to trade. In this case, they didn't. But it's stuff like that that's going to go a long way for this G2 squad. The little things that Josh was talking about in that interview, the things that they weren't really doing that well on Icebox. And that could just be because of a different comp. I mean, stuff like that does change the familiarity of how you play the map. Leafs doing a really good job of denying a lot of this B main space and breaking the utility from Heretics, but he might get punished here.
Tough
shot to hit.
It's a lot of info. There's a window now for G2 to split this A site right away, but there is a trip waiting for them here.
And they've got Boo waiting as well.
The trip connected
that you mentioned. Icy's punished. Cleaned up, not able to find any room. Patatek still dancing around backside. Flowing in and out of everything he can find. Meanwhile, Woot, like a surgeon, slices his way through G2.
Icy tried to slice through that trip on Cat, but he couldn't do anything about it. And the flash, the KO flash from Jonah P, ended up blinding himself as he was trying to come out and break the trip for his teammate. But the stars aligned for Woot.
Man, I really wanted to hear what he was going to say.
Yeah.
He started to talk about the defaults. And I think if you're Heretics, I mean, you want to be able to do that on the defensive side, start to get a read on what G2 are wanting to do, knowing that this is historically the weaker side of the map for anyone who's playing a standard comp. Like, if you get ahead of that early, you look really good.
And so far, Benji Fishy's trips have been ahead of it, 100%. That Cat trip, he was playing B. You don't expect something like that, right?
Hunter's furious. Woot has taken and he's taking lives.
Filthy.
Icy will fall too.
He's going for more.
Of course he will. Why not?
He's running him down.
Trent knew that there were bullets behind him. Who gets his four? So do Heretics.
And you imagine Josh right now, he's going to call a timeout because you're right. The communication is not even there. They're folding under the pressure of Woot, this aggressive dash in the mid. I haven't seen a Jet do this in such a long time.
I love the pace behind it.
And then he dashes top mid as well. He's just running it down right now. Finding his window of opportunity to maximize the fact that he can use his aim to his advantage. Complete disruption.
He's gotten what? 7 kills in the last 2 rounds?
He's sitting at 9-3.
Destroyed.
Knives online.
And Jonah P already getting tagged by 2 ticks of that molly. Isn't going to make the situation any easier, any better. I mean, there's a good chance we don't see Woot op at all. Right, if he's going to continue to play at this pace and take space with the rifles.
Yeah, that's a very good possibility, but the beauty in this Heretics team is they have a bunch of players that can use the op. Yeah. I've seen Benji Fishy use it at times.
Yeah.
Having a Jet be aggressive on one side of the map while you have a lane posted with an operator on the other. I mean, where do you go? It's that 1-2 punch that you think of that old Optic core using of, oh, if you're running into Marv, then you're going to be funneled into Ye. In this case, I mean, it could be anybody from Heretics and Woot.
G2 with their lighter weaponry will have to figure things out, and they're going to try to on A. Icy gets up top, immediately gets tagged. The knives are just dull. Meanwhile, Heretics finding success at every step of the way. Again, I know it's a Sen, and I know things play this way usually, but this feels like we're still on Icebox here, the first half of Icebox.
There's that timeout I'm talking about from G2 instantly after that round. You imagine he put it in during that round with a miscommunication. This really good spray control from Rians and Boo on the actual site. I mean, their crosshairs bouncing all over, but they're too focused, they're too dialed in. They hone it back in. All the bullets connecting.
I mean, you heard Patatek there. Clinical. Clinical, and honestly, it feels that way.
Gila, kunyahan gue jadi lelet banget gara-gara fokus nonton.
Factor for giving Woot the confidence to run through mid, do all those crazy plays. And now we're seeing why Team Heretics are using the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. He's able to play at 2 spots at once, it feels like. When you're playing against that, you always have to use utility. You might have to walk up a little bit more for G2, but now you're walking into Woot, or Woot's just gonna run at you while you're taking that little hesitation to break the trips. These are all timings that Heretics are taking full advantage of at this moment. And speaking of advantages, after this timeout, look at the ult economy right now for Team Heretics. Almost all 5 online. There are some to answer from the side of G2.
Yeah, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, yeah, they have all of them online. Rians is so close. And I think we'll start to see some of this rock, paper, scissors, right? As soon as the lockdown goes out, all right, Rians has a counter, and there's really nothing that they can do on the other side.
If Jonah P uses his KO ult here, there will be no counter from the side of Heretics. It's going to be a Killjoy ult invested first.
Is that going to draw out any response?
Oh, he's going to just abuse this. He's going to overstay his welcome. He's going to go for more.
He can play on the other side of this. Almost lands a shot. Not connecting, though. They've gotten space. They've gotten the paranoia out. G2 have gotten far enough to where they should be able to get the plant down.
But the ults from Heretics on the retake, they're going to start flooding out early KO ult to deny any type of utility.
Yeah, but it was traded on the other side. Yeah, so close, but still not there. G2 staying alive, a 5v5 in a post-pen situation like this. There will be carnage. Still playing back Jenny, the op not connecting. Switching over to steadier weaponry. But Heretics finding the kills, finding the space. They've got the flash out as Woot will get it to half. That's now 3/4 of the way. They've got to swing into it, and Woot holds it all the way.
All off the back of Patatek in this situation. The round's not even over yet. But Woot, he gets the trade. Patatek came up huge in that retake, Doug. Running through amongst all the chaos, KO ult, VKO ult. But the shot's going his way. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That was disgusting. That's how he killed him.
Legend has it, he's still running.
Oh my gosh. How do you beat that? How do you beat that?
I mean, everything. They can do no wrong. They can do no wrong at all.
Early drone broken for Woot and a reposition, but almost a punish on the Leaf.
That's that ping pong timing. And Woot's gonna fill back in behind it.
I think he saw him.
Did he? No.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No, there's no way.
Almost.
It was the narrowest of margins. But now he's held the space. And I really like how he's playing this, though, because at this point, you wouldn't expect him to fill back in here, right? He's already dashed out. He had pressure. But both of them have found windows.
Playing against a confident Jet, when they're just disrespecting you, when you actually have to throw your body at him, it gives him an opportunity to hit shots on you and swing the tide of the round, get the entry.
The drone from Rians didn't find a ton.
So far, G2 doesn't look like they know exactly where they want to end.
But they have the pieces in place.
Oh, Woot is moving. Doesn't connect.
But Icy's already dashed out onto the side. He's got nowhere to go. He's still going to land the shot onto Leaf. Blades were popped, but never fired. G2 still haven't been able to clear out what's happening backside. There's still a couple of members here.
Good flash
here. Benji Fishy's there with them. Can they get past these defenses? Benji Fishy puts the cage up, snaps onto Jonah P. Ridiculous.
10 seconds left.
Valorant can't even get to the spike. 7-1 the way of Heretics.
The setup was so clean from Heretics, and yeah, Woot gets pinched in market. He goes 1 for 1.
Which honestly is a massive win given where he was.
It's good for him.
He couldn't go out mid. He couldn't go into sight because they lost that.
But this from Boo and CT, and then the hunker down on back sight from Benji Fishy. That cage that delayed the inevitable. Patatek allows the flash to come over, and Benji Fishy maximizes with that one tap onto Jonah P.
This goes here.
Nicely set up.
Right here.
And now they've got the Odin online. A little bit of spam traded, but the Sheriffs.
Another new look, Doug.
Oh, he spotted him. He connects on it. Leaf is down.
This is such a wonderful CT side that we're watching right now from Team Heretics. It's really impressive.
He's so fast.
Yeah. His timing on the dash is like instantaneously after he takes a shot.
You wouldn't think Jet was nerfed.
Oh, beautiful setup again from Patatek to re-clear A main info. Punishes Jonah P this time around. I mean, G2 just can't go anywhere. There's too many different layers.
Paranoia getting glued off this angle, but Icy fills right in on the space behind it. Now the shorty. Because does anyone challenge him there?
No. I mean, even Trent knows
he can't.
He's gonna get swung. But if you don't insta-woot, he's gonna drop you just like Rians drops Valen in another convincing round. Yeah, it was scrappy guns, but even when utility is being used from G2, Team Heretics, they just re-swing into everything. And again, that second timeout is gonna happen from G2. We're gonna see the replay real quick of that opener of Woot.
And there was that flash that you were mentioning off the re-clear for main.
It's insane because, I mean, what's going through their head is we just got to pick and B main. Nice. All right, that's going to be the cue for the attacking side to walk into A main now.
Right.
And, okay, they're walked up at this point, pop flash. Even if they don't get the info and the kill there, or even if they don't get the kill there, they get info that no one's in A main, paints the picture.
Serem gitu aimnya.
Down, give all the mid space if they need to.
Woot.
It really feels like Heretics have like zoomed out of the map.
Yeah.
We're watching it all unfold, and they're just a step ahead of everything. They really are.
What a showing so far from Team Heretics. Absolutely dismantling the fundamentals of G2.
Which is, I mean, that's their
Padahal Heretics diremain karena main satu pemain awal ya.
That's what qualified them for Shanghai. That's what had them qualify for the playoff stage. That's their bread and butter.
They really have to hone it in, and they need to get locked in. They need to wake up. They need to get some more rounds on this attacking side. You need to get at least, I feel like, at least 3 rounds. 4 would be ideal, but at least 3 rounds. Let's see if they can do that with this Hunter's Fury. He's all the way across the map, though.
Ini beda sama Bu yang ini.
And I'm sure you guys caught that watching at home, but there is an op that's been left A heaven.
I mean, their economy is insane. These guys are so rich right now.
Yeah, so they take this early fight A main. They don't really see anything. They can fill back behind, grab the op, which will go into the hands of Woot, I believe. And now they can reset.
So from the start of the round for G2, there's a drone
genetik kayaknya deh kalau pro player ya, KKD gitu.
But the re-clear from Rians, this timing is really good. Now Jonah P will call that though, so now Valen has the info that they did re-clear that mid space. If they do commit A here, they're still going to run into 3 players, most likely.
And the trip.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no way the knife, I mean...
This trip has been...
Yeah.
It's gotten so much value.
There's no way Jonah P finds him with him playing on the opposite side of the map. How would you expect that? The Paranoia's out. Trent's used his ult. And the collab from Woot!
Again! Devastating blow to G2. Another one.
Some days you're good, other days you're perfect.
1 enemy remaining.
9-1 the way of Heretics.
Untung makan gue udah kelar.
The fact that they're a step ahead on every single call. The utility reads is perfect. The comms are coming through. I mean, this is such a treat to watch.
Kakeknya, bokapnya deh.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that's just going to suck the life out of you if you're G2. You're trying to do things. It's not like they're not trying, Doug.
Right.
They're trying to swing together. They're trying to make anything work. But when you're just getting collided, it can be a little bit unfortunate for you. And all props to Heretics for how they've played this defensive side. I mean, this whole series so far, they've really made a statement.
That's nicely done. That knife is going to tag Benji Fishy backside, so not only do they know where he is, but the utility is not a factor. You still got to kill him, though, and that's the hardest part of that entire operation.
Another collat. How many collats? What's the counter? It's got to be at least 6 or 7 collats in the series so far. 10 to 1/2. And for G2, after losing the previous round like that, I mean, I don't blame him for going for a B rush, try to mix the pace, try to just make anything work, you know?
But honestly, it's not even the pace. The pace is great. The pace is great. The read was right.
Yeah.
The knife tagged the Cypher. The utility went down. They knew they had that window.
It just doesn't matter. Heretics firing at all cylinders. And now G2 are forced to slow down again. Will be a mid walk this time. And they're going to do a mid to B. Cypher Chip will give Team Heretics the info. Rians, he might get trapped here.
This timing is so good. Fortunately, it gets cleared out.
G2, they have to hesitate, and it's in these hesitation moments where Heretics pick them apart.
He's got Blades online. Now going up high. Looking for a target, patient on the first, not snapping. Choosing to hang on. Does he check the smoke? The Nano's so good. There's nowhere for Wu to go, but he jumps over every single team. And now, Wu falls. He gets another. G2 clawing their way into this round. They've gotten the spike, they've gotten so much control mid, and in spawn, they're going back A.
A bit of a saving grace in this last round. It's not over yet, though.
Val's gonna get so much info hearing these rotates come through. But I think he does, yeah.
Of
doesn't
course.
matter anyway.
Of course.
I thought he only heard one set of footsteps, but even then, it doesn't matter. Benji Fishy's weak, 11 HP. Rian's healthy. Has a shock to play with. These are really nice post-plant spots, though, from G2.
Yeah, it's going to be a crossfire from Hell and A main. Jonah P also watching the back, so they're not worried about the flank. Rians, if he does this would be massive. Oh my gosh, he almost got another collat.
Only finds one. Does G2 get their second round?
And they have
Tunggu
to
dua
win
orang
this
itu
next pistol
anjir.
round. There's
Wah,
no
terhas sekali
other
satu
shot.
poin ini.
You have to. Another 10-2 half for Heretics. It's that replay of the opener from Woot.
And honestly, for as much as G2 found success here, they were a hair away from it going the other way.
Icy, thank God he cleared out Woot there. I'm sure that's what G2 is saying.
They stabilize,
Terlihat
they settle
hovernya
down,
Jet
but it's
berguna
still
ya.
10-2 half the way of Heretics. We've got an Omen player moments queued up and ready for you guys right now.
Confidence was pretty high, I feel like, for everyone. The amount of clutches that we lost was actually the most amount of clutches I lost, I think, ever in a game. There was just a lot of clutches, a lot of misplays, a lot of mistakes on our side, which I think we fixed already. We had, I think, 3 or 4 days where we could prepare and talk about things, do VOD reviews, and just go through everything together.
Saatnya gua makan
that really
dessert
helped us.
gua nggak sih?
We showed it on the EDG game.
Goes forward with rocket in hand. Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third!
Honestly, I'm feeling super excited because we got the chance to play against
Ini
G2.
box
which
biar
we are
tetap
saying,
dingin
like,
dessertnya,
environment
guys.
that Our game against G2 didn't go our way like we expected. To be honest, my race on split
Yang
is
nanya,
not
gua
like
makan
you guys
apa?
watched it on the game. I kinda got
Gua
not lost, but we just
makan
didn't have
red
time to prepare what the
velvet,
reaction
ya.
would be at rotations. So I was pretty much
Red
stuck on the other side of
velvet.
race doing pretty much nothing. So I'm really excited to play against them to get our revenge, because I feel like we are the better team coming into this tournament. So now it's only time to show it.
3 rounds, keeping Heretics out of the Mercedes-Benz arena right now.
Low fat,
What a
red
run.
velvet.
What a
Anjir.
run from these kids, man.
I mean, he said it. We're here to show
Protein
it. They've definitely been
shortcake.
showing a lot of new looks as well. That's the most impressive thing to me, is the different ways that they're playing. This time, it's Ascent, a map that they haven't played since last year. a 10-2 defensive side.
You wouldn't believe it with how they've played.
It's just another map that future teams that they play against have to be worried about.
And I imagine this is extra sweet, given their performance at their last global event, given their performance at Madrid, for them to bow out as early as they did with all the hype and all the excitement. I think the settling consensus was maybe the future's not now. Yeah. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. And yeah, they went up against Sentinels, who obviously won. And yeah, they went up against Paper X, who are also very good. But
even in this tournament, dropping to G2 and doing this back, this answer back, shows a lot for a team like Team Heretics to be this rehearsed.
This mature, and now, I mean, this patient. Look at this.
G2, they do have 4 members of their team willing and ready to fight on this A site.
Oh, they're going to have to. Because that's where Heretics are headed.
Good shock damage right here.
Very good shock. And he's going to have the dart over the top as well. Clearing that's going to be so difficult. Off of the flash as well. They're lit up. They know where they are, but can they get the fights anyway? That Molly will help. BenjiFishy crosses past, and BANGUN falls on the other side. They had a perfect trap.
No one fell.
But it was bested once more.
But they're all low.
Everyone low. But will it matter?
About to find out. Leaf has something to say about it.
Really nicely handled. But again, unbelievable. They do it again.
How do they keep doing it?
What? Aku tidak bisa begitu.
Just let it sink in. How they didn't die when they entry onto Cat, and then Boo with this jumping right click. I spoke about the RNG of the Classic. Sometimes it just doesn't hit at all, and sometimes that happens.
Ah, let's go! Let's go!
The crowd was going wild. Listen to that crowd.
Forget about how weak they were. G2 have to force. An Ares, a couple of Stingers.
That's so crazy. It's ludicrous. Patience on the anti-eco, waiting for any mistake, waiting for a punish.
They've got so much of an advantage here too. They're farming these orbs, or at least tapping it to see if there's going to be a swing. It'll go in the hands of Rians.
They're really just trying to suss out the situation right now. They're trying to see what kind of setup G2 is running. They don't want to run into a stack. That knife landing A, maybe you want to go back A main because it didn't hit anybody.
But they're all headed B.
Can't help but feel like after that knife doesn't connect that there will be a B stack though. I wonder if they try to transition at some point. Maybe fake that they're going to go B, or if they get the info that there's a lot of players from G2 at this B site. Maybe they'll go back.
G2 are doing everything they can to conceal that very fact. But now, they will have to fight. Wu dashes out, the paranoia through. Mid still fully controlled by G2 though. They've given up the site, but will that be worth it? The Classic not causing problems there.
Some signs of life from G2 in this second half.
Planted.
Patatech and BenjiFishy, they've gotten the spike down though. And they've got all of them corralled mid. This does not look as safe as you would think. A little flash over the top. Knife not cleared, Patatech falls. And that's a massive step forward to securing this round. How does BenjiFishy navigate his way through this? Walls closing in. Icy gets 3 as G2 will get their third, excuse me.
Off the back of Icy, he opened up the round with a little headshot with the Sheriff. Closes it out with the 3K. It's not over quite yet. You get to see that opener right here. Beautiful shot on Rians.
That was snappy.
And then the little mid crunch. And that's what I was talking about. I mean, G2, they knifed, they made, they didn't connect on anybody. So you kind of have to think that they're probably still stacked towards B if there was a stack there at all.
Yeah, B or mid, yeah.
But sometimes the mind games, they can be so intense that, you know, maybe you think that they're throwing the knife to feint that they're actually stacking A. You know, there's a lot that goes into this. So many different outcomes, so many different possibilities. What could be possible here is Boo getting an opener with this Vandal buy.
Hero rifle, no, Wood has armor as well.
I wonder if Boo's gonna try to get an initial exchange and then just cycle the gun. Something that you see happen a lot in a game like CS. You'll have somebody buy up a gun, everybody follows up with armor. You pick it up one by one.
Di pistol semua tuh ya.
BenjiFishy put the cam up B main. And there hasn't really responded to anything. That drone's getting a lot of info though. Perched over the top of mid, spotting a couple of faces.
Shadows traveling.
What is the response on the other side of that deep smoke?
That alarm bot's still up, but once it goes down, you imagine you're gonna see maybe Jonapi fall off a garden. And that's why you see BenjiFishy prodding up here. There we go. He might use the knife as a fadeaway. Gets the info.
Gets tagged a little bit too.
Good stall so far.
There's still 40 seconds left on the round. And they've got a little bit of mid presence because through all of that, they also cleared the alarm bot.
Whoa.
Icy steady with it. Not able to settle it much more though. The paranoia is going to cause problems, but the flash in exchange. This is not as clean as it looked like it was going to be. This BenjiFishy gets another on the other side.
Player standing.
The spike's out of reach, so he's upgraded to an outlaw. A 1v3 here. And there are so many healthy members on the other side. Time is of the essence. Getting next on to Trent, but this round should be out of reach.
Definitely, the time's going down. Jonapi cleans him up. That slow approach on this attacking side from Heretics, they got so much info on how G2 like to play their defensive setups. And that's going to set them up for the future rounds. Here's that opener from Icy, a beautiful flick. Valen supporting him there. BenjiFishy in this series, I feel like has won the head-to-head against Leaf more times than not.
Yeah.
And that was with a Sheriff.
Yeah.
So now with a rifle, you imagine he's going to be really confident in pressing the issue against Leaf. That's a great opener from Icy.
Whoa.
On the jump spot.
Those are the things you need if you want to get back into this map.
Absolutely. Knife will get info that BenjiFishy is in B main. I wonder if G2 decide to creep up. I feel like that was a very early drone. They could have set Icy up with that drone, and he would have converted that into a kill. So BenjiFishy escapes with his life right here.
They've invested a lot into this too.
Yeah.
Dart, the shot, the drone. Can Heretics find a little bit of space on the other side?
Oh, Boo missing his opportunity to punish Jonapi on that swing.
And that's so tough because Icy literally just shot B main what felt like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Already gets back trees, able to punish with the kill.
Exactly. He started mid, went B main, now he's garden like you said. Oh!
Leaf a little early on the trigger, now overwhelmed. BenjiFishy gets the best of him again.
And Trent, they know he's here backside. It's up to Icy again to try to support him.
That paranoia not reaching all the way. So they're able to find safe passage and apply pressure onto Trent. But the pressure's going the other way. Rian's in a 1v4. These last couple of rounds have gotten down to Heretics in, I mean, unwinnable situations.
Wow, wow, wow. Gokil, let's go.
It's all off of Icy again. He keeps getting the opener. Back-to-back rounds for him. Look at this shot. Oh, a little elbow right there. Almost overflicked it, but he was so precise. And then Trent, yeah, it wasn't pretty, but when you use a guardian like that,
gue nonton live YouTuber lain nge-lag.
damage on that
Ini
gun
nggak
is
pernah
insane.
nge-lag.
A little bit of a desk
Masa
slam.
sih? Kayaknya codingnya kali ya.
Heretics shouldn't be
Pakai
too
ultra
worried,
latency sih jarang nge-lag ya.
Into the next we go. G2,
Iya, paling kali nanti delay dikit kalau
ults
kalian
within
pause.
sniffing distance and the other one online. Icy still with the op though. Heretics buy not great, 2 stingers and then Sheriffs.
Saving lagi.
I believe Jonapi and Valen actually heard
bisa lah,
Blue
1 poin lah.
jumping up onto that ledge.
He spotted the barrel there.
Kalau pro player gitu ya.
Shot on the cross though if he gets the opportunity.
It was just the tip.
Menangnya per 2 round, 2 round, 2 round gitu.
Cage. Jonapi dodges the omen flash, so he'll be able to be primed and ready.
And that knife is so good.
Flash to delay.
He's got another one to the top though, but Rians finds a really nice timing. Valance still playing down in hell. Both spotted, both dropped. The spike hits the ground, the kills all come through for G2.
Destroyed.
Another good ace setup, and yeah, Jonapi, he got timing right there. But he did a really good job of getting that back off, getting the delay flash off. allowing Valen to play in that hell anchor spot that we've seen so many Omens play before. Gets 2 in this case. 3rd.
And the spike going down was probably the most valuable of all. Because even if things settle, it's just
Bang
such a
Dada ayam
miserable
rebus kok
spot.
bikin mual ya kalau utuh, tapi sekali di blender lebih enak.
Sebenarnya bikin mual gara-gara dada ayam itu seret banget sih, serat nih. Karena dia nggak ada lemak, jadi nggak semua orang suka makan dada ayam. Kalau lu blender, ya kebalik sih, gue malah aneh sih kalau di blender sih, mungkin kebiasaan makan ayam kali ya. Kalau enak mungkin disuir lu juga lebih enak. Tergantung sih, itu kan cuma sugesti menurut gue. Tapi ya seperti itulah dada ayam, makanya diincer karena dagingnya paling banyak dan nggak ada lemaknya, tapi jadi seret. Keset, really tough. Kalau lu masak ayamnya terlalu kering, wah ini banget sih. Masak ayam kan tetap harus ada temperatur yang cocok biar dadanya tuh masih kayak ada juice-nya gitu loh. Nah itu biasa nggak semua gorengan di makanan Indo tuh kayak gitu. Biasanya cuma di beberapa restoran-restoran yang emang bisa goreng dada ayam sih. Kalau lu beli-beli di warteg gitu-gitu mah dada ayamnya kering semua anjir. Ini berarti sekarang ekonominya stabil lagi. Gak ada bumbu, dada ayamnya bener-bener direbus brek udah. Gak ada bumbu-bumbuan.
It's a really nice setup from G2.
Yeah, Leaf has spread himself as well as he can.
Cage trigger.
Also a player in wine at A.
Buat apa ya taruh situ ya?
I see they decided.
Main gamesnya luar biasa tapi emang sih game ini.
They know that Benji Fishy likes to walk into this space.
Itu drone bisa buta juga tuh di flash gitu.
Only one.
Doesn't get the kill.
Oh, ditungguin tahu loh.
Almost hitting that shot.
The intuition from Benji Fishy though to jump spot that.
Yeah. I mean, it had been there so long, it'd been so quiet. I get it.
Oh, dikasih kunyit, waduh. Kayaknya kalau rempah-rempah gitu, gue nggak tahu deh. Gue nggak pernah kayak langsung kayak ayam kunyit. Tadi ayam kemangin juga ada kunyit sih warna kuning soalnya.
Flash is nice as Heretics accelerate.
Duar.
Woods.
Masuk. Wow.
But not able to settle it. Woot's the one that got away. Now Valen dancing around.
The team flash.
The structures and he's not able to see a damn thing. Now the Molly Woot dropped.
Anjir. Wow.
3 fell, make that 4.
And he may have team flash, but he made up for it.
Gila chill banget orangnya ya.
Getting 4 in the round.
Gila Jonah dari kemarin sih emang gokil.
If they would have gone out like that, you know, Valen would have been so upset. This was such a great opening from Woot as well. I mean, all of Heretics, they were up 5v3. Jonah P, after he flashed his teammate, he had something to say about it. Oh my god! Exactly.
Nowhere to run. Berarti abis ini mereka saving lagi. Soalnya gila, ekonominya sih segar banget ya.
5 rounds in a row now.
Tapi kalau kayak gini berarti dia masih bisa force by 2 round lagi dong walaupun kalah gitu ya.
On the Valen and A main, and that might have Heretics have to use another piece of utility to clear out Wine. They might think that he walked right into the spot.
See Trent there using a little bit of util, clear that cam. And Heretics deciding to go exploring up the middle of the map just a little bit.
Momentumnya sih gokil nih. That IC
it's a really nice defensive setup from Leaf. You talked about his utility in the previous round. It's the same look, but it's so good.
And it's really good because that mid-3 smoke, it doesn't get value as long as this turret is still up.
Right.
They know it's not going to be a split.
And you have to get so far up to clear it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so that'll be the cue. That drone will be the cue to break that turret. And that'll keep 3 players kind of towards this mid area of the map. IC is dialed in on B main.
This is very similar to what they did in the previous round, right?
Kepalanya copot abis ini nih.
You clear some util, then you flip it.
And that's why you see Jonah P at this A site.
Tuh,
So
baru
Heretics,
aja
they
buang
understood what they
10.000.
conditioned the round previously.
Males
And there's only
ngunyah
2
makan
players
dada
on
ayam
B right
rebus
now.
blender plus
This
whey
is a
protein.
really good call right now
Kakak.
from Boo.
Ya itu juga oke. Tapi kan semua orang suka ayam blender, pikirannya kayak gimana gitu. Wah anjing.
Not only is he landing the shot on the Benji Fishy, but he aggressively fills into the space.
Whey protein boleh sih, asal whey proteinnya yang bener aja ya. Maksudnya lu tahu you done your research gitu kalau lu makan whey protein. Jangan sembarang whey. Whey
Holding the line. First it was Jonah P, now it's Trent.
Whey protein tuh ada whey protein, ada whey protein isolate, ada whey protein banyak. Ada whey protein hydrolyze, lu kayak harus tahu mana yang lu butuh. Ya sebenarnya enggak sih, kayak ya ada yang murah, ada yang mahal. Ada beberapa whey protein yang masih ada kandungan gulanya, ada whey protein yang masih ada kandungan lemaknya juga gitu. Ada yang beberapa pure protein.
All of a sudden,
gila. Tajir banget nih harus. Oh ini buy banget.
You spoke of that 3-round mark. G2 has brought this game within 3
kena tembak. Anjir kena. Anjir gila serem banget di bredetin begitu ya. Tapi mereka tetap hilang. Nice. Oh. Wah, ini dia. Let's go. Gue suka momen-momen comeback kayak gini.
The double flank B main, the double swing on the lane, and at the end there, even an updraft, the jump peek, all of that.
Gila dia nembak blind gitu berapa damage anjir. Tapi kenapa tetap dipaksa masuk ya? Udah ada Odin dan segala macam gitu ya.
What's 6-7 rounds in a row now? A lot of things have to be going right? It's not just one person who's clutching it out, and I think we saw that at the beginning with Jonah P, who looked really good. And then Trent, Fallon's getting in on it, Icy's op is online now.
Ya kenapa tetap dipaksa masuk gitu ya? Kenapa dia nggak rotate aja gitu ke A?
This is like DEFCON 5, all alarms blazing. Heretics have a problem.
It is. This is what the last time out for Heretics as well. So no teams will have timeouts.
Masih di sono, masih bisa rotate kan, maksudnya masih ada banyak waktu juga.
I don't like these interruptions. I like the action instead.
Enggak tadi pas
udah
tahu lagi udah dijaga gitu.
Bit of map, and you spoke so much about the grit and the grime that G2 thrive in, how they bring it back. I mean, they really dig deep in these moments, and we're seeing that even on the last map they gave it their all. It was just a new comp, they weren't familiar with it.
Tuh pelatih ngomong ke player, ya kalau lagi kayak gini bisa ngomong dia. Kalau lagi main udah nggak bisa ngomong dia. Kecuali di TO.
You mentioned it, they fell a couple of steps short on ice.
Biasanya kalau Odin B itu cuma ada 2 orang di side-nya. Tapi tadi rame ya, ada 3 ya.
But now they've left over what was put before them.
Opsnya masih ada nih. Killjoy ada ulti. Hey.
I see with the op. The flash over the
mundur
top.
dikit.
And then the knife. All of that util to make sure that mid is safe. That's crazy.
Gila.
And yeah, a lot of it is
Takut
refreshing
hilang
utility,
kepalanya, guys.
With how good Icy's been these last couple of rounds, yeah, I don't blame them.
Masih pakai Odin tuh.
The alarm bot was not broken during that whole process, though. So they're still not worried.
You're right.
That drone will not see the alarm bot either. I don't know if you saw the foot of Leaf there. I don't think he did, and that's why you see the reposition from G2 walking right back into this little corner.
The alarm bot now cleared. Icy still with the op tree.
Oh, ini kayak
slowly like to play 3 players towards A when they do this mid default and break the killjoy utility.
Yeah, and the nice thing is this turret is in such an aggressive spot that as soon as there's tag, there's enough time for the rotate to come through.
Oh, langsung. Oh, nggak pakai lama. Mundur sofanya ke posisi ya. Posisi bredetan.
He's already rotated here. They could flood in.
Benji Fishy's got a lot to do here. If he can strike at just the right time, maybe, but now They know where Leaf is. Benji Fishy gets one, but Trent got two. Neural Theft invested though on the other side, and now the Hunter's Fury. Spike commanded.
Oh, kena.
Spike planted. Can Rian stay alive? No. 3 on the round for Trent again. The Wonder Kid delivers.
Cover going out.
Whoa.
They've done this, Stray. Boo in the face of 4. The flash, the updraft, but they don't jerk him. Almost disaster, but Trent gets 4 again. They've gotten it down to 1. They've brought this thing back.
All the fundamentals right now of G2 are showing, and they're thriving in this defensive side of Ascent. The setups that you were talking about, that one turret to delay, allow Trent to fall back into CT, get another 2 spam kills. Icy just needs to hold a lane while his team scales CT.
Katanya so far main Odin ya sih?
They got all the stops covered.
22 and 15 for Trent. The vast majority of it has come in this half.
Apakah emang
He's been a
map
monstrosity
defender kan?
to Heretics with this Odin. And he might get a spam kill here on the Benji Fishy.
Anjir.
A little bit off
Masih
the
dengan
mark,
Odin
but
ya.
The presence certainly made it clear.
Jangan
Right
baju-baju
now,
lu
if you're
anjing.
Heretics, I mean, you might want to just commit A for the rest of this half because the aura alone of what
Udah
Trent
berapa
has been
kali
doing
dia
this
gagal
game,
ke B?
it's too much. Will be another drone up mid and probably a
Masih
break
mau
of
ke B
4
ya
Killjoy
ini kayaknya.
utility.
And then the round resets. The drone, excuse
Ya
me.
ada.
Getting a little bit of info, but that alarm bot's further up this time.
It's really deep.
Yeah.
So although Leaf isn't really getting impact with
Map
his
defender
kills
nih.
and stuff like that, his util has been amazing so far.
Well, and then not to mention, even if he isn't really getting info, off
Wah,
of the
akhirnya ke
util,
A dia.
Heretics invest so much, not just in utility, but in time at the beginning of the round to clear that.
Yeah.
But this time, wanting to go A, the
Sniper mulai
Paranoid is going to
maju.
tag so many.
It's a great Omen flash. A lot rests on Icy's hands right now with that operator.
He's got reinforcements, so he's
Cuma
got the
3.
cavalry behind him.
Nobody wants to make a mistake. That's a really good flash, but a counter. Jonah P with the punish on the Woot.
30 seconds left.
Now they try to explore the middle of the map.
Ke
and
B
guess what?
lagi.
They're going to go into leave. They're going to go
Wah,
into
mau di
Trent.
lockdown anjir.
Benji Fishy trying to play around the timing as best as he
Oh,
can.
dead,
No real
sudah
way to go.
dead, sudah hancur kena lockdown.
There's no safe passage out.
lockdown udah hancur.
Trent still gets his one. 13 seconds left. The spike hits the ground. Benji Fishy has to scoop it up in the face of 3. Can he get this off? Committing to the plant, but will fall. We are tied at 11.
Who would
Gila.
have thought that G2 could
Ujung-ujungnya ke
bring
B
this
lagi
one
loh.
back? This has been nothing short of spectacular from this squad.
Hemat uang.
Anwar
We
baru
mentioned it
aja
at the
buang
beginning.
10
These
ribu.
last
Anwar,
two
thank you.
rounds
Bang
are
anak
often
gym
the
buka backstreet
hardest.
cocok kali ya. Setiap hari saya makan
And
10
they're showing
putih
it. I mean,
telur
this is a
kuningnya
perfect
dibuang mulu.
example of that.
Kayaknya bisa buat bikin
It's
kue
the brick
wakata.
wall.
Betul, biasanya kalau lu anak
Great Wall, we're in Shanghai.
pastry, biasa kalau anak-anak pastry itu ngambil kuning telurnya. Putih telurnya diambil sama anak-anak gym.
And Odin still for Trent.
Bener.
Heavy lean B from Heretics.
Asal lu tahu protein intake lu aja ya. Tapi putih telurnya yang masih agak fresh ya, jangan yang kalau udah lebih dari seminggu gitu udah nggak enak anjir. Wow, masih mau ke B. Wah, ini hancur sama Odin. Woi. Gila. 5 round diheboh sama Odin.
Leaf online, Leaf active.
5 round.
The defuse will come through, and G2 have done what was unthinkable, what was Herculean. What a comeback!
All he had to do was bide his time in that spot. Woot this time on the dash doesn't check it. He doesn't check logs.
Sekarang gue mau pakai Odin terus aja kalau main Kalo ya. Kalau pusing pakai Odin. Bener.
When you're this deep into the game and the comeback that G2 have done, now your fundamentals go out the window. You start making grave mistakes like
Gila.
this.
Momentumnya
All of a
gokil
sudden,
ini,
like you
momentumnya
said,
gokil.
G2 was on match point when they were down
Masih mau ke B?
11-2.
The timeline tells the tale.
Kena tuh, kena lagi tuh Cyber.
He's gonna find a kill, isn't he? He's already dealt so much damage.
Nggak kena.
And a dagger. Trent has been so good from back here. The paranoia from over the shoulder from Valen. Woot has to slow down. This is not the pace they like to play in. Woot will fall. A 4v4. And both Boo and Benji Fishy weak, but they're the ones getting the kills. But you have not dealt with Trent. Still
Wah, masih dengan Odinnya. Wah, anjir.
Just can't. It's Trent time.
Hunter's Fury online as well. They can all play together from the side of G2, allow Heretics to plant A, and use the Sova ult from spawn off the tap.
What? I am the hunter. Nih lihat nih lo dari sini nih.
For down so big, so great. What a miracle this would be if Boo can pull this off.
33 HP.
The defenses of G2 have been stalwart, they've been perfect, and now Boo's spotted somehow getting the lower HP than he had before. 14 ticks, the only thing keeping us from Lotus. And that's exactly where we're headed. We thought they were done, we thought they were dusted, but they're plenty alive.
Lupa diffuse. Gokil, ternyata kita masuk ke map ketiga. Ini seru banget ini. Ya. Istirahat, break time. Gila. Yang masih bilang kenapa kemarin PRX kalah, ya mungkin seperti ini, ya. Pressure ya, momentumnya beda, coy. Defender side, tapi gila loh momentumnya. 6 round begitu terus dia. Di sini gue mau pakai Sofa Odin lah. Kayak gitu aja. Tembak. Kita akan pergi ke Lotus di sini. Ya. Gitu ekonominya sih udah infinite kayaknya deh. Sofa, Odin. Gambarnya boleh Sofa megang Ops, di sini enggak. Sofa megang Odin. Comebacknya luar biasa ya. Sofa emang udah kerit sama G2. Oh ya? Oke, kita sambil nunggu ya. Menit. Gue sambil ngedit thumbnail kali ya. Mana nih si Faiz nih? Aduh.
My, oh my, what a comeback that was by G2 on Ascent against Team Heretics. I'm your host, Kingston. I'm back here with Mimi and Kukuko. I have two questions. Did you believe in the comeback? And if so, when did you believe in the comeback?
I think I started believing when they got like 8 rounds, but that was a ridiculous comeback.
We were up there and I was like, it is happening. You're like, no, it's not happening. I was like,
Thea, let me tell you, I was doing it for you.
For me?
I wanted you to believe that Heretics would close it out. But G2 played incredible. They've tied the record globally for the biggest comeback of all time at a global event. This was an absolutely ridiculous game. Their defense looked stalwart. What Trent was doing on the B site, these retakes
the biggest comeback though, guys.
I don't even know what to say.
I mean, it's so complicated because I feel like we were seeing Heretics that didn't really know what to do on the attack. And this only comes from very good fundamentals from the side of G2. The space that they were given was retaken by almost perfect utility. It was very difficult for Heretics to go into any side of the map. On one side, you have Icy with the operator. I think this was also a very good example of them trying to just go onto the side and try and have some impact. And just Jonapy having one of the many clutch rounds that he has where he just goes insane. Same with him, same for Trent. I just think that this is a map that was not ready, was not prepared, and was very, very well played by G2. Also having the mental to keep that out.
But that's a contrast, an amazing defensive side to start by Team Heretics, where Woot was going absolutely insane, where Patatek seemed to have perfect utility. But I think some of those fundamental errors started to come out on the attacking side. The spacing was off. They were giving opportunities for these G2 players to make these star plays. And to credit G2, every one of those players was stepping up to those moments.
I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen now in Lotus. I'm alright. You know, nobody's going home at least, so it gives me that. But especially, I'm thinking about the mental. It's 11 rounds in a row. You were this close. Even in the first half, we saw a round where Wood was throwing a little bit. He was having fun. You know, you're 10-1 up. What are you gonna do, right? You're diffing on them with the operator. You're doing everything that you want, and it was very much like this. Like the effect that the duelists were having in each and one of those teams was massive.
I really want to give some flowers to Icy. I think that he was absolutely pivotal and in a lot of ways was the catalyst to this comeback. Early on into this defensive half, he was getting those opening picks, in particular playing these proactive looks into mid and starting these rounds right for G2. Again, Icy continues at Master Shanghai to find himself in the moments where G2 need him most.
Yeah, and especially when we turn onto that attack side, right? We see a Wood that he barely can get onto side. He barely can create that space. And not only that, the rest of the team is so disconnected that it feels a little bit disjointed when they go onto the sides and they face up the utility that G2 has been saving time and time again. They look too surprised.
The mental resiliency of this G2 team is so impressive. Winning despite Woot having a game like that, running around the map, massacring you in the way he was in the first half of the game was ludicrous. G2 came into this event as a team that I think their narrative was they had one big upset. Oh, it's cool that they're going to make it. They're going to have some chances in Swiss stage and then probably end up going home. But they have continued to prove so much more, stepping up at this global event. The comebacks, they never pulled off big comebacks like this before, and now suddenly they are a comeback team.
You heard them. They needed just one round, and this came in the second half. They forced ball, and that felt like the one round that they needed.
They won. This is like the third comeback of this tournament. I don't know how they are doing it, but it is just, it's perfectly timed to keep them alive.
Well, the question is, as we move on to the last map, the one that we felt like maybe Heretics should have picked, it feels like they're not out. They're down, but they're not out.
I mean, right, we also need to mention, they have been banning this for the entirety of the year. Did we expect that first half?
Cuman gua sama Viano doang biasanya yang gosip-gosipannya soal game-game begini. Karena lagi WW aja sih.
And it went in favor of Heretics, yes. But they were very in the game. Even though they started
on
the defense, the utility was perfect. They felt so in place that G2 looked a little bit responseless.
I hear what you're saying, but I honestly think a comeback that big, is so much about the momentum, the individual form, and the mental. Of course, they had issues that looked on practice on Ascent. We did see that there.
Game baik. Hari ini gua level 40 loh. Mau streamingin, mau lihat nanti. Atau kalian mau ke world gua biar dropnya emas terus.
And a massive amount of momentum
kalian join gua berarti turun dong nanti union levelnya
have a
ya.
chance to go to the Mercedes-Benz Arena. You know those players want it so bad after that comeback.
Are they about to do the Genji, you think? Are they about to do the perfect Genji?
I think they might. They've done it already this event.
Yeah, they're about to do the Genji. The thing that I picked up from what you said, Mimi, that makes me a little bit worried is that in that grand
Sisa 2.000,
finals,
jadi hari ini 8.000 per 10.000, daily hari ini 850 gua.
They let it slip. They were the only team to ever to be reverse swept in EMEA ever in a best of 5, and I just don't want to see that version of them come out here.
It's possible, honestly, with how that game went. So you're going to be looking to boo the leader of this team, the oldest, most experienced member, and of course to their coach Nilzinho to really rally the troops, to remind them how good they were in that first half, how good they are on Lotus, and what their game planning has been coming into this one. If they can turn around and reset the mental, if I hadn't just seen that comeback, I would have heavily favored Heretics on this map because I think they're great on that.
Ya, kan sama kayak kalian mainnya.
Like it is crazy to think.
Kalau kalian join gue yang turun ya naik levelnya, ngikutin kalian ya, atau kalian yang join ke 40 atau gimana?
Mental resilience, and also if they have fixed also the issues that they had in that grand final, they should be fixed by now.
I mean, that's the thing. If they could fix that, and like you guys said, have a strong mental.
Gila, ini lama-lama habis ini flashnya. Udah baunya udah nggak apa?
And I really like it, especially on the defensive side.
Hampir pudar gitu. Oh, kita lihat nih line up di Lotus. Wah, kita ada.
Their reclears on this map are stellar.
Same goes for Thermaltake. I think that he's building stellar. We were seeing it on Ascent. His flashes were on point. They really need a strong half.
But G2 has had an amazing defense throughout this tournament. You see it there, 60% win rate. The rotations defensively from Valorant and his calling is great. Leaf is a stalwart anchor on that C site and was stepping up towards the end of that last game. G2 have the momentum on their side and have a chance to close out this incredible
kalau kalian 3-1 join gua, jadi gue yang jadi 3-1 gitu. Oh, yang level rendah udah jadi. Kali dong kalau gitu kalian. Gue kira gue bisa meng-carry. Kapan level? Ini gue live follow nih. Ayo kita masuk ke map ketiga Lotus ya. G2 versus Team Heretics.
The last time we saw G2
gimana nih?
on Lotus, there was one
Megang siapa kalian?
that stood out to you as an ugly sore spot, if you will.
Yeah, and that ugly sore spot was actually the deciding factor in that last
gua
map.
pegang.
It was Trent. The last time they played head-to-head, it was a 13-9
Gua pegang
win for
G2 ya.
Heretics, but Trent was sitting at 5 kills. He wasn't activated. He just wasn't in it. But what was so impressive was what the desk was talking about. They still stayed into it. It was still competitive. So even though he wasn't shooting straight, I mean, his utility was getting value, everything like that. Now that he's back and he's the Wonder Kid once more, this could be really good for G2 to secure this best of 3.
Yeah, who knows how that other map plays out if he's able to provide a little more value in the fragging department. But either way, another really nice opportunity for G2, given how they had struggled, given how rough things looked map 1, given how rough things look half 1 of map 2. Just very distant memory right now. I'm not really sure what's delaying us, but I'm being told that we're close, I think, or I'm being lied to, and that would suck. But yeah, hopefully getting into this very soon. Lotus to decide this series. What's up for grabs? A spot at the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
Besok
the prized possession, right? What everyone's competing for, everybody wants to get to. That's been the North Star for the last 2 weeks we've been in Shanghai. Yeah. That's where you want to get.
An arena that sold out in 12 seconds. As soon as those tickets went online and available, there's a queue of at least, what, 90,000 people? It's surreal that we're here right now with G2 and Team Heretics.
Perex jam 3. Gua bangun jam 4 udah pulang Perexnya nanti ke sini.
To put their name in history in Shanghai.
I think there's another interesting conversation we need to have as we start to think towards the next map. The last 2 maps that we've played, G2 have started on attack. And it wasn't really until the defensive side of both maps that G2 looked much more comfortable. They were much more competitive. They were shooting back. Their protocols were starting to execute. And yes, in the first map, the gap was too great. In the second map, they leapt right over that thing. But now, as we turn our attention to Lotus, G2 is starting off on the defensive side. And yes, it's a map that tends to favor the attack side. Yeah, because of the ability to really introduce doubt in the minds of the defenses. You have 3 lanes you have to consider. You have 3 sites you need to consider. But this given how the first two maps have gone, feels like a really strong way to start for G2.
And the beauty in it is they already played against Heretics on it. They understand the layering of utility that was punishing them on their defensive side the last time around. So now that they've had time to make changes, make adaptations,
okay, here we go.
This could go the other way.
You hear the panel broken at the very beginning of the round. Trent posted up there currently. As Heretics are being real slow with this start.
This is going to be a head-to-head duel right here. A re-clear from G2. I think they think there's only a Cypher here, but that nade.
Whoa!
They don't realize they're being melted!
What
P's spit is perfect!
Anjir.
That trap was perfect. And again, it doesn't matter if it was a mass group. It doesn't matter if it was just Benji Fishy. It could have just been Benji there. But they were ready for
Meleleh
that.
semuanya.
Info gathered on Boo here. Patatek has something to say about it.
Last player standing. Spike down.
That is the last one alive here. And he's so far out of reach of the spike. G2 have full control of
Beda ya line apa ya?
Nobody's getting within the vicinity of it without somebody finding out.
A turret here as well. It'll give G2 all the info that he is in B site. I mean, this would take
Ini keramat ada asapnya.
even more heroics than that comeback we saw from G2 on the last map to secure this one.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he's got some time to feel it out and play it out.
The best case scenario is, well,
yeah,
that was probably the best case scenario. Sorry,
those little T-Rex arms there. They won't reach. They weren't far enough. So G2 get the pistol. This is exactly the start that they needed, right? They have a really nice trap set up. You saw the nade over the top, the spit on the other side, the paranoia. They had nowhere to go. They were put in a pen. And this
Gila,
capitalize off that.
di flash, dikasih lendir, di bom.
The last time around, he only had 5 kills. He already has 3 to his name. This is the Trent that everybody knew.
Pisau yang paling gue suka so far.
The Wonder Kid.
Karambit Prime.
The Protege.
That fault line at the beginning of the round.
A lot of spam damage as well, does.
Suggests where Heretics are headed. And you're right, that spam damage is going to slow them down, at least a bit.
Heretics do farm that orb, though, so some value into this round, even though they're on a classic buy. No one buying really much of anything.
No.
No Deagles. They don't want to deal with Leaf into that bonus round. They understand that he likes to buy the Outlaw on almost every single map when they win the pistol round. But this time around, he actually has the Stinger. So maybe even he's reading a little bit ahead into this.
Trent getting a little bit of an idea of where the attack is headed. You've got all of that Killjoy utility.
Slow banget nih ya.
Boo has slipped the net though, or at least you would think he was, but Jonah P wise to it.
Yeah.
Lulling him into a false sense of security.
Yeah, G2 are willing to play retake on that A site
so
they can play this heavy beat. That tether will connect on some players, but the bomb will go down.
30 seconds left.
Balance playing on the other side. We mentioned how weak a couple of those members are on the side of Heretics. Should be dealt with and dismissed pretty effortlessly. And it's Leaf who cleans it all up. And honestly, given that they're playing defense, that lockdown matters.
It matters a lot, and not only that, but Leaf, he's been pretty quiet all series long. So for him to just get on the board, start feeling himself, that's yet another
Kalau kena molly-nya Viper,
that G2 can have in this half.
Ada ini nggak sih? Kena vulnerable gitu nggak sih?
Gets an upgrade too to the Bulldog. Here's that
kayak molly biasa kan.
Nice spray down with the Stinger.
They all just died instantly. I shot like 5 bullets and killed 3 people.
Indeed, they did.
He just melted them.
Yeah, they got melted.
Oh kena. Dia kena
2
damage
rounds on
lebih
the
gede
side of
gitu.
G2. 2 kills on the side of Heretics. But now they've got guns, now they've got armor. Full util. And you see a couple of pings on the minimap right now and interested in what's happening on C side.
No fault line invested this time around. It's already disrespecting the one way that G2 have been showing early on. And Trent so proactive on this side of the map.
Yeah, clearing out the cam. Taking away some of those tools that they have. Meanwhile, there wasn't enough of this lockdown utility cleared out, so some damage will be dealt onto Woot. Allen on the reposition, tries to get away, but it's Leaf who falls.
little bit of a miscommunication there. I think Leaf thought there was going to be a double swing, or maybe he needed to help Valen to get out there, but the Omen TP, that's what got him out of dodge.
G2 are getting closer and closer. Ian's committing to getting the plant down, and they're going to frag their way through this. Very nicely done, avoiding the disaster of a bonus.
Ooh.
Heretics are on the board.
And it was a very convincing C hit. That's going to give Heretics confidence to run it down C a couple more rounds. Maybe even now. That hold from G2, it was just too apart.
Besok parents watch party nggak? Kalau bangun ya.
A little bit of a disconnect in the defensive setup of G2 in that round.
Kalau besok Perex kalah,
it was only a bonus round.
Ya udahlah, my loss.
Into the next we go. You've got full util on both sides. You've got full rifle on both sides as well.
And this time a 4-1 the opposite way.
Yeah. In the previous round, it was Benji who was playing towards
Perex
A.
besok main jam 3. Oh, hilang.
Leaf besting Benji this time around.
That's a very different tale from what we've seen so far in the closing chapter. For the pages to change this way is perfect.
That B door being open though, that broken door, it might pay out dividends to Heretics here. Trent, the only player on the opposing side of it, he gets a little tag onto Woot, but he's gonna have to back up. This might be a free B site. Interesting smoke.
I was gonna say, it's a really nice smoke out from Valen, right?
Yeah.
Worm is just so uncomfortable to try to get through at this point if they want to try to push that.
Kind of forcing them into the A site, but Rians, this is where Heretics were so strong the last time around. The utility and the layering of it was what punished G2.
Jonah P's the only one on site, and he's gotten past the fault line. Tucked in the smoke, waiting to strike. He spots one, cleans him up, carrying the challenge on the second, and Patatek never saw him. Jonah P with 3.
Clean round from Jonah P, and disrespect the other way around. It was all because of that one change of the orb. We're seeing the adaptations that I was talking about that G2 could put in.
Taunting.
Icy with this entry as well onto Woot. That was clean. But this one orb and playing inside of it this time around. So the breach stun doesn't hit you, the flashes won't hit you.
Moncong pistolnya guys.
It's gonna be micro changes like this. Different looks that Heretics think that they have the read on. That'll be the deciding factor of G2 punishing them. And they're already up 3-1 on this map.
Icebox feels like a life ago. G2 looks so comfortable on defense right now.
Even the way that they're positioned around the map, if Heretics do decide to hit towards this B site, you have to deal with an Omen Flash, a Tether, a nade from Heaven potentially. And it's proactivity. They want to clear out Benji Fishy here. It's going to connect onto him. Oh!
Gets caught on the wall. But they know where he is anyway. There's the suck, there's the nade. He's worse for wear, but he stays alive. And there's a spit on the other side. It's the exact same combo.
I don't know how he lived through all that. It was almost a miracle.
The only thing that wasn't a part of that was balance paranoia.
Itu bukan yang ngikat ya?
Maybe that was the difference maker. Either way.
Tadi skill
Heretics still
satunya
healthy,
lagi
still
Steve
alive.
itu.
As they look to find space with the 5 they have.
Look at how Jonah
Satu
P is
recon, satu
positioned
ngikat.
right now, Doug. Last time he was inside the actual smoke on the right side if you're on Patatek's POV. This time, that little micro sidestep to the left on the default
30
box.
seconds left.
All these things play a factor into how Heretics' entry into the site.
Suspicious that it might be a hit B. The paranoia comes out, the eye comes through, but again, it's attention A. Woot on the satchel out, Icy keeping him back and getting to the best of them. Icy delivers once more. With 10 seconds left, they might be able to get the spike down, but again, it's out of reach. Boo scoops it up, and they're committing to the plant now. G2, they don't flood, they give it up. Wanting to settle things for just a moment, spotting where they are, but that might have been their gravest mistake. Benji Fishy getting the ult down, getting the kill onto one. We'll have to snap one more time onto Trent. Can he deliver for G2 again? Trent creeping forward, the box on the other side, the eye comes out. Benji on the swing, he's gonna get tagged. Location given away. There's the swing, and Benji Fishy with 3. The Red Bull clutch for Team Heretics.
Oh, nggak di-taunting balik.
He does it once more. It seemed impossible. He had no space to work with. But with great finesse, he closes out the 1v2. These shots were so clean. No chance in hell. And the handshakes are out now. So an answer back.
And not a moment too soon. Heretics again accelerating towards C. That's gonna get the pit out right at the very beginning. Meanwhile, Boo ulted at the same time.
While all that was happening, A space was gained by G2. So Heretics are gonna have to come back and re-clear Trent, who almost took the head off of Boo.
Yeah, almost got his taken off in exchange too.
That will make G2 have to fall back a little bit, play in that second layer. And with that, a deposit of Benji Fishy, who's probably feeling really confident right now to take any type of 50-50 duel. He has the door.
IC just got baited into using his ult there. He's gonna get the cover with Fishy, but the rest of the hit is C. They got the knife to clear out the pit. For Jonah P again in the exact right spot again. Leaf joins in on it, but Boo's left alone. He spammed his way through two. Those were the easy ones. Now he's gonna have to deal with Trent. He's gonna have to deal with
30
Leaf
seconds left.
and IC. We've seen one clutch already from Heretics. It was at the hands of Benji Fishy.
Pressure.
Boo cannot pull it off.
Jonah P is doing such a good job right now, Doug, of playing around the breach utility and the
Lelenya mabok.
He's sneaking around. He's like Houdini on these sites. Maneuvering around the smokes in such a way that he's catching Team Heretics sidelined.
Nice.
8-3 and 9. Jonah P,
nice.
the professor.
Alex nggak kayak gitu.
And an answer back once more for G2. And you imagine if this half keeps going this way, it's going to favor the defending side. It's an attack side map.
Bisa gitu ya timingnya ya.
G2's Sentinel utility currently posted up B. And it's not just utility, they have 3 members watching over it.
So good, the deep alarm bot. He's here for the flood in case they actually do decide to go towards B or even take A space and pivot. I wonder what the cue is for G2 to start being a little bit more proactive. Use that fade utility front B. I mean, you don't need it when Leaf is
hilang.
Benji Fishy.
He's just got beams.
B kosong.
It looks so clean. This time Jonah P tagged by the utility that he's done such a good job of avoiding, and it does not matter. The same result as Jonah P gets 3. Boo gets his 1. It's a consolation prize though.
And Jonah P will close it out with 4. Already working
Consolation prize tuh dibilangin tuh. Hadiah
hiburan
hiburan dibilangnya. Dapat 1 lumayan. Tahu tuh.
G2 looked like a completely different team this time around on this map, and this is what you were speaking of. Even in the fault line, he still gets the molly out. He's still able to connect the shots. So calm in his crosshair.
5-2 the way of G2.
Josh smiling, the crowd smiling. And a timeout for Heretics. Not too many smiles over there in that camp.
A chance to slow things down though, and it's just around the same time that we saw G2 call their first 2 timeouts on maps 1 and 2. It was when things were, I mean, when they were down, but there was still time to adjust. There was still time to kind of make these minor changes that could potentially get you back into the half.
And they're gonna need to make some changes because the last time around they played, Rians, he was phenomenal with his breach utility. This time, he has no assist. He's not online in the fragging department. And Woot, I mean, he's sitting at 1 kill as well. So he's not really able to enable Woot the same way that he did the first time around. That's the thing with running breach comps. There's only so many things you can do. It's a little bit limited. And it can be so hard to even just change your timings on the stuns and still be so coordinated and synergistic to enable your duelist.
Koreans with a nightmare of a start to this map, but he does have the Rolling Thunder.
There's no way Jonah P plays ahead of this again.
I don't think so, but I do like what I'm seeing towards B. A little bit of proactivity.
Yeah, but Benji Fishy, he's gonna get a reclear here and potentially a kill. Oh, I think he saw Leaf back off.
There's the Rolling Thunder. G2 just give the space up. They understand that they have the lockdown from Leaf.
It's gonna be a 5-on-5 retake in this round. But Leaf has the lockdown like you were talking about. Rocket to answer back, it doesn't connect.
No.
It gets destroyed.
What's the counter off of that? Where's the next punch coming from? Patatek pushing forward, Boo the first to fall. Patatek has played his position so nicely as bodies drop all around him. Stays up, stays alive. Now Benji Fishy joining him. Numbers still the way of the defense though. Trent weak, but still alive. And oftentimes that's enough. Jonah P with him, Valen over his shoulder. That tandem pushing forward. As Heretics have cut noise suggesting they may leave, but G2 calling them on the bluff.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Really nice swing, a 1-for-1, but those numbers do not add up when you're down. Valen with 3 as G2 get us another round.
This time, G2, they slow it down. They play together, Doug. That's the deciding factor in not letting Heretics back into this round. And Jonah P, he's the one that opened it up for his team. But it was the trading of G2. Oh,
yeah.
that was so nice. And Valen closes it out with the trade onto site.
Those kills feel so satisfying.
Not giving Benji Fishy the ones that he got last time around.
Right.
And that's 6-2 on the defensive side of an attack-sided map like Lotus.
5 Stingers light armor for Heretics.
Cover going out.
Seems like they're going to try to play into the chaos. That is B.
Hemat uang.
Jaka Pratama baru
Early
aja
omen
buang
flash from
10.000.
Valen gets baited out, but
Berkat
Trent
lihat story Bang Hans. Saya
picks off
beli
the head of
standing
Wood.
treadmill karena
This
kerjaan
side is
duduk
off to the
terus.
source of Bedlam.
Sehari 30k steps plus
And it
makan
seems like that's what
protein
Heretics
sebulan
want.
turun 5% fat.
A little bit of chaos injected into
Anjir,
the
sebel
situation.
5%
That
sih.
aid over the top
Artis
is
juga, anjir.
beautiful. Doing a little bit of
Berat tuh
damage
berapa
into
itu?
the plant. Leaf is gonna be on the
Hati-hati
flank.
ya, turunnya jangan
And
banyak-banyak
Valen
ya.
pushing in from the other side, but the swing is too much. It's not too much for Trent though.
Banyakin kardio kadang boleh
got
sih.
the spike down.
Cuman
We've seen
hati-hati
him
ya,
in these
jangan turun
1vx
drastis gitu
situations at
cuy.
the end
Nanti
of the round
ngeluh
so many
nge-rebound
times
gitu.
with the exact same result.
Pelan-pelan
Yeah, Valen whiffs in that moment, but even just backing up
Kalau
there and delaying
nge-rebound
time
sama
for
aja
Leaf to
bohong
come
nanti
all the
lu.
way around from C.
Kan kita mau
Rat
sehat,
B, get
kan
that
mau
finishing blow.
bentuk badan bagus.
Deal
dong.
Heretics there.
Anjir 5% sih
Seventh
sadis
loss.
ya. Kecuali kalau lu lemak lu kayak sekitar 30%, which is sudah obesitas tuh 5% mungkin masih
That's
sangat
how he
masuk
gets
akal
these
sih.
kills. He spammed through the
Kalau lu
wall.
lemak lu di bawah 25 atau kayak misalkan gua aja sekarang 18 udah di stuck di 18
That was off
aja.
the contact from Valen. But it's like I said,
Seminggu paling 0,5%.
it's like I said though.
0,7, 0,3 gitu.
If Valen
Seminggu
drops
ya.
down
Per
there,
seminggu,
that doesn't open up the opportunity
Itu
for
pun kayak
heroics
harus
like
naik
that from Trent.
turun terus ya.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Will be another tap of the door for G2. The previous times it's been Jonah P opening that door like that and then anchoring close in that choke, waiting to finesse around his Viper smoke. This time they ping it. They know where the Viper smoke is, so maybe Heretics will have a read onto this, understanding that it's a different setup on the A side from Jonah P.
Right there.
There's still a lot of presence close by though.
Yeah. This little off angle could be so deadly as well. If Benji Fishy tries to lurk up and doesn't hard clear it, he could get punished.
Seems like they're going to try to split B, but again, Valen's already ahead of it. He's already rotating back B. He's joined up alongside with Trent. Icy still has his nade. There's still so much utility for them to dump into here.
Spike planted.
But they give up the site. They let the spike go down.
It's going to be this battle of Jonah P and Benji Fishy that might make the difference. Who budges first? So far, Jonah P, he's playing so patient. He's got 14 kills.
A war of attrition. Meanwhile, the action starting on B. The paranoia out as Jonah P falls. Heretics look so good here.
Oh.
They've got a numbers advantage, but they don't really have the space. It might be okay though. They've got the Cypher ult. Icy on the swing. Can't hold the line. Can Trent?
Come on.
One dog is all he has. The cam spotting him. Daring the swing. There's not enough he can do there. Heretics get to 3.
That was a nice post plant from Heretics. Woot going huge, getting 2 to his name towards that water area. But the deciding factor to me was Benji Fishy winning that battle against Jonah P right here.
30 kasnya kayak kerjaan gue jadi supervisor.
Anjir,
gue aja di Jepang aja jalan-jalan aja itu 20.000 step loh. 30.000 step ya agak terlalu lebay nih. Bahaya
Exactly.
That makes the retake so much more difficult.
Here.
A lot of damage done though in that retake for G2. Only 2 players survived with guns. Still will be a full buy out of the side of Heretics. And this time around a C default. They don't need to blow the trigger on that fault line. That eye didn't connect on anybody.
My ult is ready.
That's a Fade ultimate online for both sides now.
Face
after
your
Patek
fear.
grabs that orb.
Ulti ya Fade buat apa sih? Cuma
Now
buat
they're
budak
gonna
gitu.
have Rians pressure some other spot of the map and maybe lean back towards C, or it will be just a fake. Now it looks like they're gonna pressure B. That might bait out a rotation from Icy.
I mean, Heretics have so many options right now. They could just manipulate things B, they could split B through door, they could fully commit C. They've set themselves up so nicely here. Paranoia is traded and kills R2. A 1-for-1 is Valen not able to handle the aggression. Overwhelmed and outgunned. Now the first Nightfall used, the second traded as the waves collide into one another. Silence settles over the map, but it's false.
Budak semuanya budak.
Nobody can hear anything right now. They don't even know bombs going down.
Committed though, Trent on the spam. The flash will slow things down for just a moment.
One more Prowler. No info gathered whatsoever in a fault line. It's back online off a contact. Or perhaps just a delay.
Now they're filling in on the space behind it. Benji Fishy's so weak. G2 have been patient on this. They've been so patient on this, but now having to go because time is of the essence. They try striking, but they meet nothing on the other side. They find very little. I mean, does he? He doesn't have enough time to do this. He's gonna get the kills. But the sniper will go off. Heretics will get to 4.
No time.
That was an intense battle on the sides. We went fatal for fatal. Nobody hearing anything. But it was that breach utility to delay that I feel like was the deciding factor in giving Heretics the edge on the trades onto the site. And Benji Fishy just bides his time on that top side. He understands that the clock is running.
Jadi kalau kena ulti Fade ini, lu naruh bom juga nggak ketahuan gitu? Nggak ada suara gitu?
Clean trades from Heretics.
One more.
And a salvation to a half that G2 was just completely and utterly dominating. That's 2 in a row now for Heretics. They want to make it a third.
That fault line out will tag Woot. Meanwhile, Boost.
Woot
falls. And it's that fault line, I think, that just messed up his timing. He wasn't ready for that little off angle from Valen. Mad advantage to G2 now, and Leaf took all this real estate.
Silence decoy nggak ada suara, HP jadi 1.
They cannot rotate out.
Oh, HP-nya 1.
And Trent's playing this really nicely as well, filling in behind him. Yeah, if they give up B, so be it. They're gonna have a really nice retake if they commit that way. But Heretics, with the paranoia in their face, forced to dwell over whether or not they want to commit to this A site. It's getting more and more difficult. Jonah P's swing timing is perfect.
Gila banget.
One enemy remaining.
Such a heavy advantage the way of the defense as they pick Heretics apart. One by one.
Jonah P up close and personal.
Oh ya, Prowlernya bisa ini ya.
He's just in their
gerak
face.
Sendiri ya.
18, 4, and 11. What a performance from the kid, man.
Stepping up huge on this map of Lotus.
I mean, he was good on the last map too, but he's really delivering for G2 here.
Jonah is insane.
He is. I would have to agree with you entirely. Another player who's been insane this entire tournament, yeah, he's having a quieter map here, is Icy, and we've got an Omen player moments with him teed up for you guys right now.
Half, ini dia.
This win versus Paper X, it felt great. On split, it felt like we were able to get a better grasp of how they were playing the game and the way they game planned to prep for the game versus us. So we kind of took that game as just something not very important just because there's more maps to look forward to. So going into the next maps, we had a good attack half on split. I think that gave us a lot of confidence, like going to the next maps.
Gimana guys?
Tactical sides.
Huh?
I think Valorant, our IGL, was in flow state with his calls, so it just made everything pretty easy for me as a duelist. But you know, job's not finished, so we gotta keep going, pushing forward.
Here's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They try to play a little bit more elusively in the dizzy now. It notes him and takes him down. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
I think exhaustion is a big play in some of the games. I know in Americas we had a tough time dealing with the scheduling of things, and we were playing back-to-back games. But I think if we're fully prepared and rested.
Kalau ngeliat kayak gini, jadi pengen main Valorant gak sih? Ya kayak, gua juga bisa kayak gitu. Gua nanya, kalau gue sih enggak. Gue cuma kayak, jago, iya. Gue nanya, bukan gue yang mau main.
We often talk about confidence. There's a lot of
kayak
confidence.
jadi ada confidence
right there.
Keluar
For him
gitu.
to go from
Kayak, kayak bisa deh, iya gue bisa kayak dia sih. Iya, tadi tinggal nge-pick terus ya, crosshair-nya di sekitar sana, terus gue gini gitu.
If that's not confidence, I don't know what is.
And he said it the best. They're not done yet. That was the narrative of that ascent.
It's not over yet ya.
Going into this one as well, an 8-4 half. You can't help but feel like they have complete control over this map at the moment.
Jir, kalau ke toilet gimana ya?
Gue sih pasti ke toilet
minum banyak beser anjir.
The first few rounds of this map for Heretics will set the tone.
Udah login males karena solo. Mereka tuh pasti minum air hangat itu, orang KP kayak gitu, kopi kali.
No fault line invested onto A because there was no contact
there.
Orb grab by IC early on. A little refresh of the one-way from Boo.
Here.
And G2 should be aware of how Boo likes to play this side of the map. He likes to cycle the one-ways, play up close, play in your face, TP out if he has to. If they can shut him down early on, make him back up, that could be a real big opening for G2 to start manipulating the map and use that double controller.
Which is, I mean, that is objective number one if you're playing attack on Lotus.
Especially with a comp like this.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to do just that. Still 3 players of Heretics towards the C side of the map. This is the opening spot.
Who's the only one here? He doesn't have a TP or anything like that.
Oh.
He's going to tuck tail and try to get away. All he's done is found a corner, and the corner might be okay. He gets his one, deals more damage. Eventually falls. The spike fully intent towards A now, as it will get sunk into the soil of the site.
Still a paranoia online, still a nade online for Icy. Positioned to delay the heaven flood. Valen is so far away.
Oh, they don't want to go heaven. They want to take a little bit of a lower angle as they descend into the stairs.
Omen flash used early on. Icy holding onto that nade. Now he invested. It's causing chaos on the site. Valen gets an opening kill.
That's exactly what they needed. Trent. Oh, they had no idea where he was. Finally settles things, gets the shots he needs. The tap is all it takes. Can Benji Fishy 1v2 this with a ghost in hand?
1, 2, 3
The
bareng.
time has been ticking for so long. There's just no way in.
Gila ditutep.
Another pistol.
2 pelor, 2 orang
no
mati.
Signs of slowing down.
Gua 2 pelor, gue yang mati.
Sitting at
1.
20. It's been mind-boggling.
Ribah nih, Jonah nih. Jonas brother.
And Boo did a really good job of salvaging his life here, doing a lot of damage. But it was the crossfires on the site, and it was that Omen flash and Raise nade that Valen and Icy kept.
Let's go.
That made it pandemonium on the site. Heretics, too much to deal with.
Let's go, G2.
They don't really have guns on the other side, and then you look at the buy from G2, it's formidable. 2 rifles, a Vandal and a Guardian. If they're able to keep this clean and not drop any of those weapons, they're set up really nicely for the next round.
Benji sih dari sih.
He just survives. I don't know how he keeps doing this. So much utility blown.
Dia korban util anjir.
And he survives all of it.
How does he
Ini
live
baru
in these
aja buang
moments?
10.000.
That's a good
Bang
answer.
Otter sadis
The
ya, baby
head-to-head
sil aja
boost shutting down Jonah
diperkaos.
P. The whole point of this anti-eco for G2 is to have stuff like that not happen. That's why the pack was towards C. Jonah P was playing so safe at A. And the moment that Jonah P creeps up at A, he gets just put down like that.
Makasih 10.000-nya.
Bot coming back.
They have a lot of room to do this. It looks like they're going to flip back C, but that's where
Mungkin dia mau mengungkapkan apa isi pikirannya gitu ya udahlah.
Creating a distraction on this A side of the map by tapping that door and using Omen Flash.
Yeah, but when
Boo holds his ground.
When it's a pistol, like, when it's an eco like this, they don't have to bite on the first thing they see because they know they're going to want to lean into the chaos anyway. So they gamble, and they gamble correctly. Trent falls, Leaf is weak. The satchels are botched, and with 10 seconds left, Icy has to go, and he has to go now. Finds the right window to strike. Almost disaster has settled. They will get the spike down. Boo's gonna join the party, and it's a little too late.
That was almost disastrous for G2.
Remember, Boo got the opening kill to this round with the Sheriff.
Cover going on.
Still hasn't taken any damage. Leaf is very weak.
Still a Roomba online as well.
Wah. Waduh. Waduh. Dibombardir utility lagi.
Closer.
A fortuitous round for G2. That easily could have gone the other way. They ran into the stack, into the trap of Heretics. All because of that opener from Boo. What a shot.
Spike down. C.
But in the high pressure moment, it was Icy.
Kayaknya emang satchel pertamanya emang tipuan gitu deh.
Opened up the entire site, allowing the bomb to be planted.
Dumpy utility at the beginning of the round. Boo taking a lot of aggressive space here. Securing the orb for Woot.
This aggressive Cypher Cam on C. Valen hears it toggle. These are the changes that G2 did not have in the previous matchup. That C Cam was up a lot of the times, securing Heretics the info that nobody was seeing.
Trent's about to deal with a lot of pressure.
He's out of there.
Gets away, but Leaf is over the top. Cleans him up. There's the counter punch. Jonah P as well. They thought they had him, and yeah, they did, but it was all a carrot on a stick.
And it was all because of that info that was denied from the Cypher Cam.
Icy investing the ult here. Benji Fishy still alive, managing to avoid the trip. Now falls, and it wasn't off of the rocket, but they got what they were looking for anyway. Rian sucked in the smoke, takes a little bit of damage. Peppered.
Spike planted.
Apakah ini?
Skewered.
Oh.
It's on the swing, getting one. He and Boo will have to stand strong here.
They have the utility to do so. Omen Flash, a smoke, almost a full stun out. Two players hit. Where's the follow-up?
Leaf is the only one who's gone undetected. And again, he's the one who saves the round. Just when they thought they had him. Of course, it's Leaf who strikes. Rian has no
Gimana nih?
Here, and they don't have a ton of money. He's not going to try to save it. He will fall. G2 get to 11.
The adaptations from G2.
G2,
so
let's go.
Simple things like breaking a Cypher Cam early on. And then waiting for any type of reclear. That was a bait from the start from Trent. He's spamming, trying to break any trips. The fault line comes out because of the proactivity.
Hi, that boy! Come on, baby!
But they got punished. Two players went down on that B fight.
That's a scary sight when you look at Valen. He's got that dog in his eyes. A killer's mentality. And that's when G2 are at their best. 11-4 here. Heretics calling a timeout, the last one of the map.
Diamond gun body, tuh.
To go from 3 rounds away from the Mercedes-Benz Arena to this hole they've dug themselves is a wild turn of the tides.
Wood lagi diam aja nih sekarang nih.
They're gonna have to do the unthinkable. They're gonna have to do what G2 did. They're gonna have to dig deep. What do they have left in the tank? The thing is, everybody underestimates G2. Everybody counts them out. Heretics counted them out on that Ascent game. But they thrive in moments like that. It fires them up. It's going to be a head-to-head battle here for A control. A change of pace from G2. They haven't exploded out here yet. Can they punish Boo? Yes, they can.
It's that effortless. A shoddy buy, playing for a tie here. They're saving for the next.
And a freeze to the round after an opening entry. And on the mini-map, Leaf is aware that there's a deep Cypher Cam C. That's why they're all grouping up, and Jonapi is tapping this door. It's keeping all the players A. This is a perfect call. There it is. They're just going to run it down. They know that Heretics like to over-rotate off of the cam info. And even so, they're still feinting it with utility. Wait, what's going on here? Overthinking it.
They're rotating back. This was what almost caused problems a couple of rounds ago, but this time
Anjing, dia rotate lagi gitu.
rotate away. Jonapi hears him, punishes him. Patatek down. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to catch them once more, nipping at their heels as they try to rotate back A. But realizing that the round is likely lost.
I mean, Valen just played him like a fiddle, Doug.
Whoa.
A flawless round to get G2 one round away.
What
Match point.
Oke,
Yeah,
I mean, they
guys.
probably could have just
Jadi sampai sini dulu.
Against a 5v4 retake, but there's no need when you're just manipulating all the rotations on the map.
Oke guys, terima kasih udah nonton watch
Footsteps
party
being heard
ini.
from Jonah P to punish.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
25,
Gokil
6, and
gitu.
12. I cannot stress how much impact Jonah P has had
kenapa PRX
on this
kalah,
last
cuy.
deciding map of Lotus.
Pace towards A. Leaf will explore the middle of the map on his own as the utility comes out. Tries to punish, but Patty a step ahead of it.
Comeback ini?
In the world of G2s right now, they can pressure A, go against a solo Benji Fishy. They can transition into front B. Leaf, he's playing this 4-1 so well. He's listening for all the utility, relaying the information to his IGL of Valen, who can then make the deciding call.
Ini gimana masuknya?
A close trip was broken. One prowler broken, and a rewalk for Leaf.
And another kill found.
And he's out. Full advantage for G2. This could very well be it.
The Nightfall to pave the way. Benji Fishy trying to play backside to Cam. No, not going to buy him enough time here, but that will certainly help.
Traded instantly from Trent. Rians.
It's found 1-for-1 though. Rians able to punish, but they've gotten a little bit of space here. Now they're going to get the pit. But Patatek and Boo so healthy. Patty falls.
Oke guys, ternyata beneran comeback ya. Comeback ke lower bracketnya.
And what looked unreachable, what looked uncertain.
Abis sudah comeback ke lower bracket. So berarti tim Heretics besok akan melawan FUT.
Baru aja buang 10.000.
Apa?
Kotak tupai akan membesar 15% pada saat musim libur yang berguna untuk mengingat kacang-kacang yang mereka simpan.
On defensive side of Sen. And the comeback being an eco round that was started by the rookie of Icy.
11-3.
Oke guys, terima kasih sudah nonton watch party hari ini. Kita ketemu lagi next watch party. Besok ada di lower bracket, besok ada PRX versus 100 Thieves. Dan jam 6-nya bakal ada Heretics lawan FUT. e-sport. Kalau kalian mau nonton bisa nonton di mana-mana sih, nggak harus di sini sih, di YouTube, di Twitch, di mana-mana ada ya. Standby kalau besok gue bangun, tapi karena PRX kayak besok bakal pulang, mungkin nggak tahu ya. Lihat nanti gue bangun atau enggak ya. Kalau gue bangunnya jam 2, jam 3 pas lagi ya mungkin ya. Enggak ya, udah. Next kita akan live streaming lagi. Gue istirahat sebentar, nanti kita balik setelah.
I still can't believe it. I'm sure everybody out there can't believe it.
Yeah.
And so now they get a couple of days off. They don't have to worry about the pressure of facing elimination this early.